it has helped me to step outside of myself, step outside of my personal challenges and be more compassionate and be desirous of helping other people.
I started this program while I was, a staff, a reporter and presenter at Plus TV Africa, and the fact that the station gave me that opportunity to also carry out a leadership project where I trained about 9 female reporters and interns at Plus TV Africa and do a story project about an issue that's so sensitive, that's sexual and gender-based violence. It really is an honor for me.
This fellowship is a blessing. I'm saying it with a wide smile on my face because, I've had people even call me to say, we need to have you come train other journalists outside my circle, outside my immediate environment, on a continental level to say, come and replicate what you've learned from this. Come and teach other journalists. Come to our school and teach young girls and young boys about sexual and gender-based violence. So it's not just about my job professionally growing and mentoring my colleague. It's about taking it to journalists who are outside my scope.
Over the months, we've seen a number of young girls, children, being raped by those who are supposed to protect them. And so this has made me more intentional about telling your story, going to them and telling those stories, and holding government accountable.
As damaging as sexual and gender-based violence is to the dignity and sanity of any person, they agreed that survivors must be willing to seek help.
We will not stop talking, we'll keep talking until something happens. And we'll keep reporting these issues until we see result. And that's the goal. That we'll not just tell reports, but when we tell this report, we get NGOs involved and we get every organs of government, anybody responsible involved until we see that we see that these stories come to a logical conclusion. Either those who perpetrate this ill are held to account or face the law.
I would say to someone who is a survivor of sexual and gender-based violence, do not be afraid to get help. You would get justice if you stick at it.
It started in 2017 and the Report on Women program since 2014. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Ahead of the 2023 general elections, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya, has called on commanders to be apolitical as the electioneering period draws near. Lieutenant General Yahaya stated this during the opening ceremony of a 3-day second Senior Command and Leadership Seminar organized by the 6th Division of the Nigerian Army in Port Harcourt. The report.
The Chief of Army Staff, represented by Major General Victor Ezugu, said that he expects appropriate lines of communications between relevant security stakeholders to be established to facilitate cooperation during the planning, preparation, and execution of operations that would aid civil authorities. The Army Chief expressed optimism that the seminar would afford participants the opportunity to build on their individual capacity and contribute meaningfully towards enhancing Army operations.
A better system of operation ought to be established so as to harness the collective potentials of all security stakeholders for optimal effect. I therefore charge commanders at all levels to ensure that troops under command are adequately enlightened on the need to be apolitical and eschew all political vices.
Major General Ezugu maintained that troops should be adequately trained, equipped and motivated to play their constitutional roles in supporting the country's security apparatus.
The emergence of the cyberspace as an operational domain and the impact of social media on our operations is one of such issues that require attention. It is desirable that all our troops are adequately trained, equipped and motivated to play their constitutional roles in support of the federal government of Nigeria.
On his part, the Chief of Training, Major General Abdul Salam Ibrahim, noted that a non-kinetic line of operations is essential in tackling contemporary security challenges, adding that it is currently being reviewed to provide the Nigerian Army with the impetus needed to meet its constitutional mandate.
The theme of the seminar for this year is aptly enhancing the capacity of Nigerian Army senior leader commanders for optimal performance in a complex operating environment. These anchored on the recognition that current operational environment is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, hence requiring sound leadership and dynamic thinking by our commanders.
Also speaking at the event, the General Officer Commanding GOC of 6th Division of the Nigerian Army in Port Harcourt, Major General Olufemi Oluyede, expressed confidence that the workshop will drive the vision and the philosophy of the Chief of Army Staff.
It's designed to equip the senior commanders and military leaders with skills and mindset needed to better protect and preserve the cherished image of the Nigerian Army in an increasingly political environment of the present-day command.
The theme of the training was building the capacity of Nigerian Army to meet contemporary security challenges in a joint environment, the role of senior leadership.
Gunmen opened fire on worshippers at a Catholic church in Ondo State, Nigeria on Sunday, leaving dozens feared dead. The attackers targeted the St. Francis Catholic Church in Ondo State just as worshippers gathered on Pentecost Sunday. The report.
At least 50 worshippers were killed and several others wounded on Sunday after gunmen with explosives stormed the church and opened fire in southwest Nigeria, according to local sources. The attackers targeted St. Francis Catholic Church in Ondo State.
It's quite unbelievable that somebody will come and the intention was to kill everybody in that church. And those running out, they were being shot from outside. Those who were inside were being shot from inside. They threw two dynamites to blow off the altar down to the sanctuary. This kind of desecration can only be done by the evil one.
The region is widely known as one of Nigeria's most peaceful states, though has been caught up in a rising violent conflict between farmers and herders. Nigeria has over the years struggled with security issues as the country experienced numerous terror attacks that have resulted into killings, while some kidnappings.
It's time for a short break now. We'll be back with more stories. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Nigeria's oldest secondary school, CMS Grammar School, Bariga, Lagos, celebrated the 163rd anniversary of its establishment, and to commemorate the day, the Old Grammarian Society, OGS, held a series of activities, one of which was the launch of the solarization of its perimeter fencing. Plus TV News correspondent Uyime Afia was at the event. Her report.
The management of the institution, the Old Grammarian Society, and members of the Founders Day Planning Committee of the school kicked off the week-long program. The president of the OGS, Olu Vicent, highlighted the roles the old boys have played since the inception of the school in 1859.
What we have witnessed this morning, we have had the commissioning of an ultra-modern kitchen constructed by the 1982 set. Then we have behind me I have the beautification of a garden done by the 1994 set. Then we have the first phase of the 40 kVA power. OGS UK and America will be commissioning, we're embarking on the supply of power using solar for the entire school. So the school will be on solar panel independent of the PXC and the rest of them. They've done the first phase, 10 kVA, which we've done this morning. Then we've had the ICT building, which is in focus, which is being undertaken by OGS Americas. The ICT building is to ensure that we develop the capacity of our students that not just in terms of ICT knowledge, ability to have their hands on touch, to be able to repair handsets, repair cell phone and the rest of them, and be able to do professional exams, even while our students in the school. So at the end of the day, by the time they're leaving the grammar school, they're equipped for the challenges of the future. They can, on their own, with the education they get in the school, be anywhere they want to be in the world.
The Anglican Bishop of Badagry, Babatunde Adeyemi, who was a guest at the event, stressed the need to pay more attention to children and youth as they are the leaders of tomorrow.
Because of the situation around, there's need to pay attention to the children. We have dedicated various projects, but the foremost project, most important project, are the children. And when they are properly groomed, we have leaders taking over from us tomorrow. So we should pay more attention to our children.
Chairman Board of Directors, Professor Afolabi, said that the foundation led by the school made him into whatever he is today.
Today, foundation was laid in the primary and the secondary school I went to, like CMS Grammar School. The friends I have today are the friends I made when I was in school. So it has made a good difference. The instruction I got from my principals then is what has helped us through life. So we cannot underestimate the value of the education we got from CMS Grammar School. So I appreciate it, and I give God the glory for 163 years of education in Nigeria.
Chairman Planning Committee, Dr. Dikpo Arigbede, said that they have decided to take it upon themselves to improve on and contribute to the well-being of the school and of the children at large.
Grammar school has been in existence for 163 years, and it's an annual event that we have inherited from our forefathers, and we will continue to improve on it. Highlight or part of what we have done this year is a lecture that was done a week ago during the press conference with the outgoing Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos. Professor Ogundipe was the guest speaker. We had the career talk, and we also had the prize-giving day on Friday. And this is the hallmark of everything today, which is the Thanksgiving and luncheon, today's luncheon. And as I said, it's an annual event. We'll continue to do it and improve on it every time.
The high point of the event was the presentation of prizes to some of the outstanding students and teachers. Uyime Afia, Plus TV News.
There was a gas explosion in the busy area of Shika Quarters, Kashin Quarter in Kano, killing 2 people and leaving 20 injured. Plus TV News correspondent Stephen Enoch completes this report as presented from our studios.
The gas explosion, which happened in Kano State on Thursday night, has resulted to the loss of 2 lives, with over 20 victims receiving treatment at the Murtala Mohammed Specialist Hospital in Kano. Eyewitnesses who spoke to Plus TV News said the explosion happened when a gas retailer lost grip of a cylinder which got in contact with the fire of a fish seller while the retailer was filling gas for a customer. A resident of the house which was burnt said that he lost all his properties in the fire, thanking God for saving his life.
I was lucky to escape the fire. May God protect us from things like this. It is very alarming. Yesterday, we took over 20 people who were burned to the hospital. May God continue to protect us. This morning, a child of 11 years old was confirmed dead.
The brother of an 11-year-old who lost his life said his younger sibling was at the scene of the explosion and lost his life when the explosion happened.
When fire caught the gas retailer shop, many children ran to the scene of the fire. My younger brother was among them. Later on, there was an explosion which affected my brother. He died this morning and will be buried soon.
Nasir Gwazo, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs in Kano, says the ministry is committed to supporting the victims of the explosion.
Over 70% of them have very severe burns, and they require dedicated treatment and care, and it will consume a lot of money. And therefore, we are committing ourselves to supporting the process of providing care to them. It's a very sad event that has occurred, and we will also put in place a mechanism to ensure that from now henceforth, the management, sales, and use of gas become safer for our society.
Police Public Relations Officer of the Kano Command of the Nigerian Police Force, SP Abdullahi Haruna Kiyawa, hints that investigation into the explosion is underway and sensitization will be carried out in the state to prevent such occurrence from repeating itself.
Investigation into this explosion has commenced. At the scene, we were able to recover 7 gas cylinders that are yet to explode there, and also the Commissioner of Police directed for discreet investigation. With these developments, this one, and of course the previous gas explosion in Sabongari quarters, the command has stepped its toes in order to be all out in public enlightenment and sensitization. All the stakeholders involved will be invited to the command for sensitization and for forward, so that next time we know just something like.
The Lagos State government said about 5,000 motorcycles have been crushed in the first quarter of the year 2022. The State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, made this known at the crushing site in Alausa. He said the 2,000 bags which were crushed shows how serious the government is in its enforcement. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oedokun tells us more.
Over 2,000 motorcycles, also known as Okadas, being crushed by the Lagos State government. It goes to show the seriousness that the state government attaches to ensuring that the state is rid of Okadas and its menace.
Commissioner for Information Gbenga Omotosho and Transport Commissioner Dr. Frederick Oladende walked journalists through the crushing site to witness the destruction of the motorbikes.
People have been wondering what we've been doing with the Okadas that have been taken out of town. So for you to see what we have been doing with them, this is why we invited you here today. I'm happy you have seen the way they have been crushed.
Mr. Omotosho says that the government had to take the enforcement seriously due to the excesses of the riders and the alarming rate of road accidents recorded this year alone.
In the first 4 months of this year, we had 1,712 Okada accidents. Of these, 700 of road accidents. Of the 1,712, 767 were due to Okada.
Omotosho, however, called on riders securing through the state ultramodern transport schemes to get actively engaged. Commissioner for Transportation Frederick Oladende urged residents to remain calm and obey traffic laws as alternative means of transportation have been provided.
We're putting more high-capacity buses on the road. The government is working around the clock to make sure that our rail system is working. We've increased the number of boats on our waterways, and they should just be calm and move about their daily business.
Chairman of Lagos State Task Force says there is no going back on the enforcement.
We don't see Okadas on the road, on the express any longer. The number has drastically reduced. But I know for sure, and I'm passing this information to them because they are watching us. They might be of the belief that the first 1 week of the enforcement will be thorough. After 1 week, we are going to relax. Anyway, we will watch and see. But I'm passing this message to them that from next week, we will do more intense enforcement.
With the recent pronouncement and a continued enforcement on the ban, Lagosians hope is not short-lived so that the sanity is sustained.
Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center has called for collective efforts for a cleaner environment in Rivers State. This comes as the United Nations Environment Programme and the global community mark the 2022 World Environment Day with the theme Only One Earth. The report.
The incessant dumping of refuse in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, has become a source of concern for residents, with heaps of refuse dotting strategic locations. The executive director of YEAC Nigeria, Domnamene Fine Face, called for collective action with a clear realization that the environment determines the well-being of the people.
Apart from Ogoni area, which is very much polluted like some other parts of Rivers State where cleanup has not started, if you get to the city of Rivers State, Port Harcourt and Obiakpo form the Port Harcourt city, you will see that everywhere is dirty, everywhere is filthy, everywhere is stinking and smelling because of the waste that is disposed everywhere on the street. From the street to the median, everywhere you go, you see waste everywhere disposed. And the Rivers State government is unable to really drive the issue of sanitation in the city of Port Harcourt. And that is of a very big concern to us because apart from the immediate environment, which is our surrounding, our support man, you also look at the atmosphere, which is part of the environment, part of the ecosystem. It's also polluted with soot.
Fine Face appealed to the state governor Nyesom Wike to appoint a commissioner for environment to drive the state's environmental services, enforce environmental laws, facilitate waste management and speedy restoration of Port Harcourt to its garden city status. Some residents also urged the state government to partner with youths to tackle the incessant dumping of refuse across the state, thereby creating employment opportunities.
Rivers State government needs to sit up to be able to achieve the garden city status for which Rivers State and Port Harcourt is known. And that the governor will need to do by reappointing a commissioner for environment that he sacked over a year ago. The state government should also put together the Rivers State Waste Management Agency by appointing a new administrator. I also think that if the government should put together the 3,000 sanitation marshals that it promised since 2020, while signing into law the Public Waste Disposal Management Bill 2020 into law, it will go a long way to address the issue of waste in Port Harcourt.
My own is to, if I have to reach Rivers State government or to reach sanitation office, they should employ indigenous security. Somehow, like if I'm employed that I'm standing here at this junction, I believe from here to the end of the junction, till the end of the chakra, I believe that nobody will put those beans from the compound to this compound. Anybody keep those beans from the compound will trace the person and bring the person and prosecute it before government.
Refuse is not good at the road, but the government need to empower the community people so that they will be in charge of this refuse. It's not by sending people to come and chase them. The thing will not work because when the people come, they will go. But the community people can be on ground and say, no, this thing is bad.
The environmentalists appeal to residents of the state to keep their environment clean, to be able to enjoy good health and a healthier atmosphere, especially in this era of COVID-19 and monkeypox, among other diseases associated with a dirty environment.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Adebanke Otunui. Thank you for watching.
My name is Terietta Precious. I am an event planner, a cake specialist. I'm also a natural juice specialist as well. I deal with fruits, and I try to make people live healthy lives. And business is just pretty starting up, like coming back, resuscitating after a very long break of like 5 years. And that happened because I got trafficked, and the connection came through my friend. So how it all started, so after school, I started baking even before I left secondary school. And so when admission was taking so long, and I was really eager to go back to school and all, so I started doing events, started serving at parties, following vendors to events, and I started liking the job because I'm kind of like talented in the arts. So everything events looked like fun and work for me. So I decided to build a career in that, irrespective of going back to school. And then I started training up. I naturally just have recipes in my head for cakes, and maybe when I wake up, I'll go right out to what I saw either in my dream or what I thought about, and when I try it out, it always comes out nice. So my mom encouraged me to build up that career too, and that it was going to be a fruitful one. So at that point, there's this friend of mine that we kind of like, she's a bit older than I am, but we kind of like grew up together. She was always there for me because I had a child immediately after school. She was always there for me, always helping me out. So she said, since school wasn't working, then we should just venture into business. And looking at it that I was the first of 5 kids and I already had a child, school might be a little bit tight at that moment because my parents were really well to do, my mom actually, and because my parents are separated. So we used to make ice blocks and ice cubes together. We make ice blocks, we make ice. She was the one working there. So, but after her normal daily job, we now go in the evenings. So we had to take permission from her boss first. So we go in the evenings, we make ice blocks and ice cubes. We take to bars, restaurants, clubs, and most weekends when we get jobs as well, we get to supply ice blocks for events. So it started making me meet people. I started coming out more often, and people started liking my kind of person, like you're very intelligent. So sometimes my friend would just say, come, let's go to so place. She might not say anything, but we are certain that we're not living there without a new job to do almost every weekend. So it made me start becoming very outgoing, and I did meet lots of people. So I knew that I was only going to do that for a short while. And then on one of the occasions, we had a very long discussion, and she was like, she's just going to be here for the meantime. She was really building that up for me to like find a basis for me to start my event management career. And I took it that she was doing me a really good favor. So not too long from then, she introduced me to a friend who brought a job, and they wanted me to plan a particular event. It was going to be an opening, which I did, and it was fine. It came out well. It was quite big, so for me it was like a major big job for me, and I was happy at the pace at which I was, pulling up the shirts, and they were really looking perfect. So one of the guys who attended the event, a friend to the convener of the event, to the owner of the event, was like, whoa, I like your industrious, I like your person, you're smart, you're outspoken, and you know how to do almost everything and do it well. Like, how do you do it? And I was like, well, it's just me, that's just the way I am. And he got really interested, and we exchanged contacts, started talking, and sometimes he just calls me, hey babe, what's up? What's your plan for the weekend? Any event? And I'll be like, yes. And he's like, okay, drop location. He'll just come around, just come and check up, like to see what's up, and always commenting, always checking up on me. So for me, I felt it was like a good thing to just have someone who you've not known from Adam, become close, check up on you, and they're after your progress. And after like about 6 to 8 months of that constant checkup, he then just dropped the suggestion one day, like, he doesn't know how I'm going to see this, but there's a traveling opportunity, and he feels this should be the in thing for me, since I already have plans to further education. Already I had started NCE. I was in my 200 level. I started NCE, but it was a bit tight. So most times when it's like that, he's always like one of the people I call, like, what's up, I'm having challenges with fees, or my friend and a couple of other friends will be like, every time you have to call me either for fees or for feeding or one thing or the other. I feel this is an opportunity for you. If you can take it up, you should go to Malaysia. You're going to be working in the hair factory, because at that point, apart from making cakes and planning events, I just got talented with playing around weave-ons, and then I just started making wigs even without even knowing that wig was going to become something that's going to be in vogue. So when they saw it and they're like, this is really beautiful, like, how did you come about this? I don't know, I just see things and I do them. So he said that this is really good. So if you're going to a company where you're going to be working with attachment, weave-ons, and then you could get another job where you can work in a restaurant, maybe as a pastry chef or as an assistant baker, where you can shuffle in between both duties, make cool cash, and say in about 6 months you must have saved up enough. And then I was like, I don't have money. I know traveling out now, most especially going to Malaysia now, should cost so much. And it was like, no, that even if I don't have cash, I shouldn't worry about it. I'm like, how are you going to do that? And he was like, I should just leave all of that for him, that all he needs from me is my consent that I'll be willing to go. I said, but not without you telling me how you're going to go about it. And then he did explain that there are agents who are into traveling, and they help people travel either to go to school or to work. But then if you do not have money, there are people who are like investors, and what they do is to invest their money on you to travel. And then when you get to your post country, you start working, maybe like your first 3, 4, 5 months working, your salary will be used to pay them back whatever they have spent on you, but though it will be maybe either multiplied or there'll be an addition. And then he was like, I think if you are that hardworking, this shouldn't be a problem for you. So I sat down and thought about it, like, okay, so how much are we looking at here? And then he did a plus or minus $3,500 then, and then if I was going to pay back, I was going to be paying back like $7,000, and I was like, okay, how much are we talking about in Naira? He did the conversion, and then he made me understand that I shouldn't even look at that money, that I'm going to be getting dinars, and that dinars is way higher than Naira. So, and he was like, don't worry, this is like the best opportunity for you. I know you're strong, I know you're hardworking, and you're very fun to be with. People love to be around you, so definitely you're going to make good friends who would even give you stipends, and you probably might not just have to pay back with all your hard-earned money. So the idea was to go work and come back to set up better or to finish up school so I can get a job. And I was like, okay, sounds good. And then he said he was going to, if I was ready, then he will now tell me the remaining processes. But then I have to look for like 4 extra people to make us 5. I was like, okay. And so these, my other friends, they also know this, my particular friend, Mary, that introduced me to the agent. So somehow, there's no how now, friends, girls would definitely meet. And I really don't remember how my other friends got to know, but they also got to know about the traveling because he also became friends with them. But because anybody can meet anybody anywhere, I didn't really try to know exactly how they also met this same person. But then the other thing I remember was that we were all talking about this whole traveling thing, and my other friends were like, they were already 2 sisters and 2 of their friends, so with 5 of us. And then we started talking about it. So they were like, we're going to get at least 50K first. The 50K was supposed to be for like our passport and some other little things that we would need right here before moving, but the traveling expenses was going to be covered by the investor, the invisible investor. So I for like a month we were on it, trying to get cash, running around, and several times they did say we're going to meet one person tomorrow. They could just call up today and say, okay, we're meeting the main travel agent tomorrow, we're meeting this tomorrow, and then we go. So they asked us to bring passports, pictures, so we should come for medical tests and all that. So on the day we went to Ikorodu to meet this other set of guys. That was the day we met a magician. So he is also part of the crew. Then the magician happens to be the transporter. So he did mention that when it comes to things like this, that he normally advises young ladies not to tell anyone, and that the reason why he would tell them not to tell anyone is because they will definitely discourage you the moment you tell them someone is paying for your traveling. That families don't believe that somebody anywhere can just decide to pay for you to travel, go work and come back. So at some point he actually did some magic. So he said he was going to show us what he does for a living in Malaysia, and that he had just come back, but he has decided to rest. He wants to stay back in Nigeria to take care of his family, and that this is what he does for a living in Malaysia and some other countries where he goes to. And then he brought out stuff, sand, salt, handkerchief. Then he did turn the sand into, he did turn salt into sand, and then turned the salt again into a bird. So seeing that, we, it just blew us out kind of. And he also said that if we wanted to really go and we were certain that we were not going to tell anyone, we needed to like swear an oath and all of that. So they were going to make some concussion with new notes. So all of this is just to be secure that we're not going to be telling anybody. And at that point I was really not very down with everything, but one thing just kept sticking in my mind, which is, as far as I'm going to make myself better, as far as I'm not going to be leaning or calling or having to trouble family and all of that. And it was an opportunity for me to at least like do something tangible for myself. So I didn't really see anything, though I had doubts. I had very big doubts. So after that, they said they were going to let us know when we'll be leaving and how we will be leaving. We don't need to take anything, maybe just a bag or just maybe like a pair or 2 pairs of clothes, that when we get somewhere, we'll be going for shopping, we'll get clothes, and we'll get every necessary thing that we needed. So initially, when he started mentioning that you don't have to tell anyone, so for me, I found it very difficult that, okay, I'll be leaving my child for my mom and I won't be able to describe to my mom where exactly I'm going to or what I'm going there to do. And why would someone say, it's supposed to be a good news. So why would someone else say, don't tell your family, because they probably will not like the sound of it or they will discourage you. For me, I feel that should be a good news and you should share. So, but he made us to believe that when you do that, they will discourage you and you might end up missing an opportunity of a lifetime. And another thing that got me thinking was the fact that he did mention that a lot of girls do go and they come back, they get to do big things for themselves. He also mentioned that apart from working in salons, restaurants, that some people go there to hustle. So when I heard the word hustle, I actually did ask, like, what's the meaning of hustle? And it was like, regular hustle though. I'm like, no, the way that word sounds to me, the way you're saying it, looks like there's a different meaning to hustle. And then he now expatiated and said, some girls do go there just to go and work in brothels and come back. I'm like, okay, so hearing that started making me think, like, okay, this mean that there is something he's not saying. So then I now asked clearly, what exactly are you taking me to this country to go and do? He now asked, what did you tell your friend you want to do? I said, no, I didn't tell him. He suggested that since I am good in these areas, so I can work in a restaurant and then also work in a hair factory. And he was like, so that is what you are going to do? So I said, okay, and waited for the day they were going to call. So on the day he called, that's the initial guy that told me about the traveling opportunity. He called and said, okay, so get ready by next week. We are moving by next week Sunday. It was supposed to be a Sunday. I said, okay, no problem. And then on getting to Ikorodu, I found out that my other friends weren't there. So I asked, what's up, what happened with the other friends? And it was like, they couldn't come up with even money for their passports, which was 50K. I was like, oh, because I saw one of them that morning, and I was like asking her, babe, how far? She was like, that she's not sure that she's going. That's the one that has a sister. And that, again, that their mom told them that it's not a good journey, that they shouldn't go. And that if she would advise me that I shouldn't go, for their mom to say it's not a good journey, I was like, why at the dying minute? So to me at that point, I just thought that, okay, maybe this is why these guys were always saying don't tell anybody. So I just went because I'd already packed my bag. So I went to Ikorodu, and then on getting to Ikorodu, we passed the night in Ikorodu. They said we were waiting for 2 other people to join us, and the next day he took us to Agbara. On getting to Agbara, it's a lady's house, and I met the owner of the house and about 3 other ladies. So he said, so this is the person that is your real travel agent. She's the one that is paying for you. She's the one that is helping you to travel to the person who sent money to her. And I said, okay. So what I told my mom when I was going to leave, I told her that I was traveling and that it was going to take me maybe like 6 or 8 months to come back. And she was like, what kind of a travel is that, and why are you staying so long? So I told her that it's a friend that is helping me out, and I really do not have to do so much just to pay for my passport. So she was even the one that even gave me like 35K out of the 50K that I gave those guys. And when I explained to her that it's a friend, and she already knows the guy, so the guy as in became very close. During one of our school parties, my mom's school party, he actually came around. He comes, like everybody now knew him. So when I mentioned his name and my mom, okay, she didn't see a reason to question, because this is someone that everybody has come to know very well. So she was like, okay. So that day I told her was the day she gave me the money, and she was like, okay, if you say that is what you want to do. But then she now asked what I was going to do about my school. So I said, already I had missed the exam for that semester, and I already had missing exams from the previous semester. So when I come back, I'll sort it out. So she was like, okay, if that is what you want. But then she wasn't really like okay with it. She kept asking questions upon questions and questions upon questions. I'm like, at least you know the person that is actually working on this for me. So if there is anything, you can always ask him. So that was the last conversation I had with my mom. And at that time, there was a very big issue in the house. I was not in good terms with my stepdad and my mom. We had issues. So for me, it was just, I had it to the truth, and I wanted to just leave the house. So, and that was it. And I left. So my mom asked, so how are we going to be feeding this child? How are we going to be doing this? How are we going to be that? I told her not to worry, that at each point, I would always know what to do. So she didn't really bother me so much about the child, because she was still little. She was just 5. At least she would be able to still feed her and do some other things. So that was how I left my daughter with my mom and left. So on getting to that house, seeing 3 other ladies, and then the lady in question that owns the house, she was like, okay, so first she gave me rules that I was not comfortable with, and no talking to anybody, you're on your own here, it's just you and your destiny, like it's just you and your destiny here, no friendship, the only business you're here for is for you to be taken to the country where you're going to. She too, she just came back, she's going to be joining us like in a month's time and all. So she said we're moving in 3 days. So in 3 days nothing was happening, and then I was forced to ask questions like, I've been here for 3 days, nobody's going anywhere, what's happening? So she was like, we're waiting for 2 more people. I'm like, that was the same thing these guys said the last time, they're waiting for 2 more people, you're also saying the same thing. So she almost snapped out like I'm questioning her too much, I'm pestering and this and that, and that I should just take her word when she says we're waiting for 2 more people, or if I was the one that was going to pay the money. So I kept quiet. So that day was a day to my birthday that year, March 2nd. So I felt, okay, since I'm still around, let me just go home. So I went home, saw my mom, saw everyone, just got stuff. So my birthday, that was on my birthday, I went home, and felt like my mom was like, what happened, you've not gone? And like, we're waiting for 2 more people. And then my mom now aired out like, are you sure this thing is really genuine, and are you sure that you're not doing the wrong thing? She kept asking questions. So she asked me to call the guy that night so that she can confirm from him. So but I called that night, his number wasn't going through. I told her that I didn't want to stay too long so that I can get back home, get back there on time, and that was how I left. So 2 days after, we were ready, and the lady asked her brother to take us to the park. So already, while the magician guy was talking to us a few days earlier, he had mentioned that we were going to go by road to an extent, and that the reason we're going by road to an extent is to avoid wahala from immigration and all of that. And to me, I was just wondering, but why are you trying to avoid these people if this is genuine? But I couldn't really ask too much questions. So he said we're going to go by road to a particular extent. So when the guy said we're going to the park, it took us to a park at Yanopaja, and then we entered Kano. So I now asked, why are we going to Kano? Then he said, that's the first place we are going to. That's where I will meet the people that will now take us to where we're going to. So at this point, we're 4 ladies and the guy. So he stayed with us at the park till the bus was full, and we moved. So right there at the park, there were 2 ladies in the same bus behind us, and I noticed they were murmuring to each other. I tried eavesdropping. At that point, my Yoruba wasn't really fluent, but I can understand little by little. So I tried eavesdropping to maybe just hear something, because I became very worried. Like, am I sure I really want to continue? I can't just go back home from here and just run away. So I started looking at a means at which I can maybe even just abscond from this guy's hand. But you know, he was seated right opposite us. So even if I come down from the bus now, he's definitely going to see me. So at a point, I acted like I wanted to go buy something, and then I noticed that he was walking behind me, and I was like, okay, so this guy is watching me, I can't run away. So at a point, I just waved the thought of running away, and felt like, as far as I'm going for a good cause, let me just go and do what I got to do and come back home. So we left. Getting to Kano, I was on my phone at that point, and the lady did mention to me that when I get to Kano, she gave me a particular number. When I get to Kano, or if we are being stopped on the way, or maybe we're being arrested or hijacked on the way by any of the security officials, that we should call the particular number. So at the point where I think it was NDLEA that stopped us, and they were like, where are we going to? And to me, I just said, they said when they asked us, we should tell them we're going to Kano. And if they ask us, who are we going to meet in Kano, we should mention a particular name, which was what we did. And they did let us go. So getting there, I called the number, the man did come and asked us to stay somewhere and picked us, took us somewhere else. And I was like, okay, so what next? And then he said, he now mentioned the lady's name. She wasn't that sent us to him, right? I said yes. So he told us, yeah, enter the car. And he drove off. So we drove for like 3 hours. Getting to where we were, to me it was like, why are we here? This place is looking deserted and all. So I started looking out. I remember looking out and I saw Sabongeri while we were driving. I saw Sabongeri. And I remember that at some point I heard about Sabongeri before, and I remember it being like an outskirt of Kano or so thereabouts. So I was like, okay, but why are we going this far? I couldn't really ask the man questions because he wasn't even going to answer. And from there, they hipped us. The place he took us to, we met some other women and men there. And they wouldn't even allow you to see anything. They were just pushing everybody in. People must not see us and all that. So they like a hut, like it was a small hut, and there were people around. So they were trying to hide us. So at that point, I started becoming very scared because why are you hiding us? Why are we having to rush into somewhere? You don't want people to know we are here. If they know we are here, they're going to come and take us away or something.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Good afternoon, I am Messia Boko. This is a news brief. Bandits numbering over 20 have again reportedly kidnapped a traditional ruler in Plateau State, His Royal Highness Aminu Darwin, after attacking his palace in Panyam Mangu local government area of the state. It was learned that the gunmen took away Darwin, the district head of Panyam, after scaring residents with gunshots in the early hours of Monday. A resident of Panyam community, Moses Garabo, confirmed the abduction of the monarch in Jos on Monday. On Sunday last week, the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria and Just East local government area of the state, Reverend James Katoma, and the traditional ruler in the state, Ababs, were kidnapped by gunmen. Terrorists have attacked worshippers at St. Moses Catholic Church in Kaguru local government area of Kaduna State, leaving 3 worshippers feared killed. Terrorists also abducted many worshippers during the incident, which happened while the church was rounding off the mass. One of the seriously injured persons was rushed to St. Gerald Catholic Hospital, Kaduna. It was gathered that the terrorists came in large numbers on motorcycles and shot sporadically. The killed and whisked away worshippers with many injured. The Kaduna Police spokesman, DSP Mohammed Jalij, could not be reached for confirmation of the incident. Gunmen suspected to be kidnappers have reportedly abducted Honorable Ahmed Sani Toro, former Secretary General of the Nigerian Football Association, and Garaba, former Golden Eaglets assistant coach, along the Abuja-Jos Road. Both men were abducted while traveling back to Bauchi after attending the wedding of the son of a former NFF president in Abuja on Friday. The abductors are yet to contact their families. Confirming the development, his friend, who did not want his name in print, said it was true and they were abducted close to the Rayum in Plateau State, where they were returning to Bauchi from Abuja. Worshippers at the Adoration Ministry have protested the Catholic authorities' sanction consequent upon Reverend Father Ejike Mbaka's attack on Peter Obi. On Sunday, they expressed their support for Mbaka, the spiritual director of the church. The supporters also called for the immediate removal of the Bishop of Enugu. On Friday, Bishop Onoga announced a ban on activities at the Adoration Ground in Enugu. He said some of the teachings and utterances of Mbaka are not inconsistent with the teachings and faith of the Catholic Church. Mbaka drew the anger of his superiors after damning comment against Obi, a 2023 presidential hopeful. Following an outrage, Mbaka, in a lengthy open letter, apologized to Obi and the Catholic Church for his outburst. Now, part of a story building at Ndume Ebuke in Umuahia local government north of Abia State has collapsed after a heavy rainfall. The collapsed part was said to be under construction, but was believed to be of substandard materials, especially the rods. A neighbor said that rain started around 9:30 p.m. and was so heavy that visibility was poor and movement difficult. According to a witness who spoke on condition of confidentiality, the owner of the building is from the neighboring local government outside the country. He said the entire building had been under construction over a year. Controversial Catholic priest and spiritual director of the Adoration Ministry Enugu, Reverend Father Ejike Mbaka, has distanced himself from Sunday's protest by his followers at the Adoration Ground. The protest, which was targeted at the Enugu Catholic Bishop, Most Reverend Callistus Onoga, rocked the capital city as the demonstrators insisted that the bishop must go. The protest was a reaction to the ban imposed on the Adoration Ministry by Bishop Onoga. But in a statement personally signed by the priest on Monday morning, Mbaka said he never knew about the protest and did not authorize it. He said rather he received in obedience the ban on his Adoration Ministry and had since shut the ministry until further notice. As Nigerians join the rest of the world to mark Father's Day, parents have been charged to domesticate the boy child and not to make the girls feel inferior in any way. This was the consensus of stakeholders at the Father's Day celebration and awards organized by Mother's Love Initiative, a non-governmental organization to celebrate fatherhood. The AMLI's chief executive, Mrs. Hatuna, paid a glowing tribute to Father.
Today, we're celebrating fathers. And we are talking about, we are losing it to relate to the boy child because the boy child has been neglected. Even my Bible says that man is the head of the home. So if we invest time so much in raising up our girls, who will be the boy or the man or the husband that will be the head of that home? On this day, I want to appreciate every single father sitting here. Especially in this time, it's not easy. It's not. But we and my team want to use this opportunity to appreciate you, to thank you for raising wonderful boys. We are so proud of them.
Fathers at the event frowned at parents pushing children from childhood into adulthood, stressing that children should be allowed to grow at their pace.
Most of us, very early, we make up our mind that our children must graduate very early. So what do? We push them through school. They're supposed to start kindergarten at the age of 4. By 2, because we have to go to work, we're already sending them to kindergarten school, sending them to teachers to go and take care of them, take our responsibility, abdicate our responsibility to the schools, to those KD schools. And if they start kindergarten at 2, by 4, they're already in primary school. And that means by 10, if they had not even promoted double promotion, they're already in secondary school by 10. These are children that are too young for the curriculum they are going to face.
Parents need to step up their games. We need to be physically present. The economy is tough, without a doubt. We know what is happening. But you cannot take the part of the parenting life of a child. There are lots of things that parents need to do. So I encourage parents to please create time for their children, because our children, these children are the future.
Just the way you will bring up your girl child, bring up the boy child like that. To work, do chores in the house. Grow up thinking about the house. His mind will not always be out playing football, even though I'm not against football. But you know what I mean, stay in the house, learn the politics and the economics of the home. That's what the girls are taught. Girls play around the house, they don't play too far from the house, but boys roam far. So when you domesticate the boy, it simply means that you let him do the things that girls do. Wash clothes, wash plates, sweep the house, clean the house, cook. That's what I mean by domesticating the child.
The celebration was both inspiring and interesting, especially the touches of innovation and thoughtfulness that mothers, wives and children put in celebrating the father figures in their lives. The Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Schreib, has stated that the task of building a nation must first start with building our homes. He called on fathers to amplify those things that will unite the nation, ensuring that they imbibe the culture of godliness in their homes by bringing up their children in the way of the Lord. This is a principle he believes is a pinnacle in our efforts of dealing with the issue of insecurity in the country.
If we imbibe that culture of strengthening family, and making sure that the virtue of God is enacted in our family, the Boko Haram of our time will be history, the banditry of our time will be history, kidnapping will be history, Yahoo Plus will be history, because we'll have grown up in the way of the Lord. So we as Father, as we celebrate Father's Day today, let's go back to our various homes and be the true head, not by might, but by imbibing a culture of unity and godliness in our family.
Jesus is regarded as the head of the church, and we are the body of Christ. When you preach say the body of Christ, and we say amen, we are expected to become what we see. To allow Christ not only to dwell in us, but also to transform us, to becoming more and more united with one another.
Peter Obi has called on Nigerians to take back the country, claiming the nation's political space has been taken over by those he described as lunatics. He described many of those in political space do not have any business being there. 70% of those who are in politics today should have not any reason to near it. I have said it before and I will say it again. Politics in Niger is a case where lunatics take over the asylum. They must be out, the former governor of Anambra State said on Sunday Men of Valor Conference organized by the Revival House of Glory International Church, Abuja. Obi also dismissed claims that his party does not have the structure to challenge the two main parties, the PDP and the APC. Thousands of APC supporters and leaders stormed the presidential wing of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja, Lagos, to welcome Senator Bola Tinubu, the party's presidential candidate. Tinubu, a former governor of Lagos State, is returning to his home state for the first time after he clinched the APC presidential ticket. Tinubu defeated 13 other aspirants, including Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, to clinch the APC ticket for the 2023 presidential elections. Some of the personalities who waited to receive the former governor at the airport were Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo, Lagos State Deputy Governor Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, an APC State Party Chairman, a former Minister of Defense, party leaders, local government chairmen across the state, and traditional rulers, among others. The candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, for the 2023 Bayelsa West Senatorial District election, Wilson Ayakpo, has advised Nigerians to emphasize religion and vote for those who have the willingness to transform the country. Wilson said that politics of religion is anti-democratic and does not support the growth of Nigeria, and as such should not be the yardstick for the electorate to elect their next leader. Our correspondent, Jesse C., completes this report.
With the successful conduct of presidential primaries by the political parties and the emergence of flag bearers and their running mates, another issue topping national discourse is that of religion. Some of the big political parties have come under serious criticism over a Muslim ticket, a Christian ticket, or for allegedly failing to honor the principle of rotation of power between the North and South. However, Wilson Ayakpo Dawiya, the senatorial candidate of the APC for Bayelsa West Senatorial District, says Nigerians should keep religion aside and vote for those who mean to develop the country.
Whatever religion, so far you have the ability to meet up to what the citizens in Nigeria need. You have the ability to unite the country. You have the ability to put the house together and ensure day-to-day activities go on smoothly, and Nigeria, what we want is a better life, better country. Security-wise, we want our security to be in order. If that person is a pagan, so we don't mind. If that person is a Christian or Muslim, we don't mind. We just need somebody who have the quality to take care of the security, take care of the famine in the country, and unite the country.
It speaks on the zoning agreement between the people of Sagbama and the Ikirimo local government areas and calls on the electorate to do the right thing. Wilson also maintains that his desire to represent Bayelsa West in the Senate is driven by his passion to make the right laws that will develop the senatorial district.
It is the turn of Ikirimo, and I know there are a lot of people in Sagbama that have integrity, that will stand for truth, and they are talking. They too, they are not keeping quiet. They say it's the turn of Ikirimo to produce the next Senate. And my advice to them is to stand by their word. When you go to our villages, you see our people in abject poverty. You see things are not going on well. You see the houses and bamboo house they are staying. They are just suffering. Our people need capital human development. That is the truth. And I tell you, that is what I stand for, to develop the person. Like, thank God some persons once that when that I use the advantage of that COVID-19 opportunity. Some person through that avenue, they were able to raise block house, and they are happy. And those are the things our people need. And also pass good laws that will benefit them, that will bring development to the various community. That is what our people need. Attract technical school, attract polytechnic. The only polytechnic we have in our library is not even functioning.
The lawmaker still believes that Bayelsa State will give the All Progressives Congress APC the highest number of votes in the South-South, just like in 2019. Jesse C, Plus TV News.
The Council of Elders, Ohanaeze Ndigbo worldwide, says rotating the country's presidency within the 6 geopolitical zones should be made a constitutional issue for equity, justice and fairness. Chairman of the Council, Emmanuel Iwayanwu, said this while briefing reporters at the end of its extraordinary meeting in Abuja. He said limiting the zoning of the country's presidency to the north and south is vague and should therefore be discouraged. Iwayanwu said the council believes that if it was agreed that the presidency should be zoned to the south in 2023, since the southwest and the south-south had produced the country's president, it was now the turn of the southeast. According to him, the southeast leader did everything possible to convince the southwest and the south-south leaders of the need to produce the country's next president in 2023. The governor, Nasir El-Rufai-led Kaduna State government has dismissed 2,357 teachers who failed the recently conducted competency test. The State Universal Basic Education Board announced the sack in a statement in Kaduna. The board spokesman, Haruan Mohammed, said they conducted a competency test for over 30,000 teachers in December 2021. She said that 2,192 primary school teachers, including the national president of the Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUT, Audu Amba, had been dismissed for refusing to sit for the competency test. Mrs. Mohammed said that some 165 of the 27,662 teachers that sat for the competency test were also sacked for poor performance. And to other parts of Africa. Raiders in Mali killed at least 20 civilians in attacks on villages near the northern town of Goa over the weekend, while the landmine killed a UN peacekeeper in a troubled region. A local official blamed the attacks on jihadists and put the death toll at 24, saying the killings occurred at Ebaka, some 35 kilometers, 23 miles north of Goa, the region's main town. The officials described a general panic in the area, the situation in which was also described as very concerning, and civilians were fleeing the area, fearing for the violence, he added. Ethiopian state-appointed Human Rights Commission says a video circulating on social media showed government security forces carrying out at least 30 extrajudicial killings in December 2021. The video, widely showed since Friday, showed a group of men wearing armed combat fatigues forcing men off trucks parked on the roadside and shooting them. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, citing conversation with witnesses, said government security forces shot and killed at least 30 people who were members of the OLF group. Ethiopian government spokesman, Tulo military spokesman, and Colonel Gennett and the regional administration spokesman did not immediately respond to the request for comment. Now, outside Africa, Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky said on Sunday, June the 19th, that he expects Russians to intensify his attack on his country. This is while Kyiv awaits a European Union's decision this week on granting Ukraine the status of candidate country. The European Union and Commission gave its blessing to the war-torn country on Friday, June 17, taking a step closer to joining the European Union. It is most dramatic geopolitical shift to result from Russia's invasion. Ukraine applied to join the EU just 4 days after Russia's troops poured across its border in February. At least 25 people were killed by lightning or landslide over the weekend in Bangladesh, while millions were left marooned or homeless in low-lying northern eastern part. The country faced the worst floods in its recent history. In the neighboring Indian state of Assam, at least 17 people were killed during the wave of flooding that began this month. Police officials said on Sunday many of Bangladesh rivers have risen to dangerous levels, and the runoff from heavy rains from across Indian mountains exacerbated the situation. Thousands of policemen, army personnel have been deployed to parts of the country to help search and rescue efforts. About 105,000 people have been evacuated so far, but police officials estimated over 4 million were still stranded. And in business news, the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, has said that the proposal of telecommunication operators for 40% end-user tariff on services is not realistic in 2022. The operators acting under the aegis of Association of Licensed Telecommunication Operators of Nigeria, in a letter to the NCC, had proposed a 40% increase in the cost of calls, short messages service, SMS, and data as a result of the rising cost of running a business. Based on their proposal, the price floor of calls will increase from 6.4 naira to 8.95 naira, while the price cap of SMS will increase from 4 naira to 5.61 naira. The request had been rejected by stakeholders in the industry, except the operators. The Actors Guild of Nigeria, AGN, has suspended actor Moses Armstrong after he was accused of raping a 16-year-old girl in Akwa Ibom. Moses was arrested by men of the State Police Command after a complaint was filed against him. Confirming his arrest, the president of the guild, Emeka Rolla, said the matter was being handled by the First Lady of the State, Martha Udom Emmanuel, through her Family Empowerment and Youth Reorientation Path Initiative. In a statement released on Saturday, June the 15th, signed by its Publicity Secretary, Mona Lisa Chindar Coker, Moses has been suspended forthwith and is prohibited from acting until investigation into the allegation is concluded. And in sports news, heavyweight world champion will face Anthony Joshua in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia on August the 20th in a rematch of their London bouts last year. Ukraine's Usyk beat Joshua in the front of a sellout crowd in September last year to claim the WBA, WBO, and the IBF and the IBO belts. But the 32-year-old will have a chance to win back his title in the fight doubled Rage on the Red Sea. Usyk is a 19-0 with 13 knockout victories, said he had a mission to fulfill by retaining his crowns. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bokwo. There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
From the star-studded guest lists to the distinctive ashwabis to even the hashtag trends on social media, Nigerian celebrities sure do know how to make a wedding the talk of the town. It's the month of May, the start of the second quarter of the year, but April was a month filled with delightful, attention-catching weddings. Let's have a look at the weddings that caught the attention of Nigerians in the month of April. It's almost safe to say that Rita Dominic's wedding ceremony was the most attended celebrity wedding since Banky W and Adesuwa Etomi's carnival-like wedding in 2017. Rita and her husband Fidelis Anosike said their I do's on the 19th of April 2022 with a long list of Nollywood icons and A-list celebrities in attendance. Owerri, the host city of the wedding, witnessed an influx of visitors as celebrities turned up in their numbers, all glammed up for one of the industry's finest. Guests in attendance included the likes of Nollywood veteran Joke Silva, Chidi Mokeme, Ini Edo, Hilda Dokubo, Uche Jumbo, celebrity designer and stylist Swanky Jerry, Uti Nwachukwu, Big Brother Nigeria's past housemates, Ese Iriata, Lucy Edet, and Mercy Eke, amongst many others. Social media was buzzing with the hashtag RealDeal22, which trended on several social media platforms. In a sweet succession of Rita Dominic's viral traditional wedding party, multi-award-winning filmmaker and director of blockbuster films like King of Boys and The Wedding Party, Kemi Adetiba, and her Ghanaian heartthrob, Oscar Himan Aka, tied the knot traditionally on the 23rd of April 2022 in a colorful movie-like scene with the hashtag Undeniably Yours 2022 trending all over social media that day. The wedding had a theme flamboyantly African, which Nigerians and Ghanaians stunningly embraced as they showed in their flamboyant African outfits. Kemi's traditional wedding outfit showed her Ekiti, Efik, and her husband's Ghanaian heritage. Her first outfit was a graceful green lace gown that made many stare. She then wore a second outfit, which was a royal Efik regalia, an indication of her maternal roots in Akwa Ibom. Then came her last outfit, which was a mini kente attire with beadings all over, which matched perfectly with her husband's Ghanaian outfit. Simply stunning. The guests in attendance featured multiple celebrities with the likes of Shola Shobowale, Toke Makinwa, Ebuka Obi Uchendu, Zainab Balogun, Toyin Abraham, Sean Fakwa, Uti Nwachukwu, Aka Nnani, Tools, Banky W and his wife Adesuwa Etomi, Ini Dimma Okoje, Big Brother Nigeria past housemates Alex and Pere, amongst many, many others. We wish the newlyweds a happy and a blissful married life.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayome Sale, and today Manny and I are live in studio, and Uti is joining us via Zoom. Hello. I wore my waist trouser today.
Oh, really? I think I already said I wanted one.
Oh, that's true.
Yes, I want mine.
I have to order.
You have to.
It's a long story. How are you, Manny? You look amazing.
Really?
What's good? What's good? What's good?
Everything was good today.
How was this week?
You know how my week has been.
Wow.
My week was
eventful.
Very eventful. That's the word. Very eventful. Yeah, but thank God all is well that ends well.
Absolutely.
And at the end of the day, it's our work now.
It's your work.
When people say, there's this sticker people put in their cars at the back of their cars, waiting lawyer, they do self. I'm like, really? Waiting
you go know what they do. Just get into trouble first.
Yeah, then you know.
Uti Elu. Hello, Uti.
Hello.
Hi. How was your day?
Plenty talking. I've been interviewing for 2 days now, so I'm tired. I'm all talked out. Yeah.
So why are you interviewing though? You just did a series of interviews for,
So these ones aren't recruitments. They're like competency assessments. So we're reviewing the performance of the people in the business to see whether they.
Awesome. Awesome. Pele. At least we have you via Zoom. It's fine.
Yep. Thank God for technology.
Thank God for technology. So today we're discussing this conversation around the the church man that was slammed. Was accused of fraud, rather, right? So we just we're not so much focusing on the church, because I remember that there was a time, Uti, if you can help me, remember there was a time the government had said that they were going to start appointing directors or something.
Churches.
2020.
Yeah. What was that story again about?
Now you put me on the spot. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was when the new CAC rules came out, I think it was, and there was something in there speaking to the potential to tax NGOs, particularly churches and places of worship, if I remember off the top of my head.
So so that's what we're discussing. We're discussing like the structures, the business structure of setting up a proper NGO. What's the ideal structure? What it should really look like, and that's the conversation for today. And here's what we found as today's quote. Where's my quote now? The real development I've seen of people in organizations, especially in big ones, comes from their being volunteers in a non-profit organization where you have responsibilities, you see results, and you quickly learn what your values are. There is no better way to understand your strength and discover where you belong than to volunteer in a non-profit. There's probably the great opportunity for the social sector, and especially in its relationship to business. So we actually want to focus on the business side of running an NGO, right? So earlier today, as I'd mentioned earlier, we got news of the UK government shutting down Pastor Toby Adeboyega's church over a $1.9 million pound fraud allegation. Now, Manny, Uti, and I are discussing, right, the ideal structure for non-profit, the ideal business structure for non-profit organization. What should the ideal business structure look like? Because it seems like most churches or most NGOs is just a one-man thing, one man. So there's supposed to be a proper structure, and usually when you have the idea to set up those kinds of companies and you're going abroad, it's difficult for you to, right, adjust because you don't understand the legalities, right? And that's what we're focusing on. We want to see the legalities of the system and how the setup, how the system works, right? But we'll do that first. Let's take a break to see what we found in the news.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
You are still watching Ways Now. World Crocodile Day is observed on June 17 every year to raise awareness about the plight of the crocodiles and alligators and protect them from getting extinct in the near future. The Global Day has been observed since 2017 and was started by the Crocodile Research Coalition in collaboration with the Belize Zoo. Now, the Belize Zoo organizes the most prominent event on World Crocodile Day to celebrate the species and simultaneously take a step towards protecting them from continuous exploitation and danger. Events at the zoo include engaging activities such as crocodile exhibition, face painting, croc talks, photo booth, etc. Now, separate educational seminars are also conducted to raise a concern about the endangered species and provide solutions for their healthy survival. Who is a croc fan here? all of the they buy bag and croc skin, leather bag, leather shoe. See your life.
No, we're not crocodile fans.
Really?
Fans, no.
But Uti, I wanted to ask: is this crocodile? Is it related to the Crocs? What's it called? Footwear that we have?
No. The footwear is purely rubber.
So it's just a coincidence that the name is called Crocs.
Yeah, so I think it's the look.
I'm just asking me.
Come on.
But yes, no. Oh, it's stretching. Don't worry,
don't mind her. Are you for real?
But I mean, the thing about it is, I mean, croc leather is so. I mean, for such a dangerous animal, the leather is so lush and so plush when you have it in, your leather goods. It's really good, but. I'm surprised. I think for me, the most shocking thing was just the fact, the amount of crocodile leather that's actually sourced here in Nigeria. I never think of those kinds of things here, but we actually have a market for all types of leather. So croc leather is actually available here as well. So
Kaduna is a city of crocodiles.
And people like that.
They get them from the north.
That's why it's called Kada. Kaduna
really?
is crocodile.
Okay. That's good.
I hope I'm correct. If I remember my Hausa correctly. All right, so Uti, what did you find for us in the news?
Okay, so my headline is the culmination of a long battle. It says Lagos loses hijab battle at the Supreme Court. So I remember this in 2018 when Lagos appealed. So Lagos had put in place wanting to ban the hijabs from their public schools. So this is to do with the education sector in Lagos State, where it had restricted the use of hijab for female Muslim students in public schools in the state. It had initially been taken to court, lost the case, and then appealed and won the case. But now the Supreme Court. So the No, it's the other way around. They lost in the appeal. Their judgment was set aside in the appeal. So they then took it to the Supreme Court to then appeal or to get a final decision and say on the case. So because at that time it was set aside, they had put out something in 2018 to say that hijabs were allowed and they're giving guidelines of it being neat and all of that. But as at today, the Supreme Court, with a 7-member panel, has upheld the judgment and said that the Lagos State government cannot ban the use of hijabs in the state. So Lagos State has lost its appeal. You cannot appeal the Supreme Court, as Mani can tell us better. But it just means that basically the rights, of course, right to religion is one of our fundamental rights here, constitutionally as well, so that female Muslims are allowed to recognize their faith in terms of wearing the hijab. So for all the Muslims out there, I'm sure this is a wonderful. I've seen a lot of commentary from a lot of Muslim organizations thanking the Supreme Court, which interestingly was a mixed faith panel. So there were actually, I think, more Christians on the panel than Muslims of judges, and that has the Lagos State government, as I said, has lost that appeal. So congratulations to all those that fought the fight for the longest time.
I wore hijabs when I was in school because there was a time I had to go to a purely Islamic school, and part of the rules are you wear. So they made the Christians a bit, they gave us a bit of freedom, but the freedom was we could tie our hair. But the Muslims, you had to wear the hijab, yes. I mean, these things sometimes we spark up unnecessary wahala, because this is this is their identities, their way of life. It is who they are. You understand?
Respect
you should
them enough
respect them enough to just let them be. The fact that you do not want to probably wear the hijab or something doesn't mean that, so allow people express their religion however best that they want to. I mean, the hijab has never really affected anybody, so I don't know. It's quite interesting.
I think it became a controversial thing.
Yeah, I was right about Kaduna. I just wanted to put it out there.
Yeah.
I got my house right. So it says that Kaduna River used to be the place that hosted a large crocodile population, right? So Kada is crocodile. Hallelujah. I didn't fail. Let my house teacher not look for me. All right, Manny, your story.
Alrighty. So George dismisses plea bargain and jails a man for 21 years for killing his wife. The Lagos State High Court, sitting at the Tafawa Balewa Square, has sentenced the man, Daniel Gajo, to 21 years imprisonment for stabbing his 24-year-old wife, Esther, to death. The prosecution said that the act was contrary to Section 22(7) of the Criminal Law of Lagos State 2015. Gajo had initially pleaded not guilty to one count of involuntary manslaughter during his arraignment and was remanded on the 13th of June 2013, but at the resumed hearing on Thursday, 16th of June 2022, before Justice Yetunde Adesanya, the prosecution informed the court that the defendant had decided to plead guilty to the charge. So the prosecution submitted the plea bargain and sentence agreement signed by the defense counsel to the court, and also prayed the court to grant the 17 years jail term as recommended in the agreement. However, the church refused to grant it and said that nobody had the right to take another's life, and however sentenced him to 21 years in prison. Yeah, so I think this was a good one, because it was the killing of this woman was unprovoked. He actually went to her mother's house and killed her, so, and now he wants a plea bargain for a reduced sentence. I think it's crazy, and it's a good one. This is congratulations to the family of the deceased.
This is more credibility to our justice system.
Oh yes, it is.
It gives a lot of credibility to our justice system.
Yes.
All right, so my story is just in line with what we had talked about yesterday when we were talking about the stingy man.
Yeah.
So Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, she says, no apologies, please. One, Peter Obi's supposed on Peter Obi's supposed stinginess. So she recounted how Peter Obi had gone to Dallas, right, for to visit her and her husband. I think he had an event as well. It was a black tie event. And so he then realized that he just packed the bag. There were only books and files in there. He didn't have a proper outfit for the event. So they went into a store. I think they were supposed to get a Tom Ford suit or something that was worth about $3,895. The man could not hold it. He said never will he be caught to wear that kind of
so what did he wear?
That he could not find himself or bring himself to that point where he could pay for that amount of money to buy that suit. So he eventually went to a regular store and got a suit of about $220, and inclusive of tax. So he bought the suit and he wore it. He felt so good with himself. She just said what struck her after all of this was when he was heading to the airport, heading back to Nigeria, he took out an envelope that had $3,800. Because what he had said was that, do you know how many lives will be impacted with $3,800? I will just use it to buy one suit to wear for one day. So he gave her $3,800 and he told her that he trusted her that she was going to put it to good use. So she recounted how she helped. She used the money to help a woman, I think, who had her yam shed was gutted with fire. There was a woman that had 6 young children that, they had been thrown out of their house, their room accommodation, because their breadwinner fell upon hard times and could no longer pay the rent. I mean, she listed the number of people that $3,800 $800 helped. So she was saying that if this is what you call so let me quote her. She says, if this way of life is what is derided as stinginess on the part of Peter Obi, then we all need to adopt this mold for a more sustainable and more humane environment. You know, so I mean, this is just in line. And just to give a quick follow-up, that I hear that Father Mbaka has apologized for his statements that he made.
It's too late.
Yes. No, well, but he got the backlash, right? He got the backlash because it was so totally uncalled for. So I hear that he's apologized, saying that he apologizes, of course, to Peter Obi. I haven't read the story. That is my friend and remains my friend and my brother. I love him and I wish him success. May God bless him and his good supporters, right? So at least he's made that apology. Then just to also finally add, because in the spirit of giving us what is trending, we hear Doyin Okukwe is now is holding place for the vice presidential candidate, that they had to submit his name as a placeholder because they wanted to meet the deadline for today, Friday, right? So Doyin Okukwe is the placeholder for because yesterday we had mentioned Atiku's running mate, Tinubu's running mate. So Labour Party now has brought out Doyin Okukwe, but as a placeholder for the VP slot for the VP. So we'll keep our eyes on the ball. I'm sure by Monday a lot of things would have unraveled. So we'll take a break now. Let's discuss NGO matter. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
All right, so thanks for staying with us. Now, the exact structure of a non-profit organization depends partly on where it is incorporated. Some states have their own requirements for the number of directors or other officers of the non-profit. However, the basic structure of a non-profit is generally the same everywhere. The structure is divided into three fundamental areas: governance, programs, and administration, and then further subdivided within each area depending on the purpose and the goal of the non-profit. Now, stories of cases of fraud in non-profit organization is not news to most of us. Why is this very rampant? We're asking tonight. And what are the legalities involved, right? What is the ideal business structure for a non-profit organization? Because, I mean, a lot of people are actually going into non-profits. They set it up and they run it, but not many people understand how it's supposed to be structured. So in case there are laws, of the land, you're not breaking up any such rules, right? So let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa 1 with the hashtag Wayshow. All right, so money, since you are the lawyer here, help me out, because okay, so the background of this conversation started when we saw the post of the going all over social media, and everybody's just backlashing and saying, pastors, because it's very quick. Anything that has to do with pastors or whatever, we do not spare them. We just jump on it. We could talk now, offering and all of those things, right? But I want to believe that some churches are getting it right. I want to believe that, for instance, let me speak of my own church. I know that there's a proper organizational structure. Currently now, my senior pastor and his wife, they are not even in Nigeria. But the church is still running. Everything is going on. You know, the accounts are there. Somebody's in charge of the accounts and all of that. So the question around, you know, because this church falls under non-profit, not-for-profit organizations, right? So the question around structure, because I have a non-for-profit organization, and I don't think I have beyond maybe 1 or 2 people as signatories to the account. I know that I'm not getting it right, because ideally you're supposed to have a proper structure, that you're supposed to do audited accounts and all of that, because again, some of these funds that are given to you as a not-for-profit is in trust that you're going to use it, you know, to help people. I judiciously use mine funds to help people, even with my personal money and everything. But I can still say that if it comes to the structure, I don't think I have done it well, you know, structurally. So I just want us to use this as an opportunity to educate ourselves, right? So if we're thinking to set up non-for-profit churches or whatever, what are the ideal things you should put in place as a business structure? Then I'll come to Uti.
Okay, so the NGO is a non-profit organization which is organized for a particular purpose. So a good example of this is the Nigerian Red Cross Association. So we know that is for the public. So they're supposed to help to touch lives. They're supposed to help the government, you know, to create changes in different areas. They're also supposed to help to compel the government to do the right things, you know. So the KAMA empowers the CAC, you know, to regulate the non-profit organizations. So what they're supposed to do is abide by the obligations, and some of these obligations are the laws of incorporations, fundraising legislations, equal employment principles, health and safety. So privacy, there are just a lot of them, trademark and copyright. So they are also supposed to file their returns, and like the name implies, it's for non-profit. It's not for profits, meaning that whatever it is that it's in line with their objectives is what they're supposed to stick by. So if, for example, if the objective of your organization is to help, let's say, the orphanage homes, so you're supposed to abide by the legislation of that, strictly by it. So you don't take the funds in your organization that is supposed to be used to help the orphans and then used to help maybe like an organization for pets. Yes, so we're supposed to abide by those legislators or legislations. So then we also have issues with mismanagement. They're not supposed to mismanage funds. They're not supposed to commit any fraudulent act. You know, they're not supposed to do any misconduct. Everything has the consequences. So they're punishable by law, you know, sometimes by jail term. So when we look at this issue with this church right now, I think I went back to read the background story of this church in the UK. It's not really fraud as we know fraud, because the NGOs in the UK are highly regulated. They're not like our NGOs here. Who is really regulating our NGOs? You just said something. You run an NGO. Has anybody called you? Have you filed any returns? Is anybody checking what you're doing? The reason why nobody's really checking you is in Nigeria, we kind of run what we run without any help from the government. But it's not the same case in the UK. In the UK, the government is interested in all this because, you know, they take taxation very seriously. In Nigeria, so many companies are not paying taxes, so, and the government, they don't even know. So the NGO in the UK, they are not supposed to pay taxes as well as the ones in Nigeria. But in the UK, they make sure that everything they are doing is in line with their objectives. Then another thing that the UK government does is for every £1 that the NGOs give out, the UK gives them 20. They match it. Exactly. So because they match it, they have stakes in the company as well. They watch it. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. So they take that seriously. So the way we look at fraud in Nigeria is in amongst these NGOs, not the way they look at fraud. So if this thing happens in Nigeria, you say, oh yes, they've embezzled money, they are eating people's tithes and offering. But in the UK, it might be something as small as not filing returns.
That's what I was going to say. That we will file returns in
exactly.
Nigeria.
It's something as small as that. So yes, it's very different, but there are laws governing the NGO. Yes.
Okay, let me come to you, Uti. You are a Eucarian. You are British.
Yeah, so she will know something about.
Well, did you find time to actually read this story? And can you just give us like a little bit of what you know when it comes to non-profit companies abroad?
So really, for me, it's about the non-profits and the way they're set up. I think money is giving us a good foundation, right?
Yeah.
And it's interesting for me, when I saw this story, I didn't read it, but the headline immediately caught me because it was the UK, and I'm like, these people don't learn. This is not the first time a Nigerian church is falling foul to the UK Charities Commission. If we recall many years ago, another channel, yes, KICC, also fell into some problems with the Charities Commission, where there was the issue that started it off was actually the fact he wasn't actually drawing a salary, but when he turned 50, the board of trustees of the church, or the leadership, decided to buy him a gift of a car. Now, they didn't apply, which would be a normal thing, right? We see it happen here in Nigeria all the time. But in the UK, because as Manny said, it's quite heavily regulated, they didn't apply for a waiver to be allowed to spend those kind of funds on a gift for personal use. And of course, that then caused an investigation. And that was almost like opening a door into looking into the church and realizing that they had made some investments to the tune of millions of pounds and had lost money in those investments. So they were investments of a high risk nature and lost money. So this is not the first time that we would say, in the legal sense of it, that there was no precedent, right? If you are operating in the UK, in that particular space, we understand that it's highly regulated, and we've seen other similar organizations that have had these kinds of issues. So when I saw the headline, I thought, don't we learn what could have possibly happened here for you to fall foul in a very highly regulated country? I mean, in that KICC issue, the entire board of trustees was fired, and then they had to hire interim management, and they had to turn the church into a company and all those kind of things. So when I see that this is still happening, it's the idea for me of how is this structured? Where are the checks and balances that are put in place to prevent these things from happening? If we come away from the faith-based sector, in 2020, when we had COVID, it seemed like money was flying around all over the place. NGOs, people were setting up NGOs just so that they could, yes, I don't want to be cynical and say that they were doing it just to make money, but there was a lot of money flying around, and there was a lot of foreign funds available to help in that time of COVID when, of course, there was a real need. So what checks and balances are in place to actually prevent these issues? What kind of structure? So when we talk about non-profits, of course, there's so many things that come under that umbrella of non-profits, whether they're trusts or they're incorporated charities or non-incorporated associations, or even, in fact, like yourself, who are somebody that's just looking to set something up to benefit a collective under a certain banner. So it's really now coming to the point where we don't even have a culture in Nigeria here, right? The way we have in places like the UK, where giving to charity, some people do it like it's almost like a financial transaction, right? You have a direct debit on your account and you're just giving money to a charity that you believe in their cause. So if we say that we want to add more structure, if you remember when we had TA on the show, and he was talking about the stuff that he was doing or he had been doing in that what's the word now? The word escapes me. It's not charity, philanthropy, right? In the work that he started doing in his state, we have a huge need for non-profits and NGOs and the work that they do in Nigeria. We all know that poverty is rife. We know that in every key sector, education, health, there are a myriad of issues. So we have enough going for us here where we need to for us to feel the ripple effect of, Uwa is doing her own NGO, Uti is doing her own NGO, the Ladies of Ways, everybody's doing their little bits in bits and pieces. But of course, it's not scaling. because we have a huge population, we have a huge problem. So we're not enjoying some of the benefits that more organized charities and NGOs see in other countries. Like the one that comes to mind for me is one that is close to my heart, is the Macmillan Cancer Trust. It's a very old, very big charity that offers, care and support for cancer patients. You can actually feel their impact, right, on a national scale in the UK. So if we want to see that kind of impact for our NGOs, the structures need to change. The coming together, rather than having all these mushrooms, which opens actually the room for fraud, right? Because anybody can set it up and it's not properly governed. But if we start to come together and pool these funds in a way under proper structure, it would really change the impact of what that money and the kind of charity and philanthropy that we're doing in Nigeria would have.
Absolutely. Because I like where you're going with the conversation, because now what I think the downside to some of these things are that we're not putting structure to it. It makes it difficult, right, for people to be comfortable donating. So for instance, now the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, for instance, you see top players donating to that cause because there is a proper structure, and they believe that whatever dime that I'm giving to this organization will be used, judiciously. But like you rightly mentioned, like some of us that have mushroom NGOs that are not structured, right? And this is not to say that even the structured ones are not fraudulent. There's a lot of fraud going on in non-governmental organizations because it's supposed to be like you are not accountable to whatever income comes. But from what you're saying that you're supposed to be filing returns and all that tells me that a lot of us are actually, fraudulent, if I want to put the words that they're saying.
Yes.
A lot of us are fraudulent because nobody is filing any. Yes, well, because it's the breach of how it's supposed to be, right? So how do we begin to start to correct this, and probably if we want to say we want to get it right, because now there is a law in Nigeria, but it's just that these things are not being implemented. If they implement it today, it means that a lot of these not-for-profit organizations, right, be it church, whatever, NGOs or whatever, they would shut them down, right? But let me take a break. We'll come back from the break, then we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us.
We do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we're discussing the ideal business structure for non-profit organization, and this is coming off of the back of the church in the UK that was shut down because of suspected fraudulent activities, right? So please, let's hear what you have to say. If you have an NGO, it would be nice to share how you are running your organization. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa1 with the hashtag Wayshow. So, what I was saying, that how do we begin to correct this? Because again, whether we like it or not, Uti, you called us mushroom NGOs. There's still room for people like us in the scheme of things, because like what I do, for instance, with my NGO, I don't think anybody's doing it, right? So I like to engage children intellectually. So they play games of chess, Scrabble, and IO annually. Over 3,000 children gathered in a hall, and we make sure that the winners go home. So the goal was supposed to match up. So when you have intellectual events, usually it is a handshake and 10,000 naira, thank you for coming. But we're trying to also up the game. First of all, it is done world-class standard, and secondly, it's also to ensure that these children look forward to playing the games because they are winning something substantial. So there's seed funds towards their school fees, and there's also, we give them gadgets. So we give them laptops, we give them tablets and all of that. We give them school bags. So there's a lot that goes on. So it is almost, and again, it's around the new term. So just before September, you do it in August, and a lot of children are engaged in it. So they're looking forward to coming for it. So they know that there's something that their intellect can earn them. So it's like placing value on their intellectual capacity, right? But you see, there's a room for somebody like me, the mushroom NGO. But how do I begin to get it right that I am not bridging any form of, so that tomorrow nobody comes to accuse me of being fraudulent? Because sometimes, again, ignorance, but they say in law, ignorance is, what do you call it? It's no excuse. Ignorance sometimes play out hugely in some of these things. People don't know. Because there's room to just start a church like that, especially in Nigeria, or start an NGO. You just start and you don't check what needs to be in place. Yeah.
So what are their guidelines, like we talked about, for these NGOs? The CAMA has empowered the CAC, to register NGOs and just watch over them. Instead of them to, like now we talked about the UK. In the UK, they have the charity commissions that check and balance everything NGOs. So now we have the CAC, we have the CAMA. So, but instead of them to, look at the NGOs and see what they are not doing and see what they're supposed to be doing, just generally regulate them. In 2020, the CAMA made new provisions regarding the administrations of churches. So when we are looking at NGO in the UK and in the world over, we look at NGOs, non-profit organization, non-governmental organizations, but CAC has narrowed theirs down to the churches. You understand? So I think that's where the problem starts from. So these new provisions came out in 2020, and it's talking about the CAC having power to remove trustees in the NGO and appoint new trustees, even non-Christian trustees, to run the church. So that in the first place is wrong, so there has been major apprehension among Christian folks concerning this new provision. So for me now, if I were to answer your question, like how are you supposed to run your NGO correctly, like I said, there are guidelines in CAC, in CAMA. You can look them up. File returns. Are you filing your returns? Who are the board of trustees in your NGO? Are you up to 3 or are you less than 3? You're not supposed to be less than 3.
We have 3. We did a proper registration.
Okay, fine. So what are your objectives? Are you following your objectives? So you just look at these things and then you just make sure you are in line with everything that your objective says. You have a constitution. Everything is founded on the constitution of the NGO. So you just go back to the books and look at what you are doing, what you're not doing, and just correct it. Because one day I believe that Nigeria will get to the place where we would start to follow things according to the books, and then you won't want to be found wanting in that time. Yeah.
So Uti, I was going to ask Uti if oh, okay. Uti, can you hear me?
She's there.
Yeah, but it's very faint.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So I was just going to ask you that, I'm losing my thoughts.
Why?
I don't know why I'm losing my thoughts. But I was going to ask you, what's your take on, what's it called, the infrastructural, currently as we run our NGOs in Nigeria? Do you think we're doing it fairly? Are we doing it well in Nigeria?
I don't even know that we have enough insight or data to be able to make that assertion of whether it's right or wrong. I think what we know is that there are enough gaps for us to be able to take advantage of it, right? Anything, like Manny says, has anybody asked you for your returns? Is anybody checking what you're doing? if you're actually meeting the conditions of the organization that you've set up. So typically, if you're setting this up, do you have some sort of charter or some sort of bylaws, something that guides how you operate, where you source your funds, what funds can be spent on. So all these governance issues, right, that should actually be monitored. Right now, it's at the discretion of whoever the founder is, whether or not how they choose to raise funds, where they choose to source the funds from, whether or not they're accountable for how the funds are spent. So there's a lot of gaps. So we don't know now the extent of the abuse. I mean, we see the stories from time to time. I remember reading a story, I think somewhere in 2020, of a young man who had approached, I believe it was a UK or US charity, to raise funds in the name of, I believe it was safe abortions for girls in Borno, or something to do with Boko Haram. And he had essentially just realized that this was a free-for-all. He could claim whatever, because it was an African country, he could fake whatever documents or whatever he needed to prove to this organization that he was actually going to genuinely spend these funds for the cause. And of course, which he didn't. So he was just living a lavish lifestyle of the money that he was collecting. So we see these kinds of cases periodically. But the truth is, do we even have a real scope on the amount of NGOs that we have? Yes, we have some that are registered, right? But like we said, a lot of people are doing charity. A lot of people are out there feeding people, educating people, and none of it is tracked. So it is really about how big is the NGO sector in Nigeria, or the charitable sector, philanthropy sector in Nigeria. Can we really say that we know how big it is? For us to then talk about the structure. If it comes to, yes, when we register it, like Manny was saying, you can register an NGO today, just like you can register a company. So do we have some rules and guidelines in place? We do. But as always, what is being enforced, what is being monitored, what is being managed appropriately, that we cannot speak to. So even take orphanages, for example. We have lots of orphanages all over the place. People, you see pictures all the time making the rounds on social media. Either one organization or one celebrity or somebody has gone to give rice and noodles and all of these things. Who's to say that those things are actually, the orphanages are actually using it as they should? And, one staff is not just like, hey, I'm hungry, here's a box of noodles, I'll just take it home. So are these checks and balances in place at the level of the NGOs, but even at a level where it's being monitored? That I don't think we have, and I think we can certainly do better. If there's a lot more confidence in that sector, we could see a lot more people spending a lot more money to give.
Absolutely. Mani, what do you think the challenges are? What's the real problem? Why can't we have that?
In Nigeria, we have issues like what he's talking about, regulators. We have issues with regulators. We have issues with regulations. So if people don't even know it, we register NGOs here like we're just registering a limited liability company, and there's supposed to be a difference. So many people register NGOs because they don't want to pay taxes. But the truth is, many companies in Nigeria don't even pay taxes, and the government don't even know these companies, But I think the major issue, especially if I want to address what Uti is saying, is regulations and regulators. Another major issue that we have with the NGOs is the founders issue. In the UK, they change the board of trustees every 7, 8, 10 years. But in Nigeria, we have the same board of trustees forever.
Now you did there when God they give me the vision.
I'm telling you, like, what are you doing there? Why are you the only signatory to the church's account? Why are you the only signatory to your organization? So
you were not there when I was called, man.
Yes, I know it wasn't a conference call. Yes, we know that. But then again, that is a major issue. You understand? So because of this lack of regulators, we can do these things that we are not supposed to do, and then it continues to happen. Nobody governs, and then everybody continues doing.
But is it deliberate that the church is actually, or most of the NGOs keep away what it is that they're earning, because maybe for the fear of maybe the government asking them to start paying taxes or something? Is that
part of the reason why this whole issue came up in 2020 was because of the lavish way pastors were living. A lot of pastors have more than 2-3 private jets. They are driving luxury cars. You understand? So why the government is thinking? So why are we not taxing these people?
It's the blessing of the Lord. And
yeah, we know.
There's no sorrow to it, baby.
Well, we know, but it now brings us back to that place. Why are we not taxing these people? Because they are living even better than the government, like government officials or even, you know, foreign organization workers. So, and all this is happening because nobody is regulating them. Uti said something about what happened in KICC. They decided to buy a car. These are things that happen in Nigeria all the time. They buy cars for their pastors. They buy jets, private jets for pastors. They do a lot of things. Who is regulating? Where are these monies? What are the monies being used for? Are this money being used for what they said the objectives of the organizations? You know.
Well,
so
let me help you out. Wait, I want to ask a very, very innocent question, Manny. Don't use your lawyer eye to look at me. I just want to know, is it possible for a church to have a clear objective? Because these days, churches do everything.
No, they
pay hospital bills, they pay school fees, they give you money for your rent, they give you house, they give you. So, is it possible to actually streamline? I'm just focusing on the churches now. So, if it's an NGO like mine that is focused on children, I have a clear goal. My own is clear. My goal is to focus on. I cannot come and if you meet me as a mommy, sorry, I don't have your budget. But I'm saying that for churches, it's going to be very tough. For religious bodies,
no,
right?
all those things come under charitable donations. So I think they are allowed to make charitable donations.
So they can tell you that the car that they are buying for the pastor is charitable donation.
No, you know why? In the UK, if you have a car that is for your organization, you cannot, the pastor has no right to use the organization's car privately, maybe to pick his children or to go for his own runs. No, he has no right to do that. So that means the church has no right to use the funds of that organization to buy a car. Wow. Yeah. So it's highly regulated. That's why everything works the way it works. And that's why you see the post that you saw today, you know.
So they said that, let's go back to this church man.
Okay.
Right. They said that the company's financial statement in 2 years to December 2021 set out to be 610,000 pounds of rent expenditure. I mean, there are so many misappropriations. I think something around his rentals, right? That there were too many. Then he was coercing, what's it called? Coercing the church members, right? To vulnerable people and the youth. Let me see if I can find it quickly. Much of his charitable work were based in London, working particularly. I'm trying to find the part where they talked about him coercing the members, you know, to make donations and all of that.
Which is what they all do, like it's normal.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So like this is what we see regularly. So why would they call it a fraudulent activity? So is it that as bodies, Christian bodies, you're not allowed to ask members to donate or something? Is it that it is illegal?
You used the word what? You said they were trying to
coerce.
Yes. Yes, they are not supposed to do that.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's...
it's okay to ask for donations, but you don't try to force the hands of your members to give you money. Yes.
Otielu.
Yes, ma'am.
I think this
I'm struggling to hear you guys, but go ahead.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, Oti.
So sorry.
It's actually a straightforward case. There are laws guiding these NGOs. We just don't follow these laws because there's nobody watching to see who's following. You understand? When you started reading, you talked about the laws, you talked about administration. So there's no administration. You understand? So that's why things are the way they are. And then it happens that it's always Nigerian pastors are always getting into this kind of issues abroad, because in Nigeria we do things and we get away with them, but abroad we do not get away with them. Yeah.
So what if you had something to say to the pastor, what would you say to him now?
Well, so I mean, it's very simple, right? I think that in a place like Nigeria, you can say it's ambiguous. You can say it's not clear, that I don't know or I didn't know what I was supposed to do. But remember that I said that even if you say you didn't,
ignorance is
precedent exists. you have seen a very similar organization like yourself go through a particular process. So if you are now being asked to account for £1.87 million, and the UK government is able to hold you to say there's a lack of transparency, these monies have been spent, there is no clear trail of how the money has been spent. So essentially, that means that you've not been keeping your books accurately, or you've been treating it as whether it's that you were treating it as a personal purse, or you were just bad at accounting, you just gave a couple of examples of things that churches do. It could also very well be that this money had been spent in a purely honest way, and it was just pure accounting. But we don't have, at least I don't have enough information from what I've read about this to show that the church has been properly investigated. So I don't believe that they have responded yet. But the investigation is still ongoing. What I would say for this pastor, and in fact, not this pastor, because his own case is irredeemable now, at least the investigation church has been shut down. But for pastors that find themselves, particularly in the UK, particularly outside of Nigeria, don't take Nigerian anyhowness abroad. It's not going to work. There are clear rules. Ignorance is no defense. You need to learn what the rules say you can.
I was going to say that. Uti, sorry. I'm so sorry. You know, I just saw the picture. I was going to tell them to put on the picture. They said they are looking for 1.9 million pounds. The shirt is wearing. Let them start from there.
But I don't even want to go down that route, because there are many ways in which you can make money. The 1.9 I come back to the KICC example. At the time when that issue happened, Pastor Matthew wasn't actually drawing a salary from the church, right? He chose to make his own money from his other businesses, right? And a lot of pastors do that. So I don't even want to look at that. But this one now is really, we can't keep seeing these things happen. And you know what it does? What is sad for me is that it shines a negative spotlight on the church, on the Pentecostal, these churches of Nigerian origin. We have plenty of them. So it begins to shine a negative spotlight on that, in the mind of the UK government or Charities Commission. Oh, do we now need to start looking into all Nigerian, faith-based organizations? So the fact is, I want to believe that most of these people are doing the right thing or want to do the right thing, but you can't hide behind ignorance. And the tune of money, 1.9 million pounds. Even Naira, 1.9 million is money, comes up of pounds, and we know what the exchange rate is. So it's a lot of money that we're talking about that has gone, that is allegedly unaccounted for. So you can't have that kind of money passing through your organization and you don't have a proper structure to manage it. It's not going to end well, as we can see here. So the guide for other pastors, like you said, there's enough precedent. If you're in the UK, if you're in the US, if you're outside of Nigeria, in fact, even if you're in Nigeria, put proper governance structures in place.
Absolutely.
So that you put your faith, you position your faith in the right light. We've had so many different discussions on the show. I remember when Santi and I were talking about the pastor and the private jets. And I'm like, can we just do enough to put this faith in the right light and not keep having to talk about money when we talk about the Christian faith?
Absolutely. Mani, I was going to ask that if he comes back eventually to then what's it called, account, do a proper auditing, they come to the system, is it possible for him to be redeemed back, reinstated, right?
Yes, of course.
So all he needs to do is just be accountable, right?
Yes, if that really is what the issue is.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. If you had any final words?
Yeah, final words. I'll say for us in Nigeria, our regulators don't know the regulations. Yes, so I would say that the CAC is a government agency, and our government has a record of being inefficient and corrupt. So if the CAC is the body that is supposed to be regulating the NGOs, we see why there's a problem.
Means that there will not be some way forward. A lot of messages are coming on Peter Obi. Obviously, they are watching us on GoTV. So we're not taking those messages. But this is why you see a lot of churches, a lot of pastors harassing people, saying donate. Because when they donate that money, Nobody goes back to account. Only very few churches, and I must commend my church, Daystar.
I would like to commend the Elevation Church.
The Elevation Church, because he's a protege.
Yeah.
He's a protege. He was trained well by Daystar Christian Center. I mean, when you go there, you know that it's an organizational structure. They have a proper structure. It's not like, this is a one-man kind of thing. So if Pastor Sam decides to say, I'm retiring from pastoring, the church goes on.
And that's one of the benefits system of the NGO. It's supposed to continue.
And that's also what the Catholics, the Anglicans, the Baptists, those are the structures that they have
in place.
Yes. Right? So I think all these things that we're talking about when it comes to churches are more linked to the Pentecostal churches, right? The modern churches and all of that. If not, if you look at the old structure of churches, they had all those structures in place, right? So hopefully, like Uti has rightly advised, if you are going to, you can only try this in Nigeria. If you're going to the UK, please, there is actually supposed to be an ideal business structure for running a non-for-profit organization. I think it would be best for you to follow through, cross all the T's and dot all the I's, so you don't be caught, wanting. Thank you so much, ladies. We had a fantastic, this has been a blissful week. Let me just leave it there. Thank you, Uti. We had a fantastic conversation. Now, before we go, do follow us on Instagram. You can follow us, interact with us, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. The real development I've seen of people in organizations, especially in big ones, comes from their being volunteers in a non-for-profit organization where you have responsibilities, you see results, and you quickly learn what your values are. There is no better way to understand your strength and discover where you belong than to volunteer in a non-for-profit. Now, that is probably the great opportunity for the social sector, and especially in its relationship to business. A lot of great things happen in churches. A lot of great things happen in non-for-profit, right? So let's not abuse it. Let's learn the structure and put the structures in place. We'll see you guys live on Monday at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to One on One. My name is Fumi Unwajefe, and on today's episode, we'll be talking about embedded finance as a solution for non-financial businesses and the growing tech space in Nigeria. My guest today is referred to as a chief plumber. His name is Okwe Adeoye, and he has spent over 17 years in the technology and payment ecosystem in various capacities, including engineering, leading high-performance product teams. Okwe spent 11 years at InterSwitch Nigeria. In the process, created and led the creation of the QuickTeller product line and ran it as a business unit before handing it over, from strategy to product design and management to architecture, the entire works. Now he started his own Nigerian API fintech startup, OnePipe, and it recently raised $950,000 in pre-seed investment. He believes the world needs a new type of financial service ecosystem, one where everyone has a role to play and everyone has some value to capture. Thank you, Okwe, for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So tell us, what was growing up like? Were you, so I always like to ask this question, especially to the tech guys. Were you like a nerd growing up? What were you as a child?
Is there any nerd that will tell you that I was a nerd? So I think I wasn't one of those cool children. I wasn't cool in any way. I think I was a nerd.
Okay.
I think I was pretty reserved. Typically always at home.
You're still reserved now. It took a lot of talking to get you out.
Yeah, so always reading a comic, always buried in fiction, usually. But I wouldn't say I was a tech child per se.
So now that you're in the financial space, is that something when we're all younger, we always had this thing, I want to be this and this. So you're reading comics and all of that. What did you want to be when you were younger, and then how you found yourself here?
Spider-Man. I wanted to be Nigeria Spider-Man.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to be Nigeria Spider-Man. Like every child, you want to be this, then you want to be that, then you want to be that. But there was one thing that, after a while, I was like, I think I would like to be an inventor. The picture I had in my head is a mad inventor in his basement, always creating something new. And then there's a world out there with the thing he creates, he can be watching them play with the thing from outside so that they don't. So that's sort of the picture I had in my head for what I want to be when I grow up. As things evolved, I thought the solution to that was, I'm going to become an electronics expert. I'm going to move to Japan. Then growing up was like Sharp and Sanyo. I'm going to move to Japan and become an electronics expert. Then because of that, I went to study electrical engineering. Then in the course of studying electrical engineering, I'm like, this thing is hard. I don't think this is going to work. Somewhere in the course of that, I picked up coding. And that's how I entered tech. But I wanted to be an inventor. I hope somehow I'm halfway in the course of that journey now. Maybe somehow I could be an inventor.
Interesting. So, the thing with tech, especially when you hear that people raise so much money, many people don't hear about the not so successful stories. So I want you to tell us about Twi Labs. What was it about? What happened and all?
Okay, so I was like, I'm going to start a company. It's time. So I've always planned to start a company, like as far back as I know. Even growing up, I told my parents when I was leaving school that I don't want to work for anybody. My mom convinced me that no, you need to start from somewhere. This thing, you don't just jump into it. So they start from somewhere, ended up becoming like 13 years of paid employment. But I'd always thought I would start something someday that would invent something. And my thought was, after spending quite some time in the corporate world, to start a lab that can produce products on the fly and turn those products into companies. Like that was the idea behind Twi Labs. Luckily for me, I had like a group of friends who understood that concept, who backed us with a little bit amount of capital to get started. But before we knew it, the money was finished. None of the product had taken roots. It didn't know they work, if I can put it like that. All the money had gone. My savings had gone with it. I'd moved from the house I was living to another one, taking my daughter from the school she was in to another one. My second daughter could not start school yet because, are you sure we can afford this thing now? So there was all of that going on. I put my wife's car on Uber. So there was quite a bit of that. And then, but all of this happened in the space of 1 year. Like this entire, from employed guy that thought it was all that to this guy is just struggling and doesn't know what he's doing. All of it happened in like 1 year. Then was at the end of that 1 year, we're like, let's do something different. Which of the things in these Twi Labs look like it is making sense? It was the thing then called PayPipe, like payment aggregation. Like, okay, can we reorganize it a little bit and call it One Pipe instead and turn it to a company, and let's just face it. It was a painful process. Like, Toy Labs were 24 people at some point. We had to let go of almost everybody.
Oh, wow.
And it was just 6 of us that crossed to continue the One Pipe journey out of that. So yes, it was a painful personal experience for me. I won't lie. It really was painful. I'm like, who sent you to do this thing? But
what are the lessons that you've learned from the failure of Toy Labs and you are using very effectively in One Pipe now?
To be honest, I would say the biggest lesson is that there are no failures, that there's only learning. And whatever you think is a failure, it's really just if your staying power can get past that phase. The thing you went through in that period is a contribution for you. Like, one of the things I took away from the Toy Labs experience was that I find that younger, hungry, driven people are an asset for you. Like, we are all trying to make this thing work. We don't know this thing, so we're trying to do it. So people with such a mindset are a significant asset versus people with a chip on their shoulder, at least depending on the stage that you are in. I took that lesson, and it's even part of the things that drive our hiring process at One Pipe now. Like, we need to check, like in every interview, we make sure that we ask the people, what do you really want from your life in 5 years? You have to articulate it as clearly as you want. You have to articulate it back to us, how we can help you do that before we even discuss your work at One Pipe. Like, what's important to you? Do you see us helping? Is there a line that we can find some kind of synergy? If yes, let's continue this interview. If not, it's been real. We shake hands, we move.
Yes, that's very interesting. Okay, so let's talk about, you've started this company, finding the right staff of people, because I know, like, in the tech space, they poach your people like this. Somebody is dangling money somewhere. Somebody is, so you've gone through this process. This person has, pledged their loyalty and everything to you. But look, somebody's promising me ×5 of my salary. They'll move me abroad. They'll do all of that. How do you, you've talked about getting the right stuff, but how do you now keep this good talent that you have for your business?
If I tell you I know the answer, I am lying. Because if I know the answer, I shouldn't be running One Pipe. I should be running some kind of talent thing. But hard facts will be, since we started One Pipe, we're roughly 33 now, if I have the number correct. Up until December this year, only one person had ever left us. And
how many years has One Pipe existed for?
3 now.
3 years, okay.
Yeah. So while people talk about talent attrition, I think we don't have that problem, at least not yet. What is working, I think only time will tell. But I think part of what our team likes is this sense of openness, transparency. Like, I go to them, I'm a first-time CEO. Like, I don't know this thing. So if you ask me, 2 of us are looking at each other. So I think people appreciate that sense of candor.
Honesty, yeah.
They appreciate that sense of, I'm supporting this guy. Now, for me, that's like something to even be afraid of. Like, I always tell them, don't look up to me, I beg. Me too, I'm looking for who to look up to. Like, don't look up to me. But I think that kind of candor, that kind of, this is a real place where all real people helps people. And we even look each other in the eye and say, I know you're in the tech space. I know there are dangling carrots in front of the eye. My guy, feel free to explore. Just make sure that this our mission that we're pursuing together does not suffer. Like, I belong to several like tech groups where I'm like, this guy is on my team, but look at him in this channel doing this other gig. Like, it's fine. As long as there's a mission we're chasing, our mission is moving, and you need to support yourself with some other way or some other thing, please keep doing that. Let's just keep our mission going. And everyone is an equity holder in the company. So it feels like it's our company. So no matter what you do, when you need more money, go find your more money somewhere. We don't have it here. But see, your long-term value is here. So let's just do it together. So a sense of mission, joint ownership, maybe. But time will tell if those are the right formula to.
Well done. I know it's not as easy as I've just made it sound so simple.
It's not simple.
Okay, so let's talk about embedded finance. Break it down to me as a layman in the simplest of terms. What is embedded finance?
Okay, I'll use a very practical example if you don't mind. I ran into a company in Kenya that says we provide inputs to fish farmers.
Okay.
Now, this input costs a lot of money. The average fish farmer cannot afford the input. But you're looking at the guy's pond. I know that in 9 months, this pond is worth $50,000. You know that. But you need to supply feed of X value. You need to feed them every day of this value. And just doesn't have it. But in the meantime, you need to pay school fees. You need to pay transport, buy petrol. So this company provided those fish farmers that I'll be the one sending you your inputs, I'll be the one paying for the things you need in your life, but when your fish is done, I'm the one who collects it and I'm the one who sells it. Now, effectively, this company became the bank of the farmer. It's like, I will give you money every month. I will pay for all the things you need me to pay for. I'll give you a small bank account that your money is inside. I can use to do the things that matter to you. Be spending on me. But 9 months later, when your fish are ready, I'm going to harvest it and I'm going to go sell it and bring you back your small change. So embedded finance is an approach where non-finance companies can provide finance products to customers that they know in their own value chain usually, and as a way to be the bank of those people. And once you put it that way, it's like, if you put it in practical terms of how we all grew up, it's like cooperative bank when we were all coming up. The cooperative banks were usually small, in small communities, and they were like banks of the people. So the cooperative bank in my mother's area was for all the women in that area. The bank would provide credit to them, they deposit money in there, but it was like our bank. So we think that in the African context, there are so many value chains like that, that there's the room to create banking experiences that are localized to specific value chains like that. So embedded finance makes it possible for such organizers of such value chains to offer banking services without being the bank at the back. Because typically they will do a deal with the bank at the back and then sort of repackage the bank's products and present it to their own customers in their own name.
So is the Nigerian banking space, or should I say financial space, ready to take on this? How has it been, accepting it and, working with this process? How has the process been?
It's hard work, first. Is the environment accepting it? I'll say the environment is not accepting it. So it's hard work. You need to do a lot of evangelizing, part of why we're having this conversation. You need to help people to come away from the biases or their understanding of how things are. Like, you need to convince a bank, for example, to say, banking is not people coming into your branch to open an account with your people so that you give them one card that they use somehow. That banking could actually be an arrangement between you and that aggregator of fish farming to go find 50 farmers to work with, and they will all carry the account of your bank. But you won't be able to control the actual last mile experience because that guy is handling it for you. So it's sort of, there's some evangelizing required. But so far, we find out that people understand, especially when you look outside Africa. You're already seeing examples of this in other parts of the world. Like on Shopify merchants have a Shopify account, so to speak. On Square, you have your Square account. Walmart gives you a card. So people who have seen some of these things in other parts of the world are wondering, there should be an adaptation for this thing in Africa. So people get it, but typically what you need to do is to push people over the edge to appreciate and move in that direction.
Interesting. Okay, we'll take a short break and then we'll continue this conversation shortly. All right, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, I'll still be talking to Akpe Adeoye about embedded finance. Stay with us.
I had no desire to study law, none whatsoever. I was more inclined to fine arts. My only ambition, I would say, was to become the chief prosecutor. For me, politicians are a bit too playful. That's what I believe. And since '99, we've seen how much investment in social events, in launching some streets that you just started, and the whole day will be spent on this occasion. Rich people are generally law-abiding. We are not law-abiding. So another problem of administration is that people don't follow the rules.
Timeless Conversations, airing every Sunday at 8:30 p.m.
Thank you for staying with us. My name is Fumi Onajefe, and you're watching One on One. I have Akpe Adeoye with me. So, what are the now you've talked about the banking institutions or the financial institutions accepting your platforms, but let's talk about the businesses. What challenges will it help the businesses? So we've used this example of the fish farmers, for example, and it's great that you use that example for me, because recently I spoke with like a couple of female fish farmers and all the challenges and all. So what is their own benefits? What challenges will embedded financing help them overcome?
Yeah, so imagine that you are the company that is doing this deal with these fish farmers. You likely have a larger company, maybe some hotel chain that you need to supply fish to, and it is competitive, and you know it, and you need to be able to supply high quality fish to them to serve to their own guests in whatever way, shape or form. So you already have your own problem, and you are struggling with getting supply for that. Now, by offering this financial product, so to speak, to those fish farmers, you can, to a large extent, guarantee the type of fish you will get. To a large extent, buy the loyalty of the farmer where possible. Buy the loyalty of the farmer to say, it will always come to me so that I can go sell. You know you can always sell for much higher margins. You are the one in Lagos or wherever it is you are. So the benefits to them usually are typically translated in the form of loyalty down the chain. In some cases where it is not, if I'm not using fish farming, for example, maybe retail. In some cases, it is more efficient payment processing. We find cases where maybe retailers are supposed to pay to distributors, and the distributors always have to collect cash from the retailer and then look for how to dispose of that cash in the evening. Things like embedded finance eliminate those kind of problems for them. So it is loyalty, more efficient payment processing, and in some cases you can increase the basket size of the value between you and your customer because you offer them credits, as an example.
Okay, so now you've talked about evangelizing. What has been like the greatest challenge for you with, because it's almost like something that has apparently almost like never existed or is not very common in this space. So what particular challenges are you facing right now?
The biggest challenge is the challenge of saying, let's do it this way. That's really the biggest challenge. One of the things we always talk about at One Pipe, for example, is there are two philosophies in this world of embedded finance, or however you craft it. There are two philosophies. One is people already have bank accounts somewhere.
Yeah.
You need some way to reach into that bank account and do all the things you want to do. One philosophy. Another philosophy is, see that place where that money is. The effort required to reach into it, work out the process, create the best experience to see is so hard. Could just give them brand new types of accounts that you have this 100% access to upfront, so that you can now create these most seamless experiences possible. Two very divergent views on the same problem, right? We chose this other approach of let's create brand new accounts, let's list them with all the right properties at the beginning, and let's find the right customer set that needs that type of account. The hard part is having the conversation with a business customer who is telling you, I just want to process payment from the account in that other bank. And then you are saying, no, but how about this other way? So the hardest part is evangelizing that this other way has much more long-term value to a customer than what they think they know today. For some of us, it constrains the kind of customers we can have, because like my team will always say, let's talk to a customer, let's paint this long-term vision. If a customer can connect with that long-term vision, that's our ideal customer. Then let's go to how it can work. If a customer cannot and just says, no, I want bank statement or I want a debit, good afternoon, sir. There's one company down the road that looks like what you are looking for. Please go talk to them. So that's been the hardest part. Evangelizing what people think is not a today's need and showing them that actually it could be today's need and carry long-term value for you.
But I think another challenge is, without trying to mention any big names, have you had people compare you and say, oh, so and so already do this?
Not today.
How are you different from this other person?
Yeah, it comes up a lot. And the answer we give is the same one I just gave you. So and so and so and so do it this way because they're trying to help you reach into existing accounts, which is what you really came to ask for. But hold on a minute, let me explain to you how it is more valuable to you to actually be the bank of your customer. This. Maybe 60% of the people will fall off when you say that. Like, no, I don't. Call me in 3 years' time when I'm ready for this time. Thank you, sir. Step aside. We'll move to the next person. So that comparison comes up a lot, but the answer is always, hold on a second. Let me walk you through what this world could look like in 5 years' time. Do you like it? Yes, let's move forward. You don't like it? Go to so and so and so. They are nice people.
Okay, fantastic. Now let's talk about the tech space. So every time I'm reading, all the tech blogs and everything of how you've raised money here, people have raised money here, and there's a huge amount of money. So is it really that easy for tech companies to, specifically to your own experience, how easy or difficult is it to raise money and get investors to believe in you that, look, I'm not selling moi here. This is a real.
This is a serious thing. Yeah. I'll answer that with a very vivid picture. We've raised funding twice. Once in 2020 and 2021. So we raised 950, then we raised 3.5 million. And after each cycle,
$3.5 million or naira?
Dollars,
okay.
After each cycle, I personally felt sick.
Oh wow!
Like, oh, we finished fundraising. Where's where is sick? So, short answer is it's not easy. People fall sick after they raise money, but I think it gets better. So one of the things I'm learning personally is that in fundraising, you make a commitment. You talk to a lot of people and you make a commitment on what your company will do. Several will buy your promise and you take your first move. Then you come for your next funding round and you need to demonstrate that you see that promise I made the last time. We fulfilled it. Do you want to back us again? What you then find happen is that after your second, third, fourth round, it kind of gets easier as long as you are fulfilling the promise you made. And those who didn't back you at the beginning, when it was still like,
we'll come back.
You now be like, I missed that round. Okay, can we do it now? That's sort of where we are now. So it's not easy, but the way to do it is make a promise. A percentage of people will believe in you. Fulfill that promise. Go back to those who didn't believe and be like, are you sure you don't want to get on this train? That's sort of the formula.
Okay, so let's look at tech space in Nigeria. It seems almost like it's just quantity over quality, and we don't have so many like unicorns, in Nigeria. What do we need to do? And the way I said what does Nigeria and the tech space need to do so that we can grow or have our own unicorns?
While I'm not a finance expert, I'm just a guy that presses laptop, so I cannot really give the proper answer to that. But I've heard people who know more than me say that this thing is just a timing thing. That Nigeria or Africa in general looks to be 5 years behind Far East Asia. So we are where Far East Asia was 5 years ago. So therefore, this thing is timing based, and some of the things that it takes off based on, like you see momentum now. As the momentum picks up, you start to see, one more unicorn, another unicorn, and even beyond unicorn. Like unicorns, to me, is one of those things you just throw around. But beyond the concept of unicorn, like where's the value being created? Where are the exits, for example? Are people really making money off this thing? When they make that money, do they plow it back into the market so that the thing can keep going? I think you start to see the effects of some of these things in the next 3 to 5 years. You will see founders, I haven't seen some of it now, you see founders who have managed to make some money off their company, backing other founders, right? And then those ones too will somehow push it through another 3 years, they'll back even more. So my view is that it's these things that create the momentum that we would like to see. And about 5 years from now, Nigeria will look like what Far East Asia, or Africa will look like what Far East Asia looks like now.
Okay, so the tech space in Nigeria is really growing and it's fantastic. But some people have said, without trying to mention any big names or anything, is that I've grown this tech company, I've gone to get VCs from out of the company, and they're saying, look, you can't register this company in Nigeria, let the shell be here and just be living large, but you have to come and register in a foreign country and all of that. So how does that work? How does that eventually benefit? Because I almost feel like, does this defeat the whole African-owned, local-grown tech company idea? And how does it still benefit the economy?
To be fair, I think it's a give and take. If you cannot plow your own capital into your own society, and you find somebody looking to put in the capital in, you need to meet them in the middle, right? If the person says, well, your company needs to be in Delaware, then your company needs to be in Delaware so that you can get the capital you need. What you gain, that capital is now deployed in your country. You are employing people in your country. You are creating products for the fish farmers in your country, etc., etc. So while you may not be able to create the long-term value, at least from a capital appreciation perspective in your country, from the actual operating performance, it is happening in your country. You are pushing your country along, right? But maybe the long-term value of the company lies in another country. That's fine. It's give and take.
Okay, so on that note, we'll take another short break. I hope you're enjoying this conversation. It's a very, insightful and learning process for me. We'll take a quick break and then we'll be right back. Thank you for staying with us. I still have Okpa Adeoye with me, and yes, we're talking finance, tech space, growing a business, and the entire works. So the African fintech ecosystem has the most attractive investors. That's attracted about 62% of $4.65 billion raised. Wow, interesting. I have to get into the tech space. I know it's work, but I want to make money. But why is this happening up there? How come the African tech space is so attractive to a lot of investors now?
Yeah, my view is Africa has significant infrastructure deficits, step one. Whether you think of infrastructure in terms of people, whether you think of it in terms of road and rail, or you think of it in terms of financial infrastructure or credit infrastructure, we just have problem full everywhere. So where there's problem lies opportunity.
Solutions, yeah.
And then if you look at, say, the Western markets, the return on capital is not as high as it used to be, etc. So if you are somebody who has a lot of money and you're in the US or UK, and you're looking for how to turn this money around, okay, invest it in a place where there's problem. Of course, you lose some of that money. But when you do solve those problems, your money goes like this. So I think that's why the African tech market is attracting funding, because maybe tech companies are trying to solve some of these infrastructure problems, and fintech in general is a bit easier to solve than the more physical infrastructure problems. So capital will naturally follow where it thinks it to get its money back.
Okay, interesting. So what advice do you have for key players in industry, finance space, in fact, the entire tech space? What advice concerning, succeeding? And that's why it was very essential for me that you shared your 2i lab story. People have done, and a lot of people come out for funding and we hear success story, but there are a lot of people at the back end who are still trying to, work off. What advice do you have for these people?
First off, don't take my advice. That's the best advice I can give you. Even me, I'm looking for advice. So I will not say I have advice. I will only say that one of the things that at least I personally believe in is collaboration. Like, what can you do? What can I do? How can my 1 + 1 become 3? How can my 1 + your own 1 become 3? Like, we should always all be looking for ways to do that. I know it's not easy, especially when we all get funded. We think we can do it.
Yeah, but people are worried. Sorry, I have to interrupt you with that. Some people are worried that we should collaborate. What if this Lagbaja goes take my idea and runs off with it and everything?
What are they using it for? Idea is nothing. It's the coming together to actually make the idea executable that actually carries value. Like, what is idea? Come and take idea. It's all over the place. I don't think idea is the problem. I think it's just a willingness to say, I'm good at, knitting. You're good at selling knitting. Please, can we come together and create sweater and sell it? Bam. Not, I'm going to learn how to make sweater. I'm going to learn how to sell sweater so that I can keep it all to myself. There's really no point. Don't tight your chest. Yeah.
Interesting. So what's this writing challenge you just put up?
Okay, so back to like how you mentioned that what are the things we're putting effort into right now around evangelizing this concept in general. So our thought was that with this writing challenge, we will get people who are better at writing, better at research, to do the research around the concept of embedded finance and write openly about it. When the writings get published, we then pay winnings to the best write-ups. We have a panel of judges that's going to review all of the submissions, and then the best published articles get paid good prizes, I believe.
Okay, thank you, Ope, for sharing your story. We hope as you get bigger, you raise more money. I won't have to remember me now. I won't have to be chasing you around.
Save the number.
I'll be like, oh, for me, I'm somewhere in London right now, I'm too busy. But thank you so much for your time. Even I, really, you've just made it, because at first, before I did this interview, it seemed all very gibberish and complex. I was telling my colleague and telling you earlier of how I was really studying like I was reading an exam, because I was like, I want to understand this financial thing. But it really has been a good conversation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
All right. And that's all we can take today on this episode for One-on-One. Follow us on all our social media platforms, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. And I'll see you again very soon. My name is Fumi Nwajekpe. Enjoy the rest of your day.
From north to south and east to west, life in Nigeria has become dangerously unbearable. The country is faced with what seems to be endless waves of homegrown security threats and violence. Nigerians live in fear, from terrorism to kidnappings, armed banditry, farmer header clashes, ethnic violence, and separatist agitation. To better understand the causes of the unrest, as well as the true agitations of the people, Searchlight travels across Nigeria.
The bandits, I use the dark place, the forest place, to hang around. When our drivers reach there, they will come out and start shooting them.
In fact, if I can give an estimate, I can say that in a week we used to treat not less than five gunshots.
I look people and people living under siege.
Now, Owerri is too hot.
No rest of mind. To sleep for anybody.
If you sleep now, sleep with one eye closed, one eye open. Be vigilant. This is Igbora for you.
Igbora is one of the 7 communities that make up Ibarakwa land.
Ibarakwa land comprises of Igongon, Erua, Ayete, Takpa, Idere, Lanlate, and Igbora in Oyo State, Nigeria's southwest region. There is a long-standing history dating back to the early 20th century between settler herders who are mostly of Fulani descent and local farmers in the Ibarakwa axis. Recently, however, coexistence has become increasingly problematic as the communities are now plagued with kidnappings, farmer herder clashes, reprisal attacks leading to the forceful ejection of Sarakins and Fulanis in the area.
I have been back home here in Igbora since January because of the armed herders and farmers crisis that has been rocking nearby villages and farms. Although the Sarakin Fulani of Ngongo, Salihu, was evicted in January on accusations that he was helping evade justice, not much has changed. There are still incidences of kidnappings and attacks on farmlands.
This is Shekere village in Igbora. We live in fear. I do come earlier in the day and could enter the farm. You would find their cattle eating crops, and when confronted, they attack the owners of the farm. If perchance they meet a woman unaccompanied on the farm, she could be raped. There is no safety on farmlands.
The nomadic ones are moving around. The residential ones, we know them. Some of the residential ones are still within the community. They are peaceful. One incident occurred when our people they are outraged and they burnt all the karas in the whole Ibarakwa land, even that of Erua. In the border here now, there is no kara again.
If you had burnt all the karas in the whole of Ibarakwa land, I want to think that Kara is a place for residential Fulani.
No, Kara is a spot, a market for them to come and buy and sell.
So you have burnt.
Do you know? Come,
their economic spots.
Let me tell you some things about that Kara. Some things we discover about that Kara, especially that of Igbora here. That spot is a spot where they do hide their ammunitions. And in the night like this, they will pick up those ammunitions, go out, kidnaps, rob, anything they can do. And when they come back to town the following day.
Kabir, you've done a lot of work out of Ibarapa land. What did you see? What do you know? Can you share your first-hand experience?
Not just in Igbora, not just in Lanlate, not just in Oyo State, but from my experience across the Southwest states, I realized that most of the killings, the kidnappings being perpetrated are being done by the Bororos, who are mostly referred to as foreigners. Some of these Bororos, they come into the country through Benin Republic, some through Cameroon, and you get to realize that in the essence of it all, some through Niger, that many of them are not the traditional Fulanis. And the reason is this: we've had cases where traditional Fulanis, those who are Nigerians, some of them who came from, who are from Kwara State, also alleged that they have also been kidnapped. They've also been victims of the attacks of these persons. Most times, those that perpetrate this, they don't even have any cattle. All they have is gun, sword, and other weapons.
The violence doesn't end there. Nigeria is faced with the Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast, banditry in the northwest, armed separatist agitations in the southeast, amid communal clashes in the Middle Belt, southwest, and south-south. Increasingly, violence between herders and farming communities is spreading from Nigeria's central belt southward, while kidnappings are rife nationwide. What exactly led to this?
When you see a failure of this scale, of this magnitude, and spread right across the country, the first thing that comes to your mind is that somebody somewhere who has responsibilities to secure Nigerians has failed in their duties. There's no other explanation for this. So we have a country that is poorly run, poorly governed, and therefore unable to master the requirements of securing both citizens and the country itself. That is the first one. The second one is that there are a lot of opportunistic criminal activities going on. People understand the weaknesses, they perceive a weakness at the level of the state. They think the state is weak or the state is incapable of protecting citizens from all sorts of attacks, bandits, kidnappers, insurgencies, insurrections, secessionists, irredentists. All these people actually exist because the state has not been able to assert its obligation and responsibilities to protect citizens. And they are emerging and increasing by the day. The third one is the failure of the Nigerian elite to get together and demand that the Nigerian state does what it's supposed to do. The leadership does what they are supposed to do, that is to protect citizens. The voices that are supposed to be heard are not being heard. Too many people are quiet, either out of fear or because they think that they are not likely to make any impact if they don't raise their voices.
Traveling by road is now an extreme sport. On our trip to Kaduna State, we drove along the Kaduna-Biningwari Road. The 123-kilometer road trip seemed easy enough, but we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. From Buruku village, right on the outskirts of Kaduna, there is a fully armored vehicle with soldiers who lead drivers 3 cars at a time from Buruku to Ojoa town. This stretch is considered to be the most dangerous. Drivers have to wait their turn as they stand no chance of traveling safely to and fro Biningwari without these escorts. From Ojoa, the journey to Biningwari is considered safe from the kidnappers and terrorists, whose victims are not just travelers but also villagers and farmers in and around this long stretch of road.
Our major problem in this area is insecurity. These terrorists have wrecked our town and destroyed our source of livelihood. Nobody sleeps in this town anymore. We take refuge in the neighboring community and come here every day at 8 or 9 a.m. and then leave at 3 or 4 p.m. Look at me. I'm the village head of this community. I used to own a car, but these criminals made me sell it to pay ransom for our children. I can't estimate how much we have paid to bandits as ransom because this community has been attacked more than 25 times.
We have a lot of problems in terms of insecurity on our road, more especially in between Burku and Udawa. So we have a lot of insecurity. We have only one vehicle, which is mobile police. They are the one escorting our members to carry them to Burku. Let's say from January up to now, at least we lost more than 30 of our members as a result of the bandits.
Forests in Nigeria are now hideouts for cattle rustlers, highway robbers, kidnappers, and terrorists due to the absence of state capacity or political will to exercise control. From Binigwari Forest in Kaduna to Rugu Forest in Katsina and Zafe in Zamfara, these forests are now referred to as ungoverned.
Arena is in Niger, Shiroro. From there you cross over to Folwaya. What security measures have we put in place for farmers and the indigents that are easy prey to these bandits?
Well, I have explained to you that Kaduna is very vast. The state is so huge. We had over 46,000 square kilometers. And I have also explained to you that we are having this problem mostly in locations that are remote. You know, boundaries with Niger State, boundaries with Zamfara, boundaries with Katsina State. You know, the locations are very remote. Even if there's a distress call, before you get there, it takes you time because of the terrain, mobility problem. But the Air Force is complementing the ground troops and the police as well. Once we receive a distress call from a location that is very far, what we do, the Air Force move while the ground troops and the police form a blocking force. You know, and it is really yielding positive mark. We don't have enough boots on the ground. There's a need for us to scale up recruitment. There's a need for security operatives or our security agencies to outnumber the criminals. We are not relenting. We are working and we are making progress. In the first quarter of 2021, we were able to neutralize 64 bandits.
Our schools, just like our roads, have become hotspots of violence. Across northwestern Nigeria, from Zamfara to Kebbi, Kaduna and Niger, about 1,000 students of primary schools, secondary schools, and even universities have been kidnapped since December 2020. Most have been released after payment of ransom, while scores are still being held in forest camps. Some of these students have died in captivity, and some killed during the abductions. Earlier this year, after the kidnapping of students at Government Science College, Kagara, Niger State, I asked the governor, Malam Abubakar Sani Bello, if a state could guarantee the safety of school children.
No one can guarantee that unless we have the numbers
the manpower of security personnel required. The Niger State, for example, during the military administrations, Niger State had 14,000 policemen. Today we have 4,000. Same Rafi local government where this kidnapping took place, Kagara town itself has less than 10 policemen. So how will it work? How? What magic could you do? We don't employ or employ policemen. I understand in the past, the state police command had the powers to employ policemen from the states, but it is no longer like that. And that's probably the reason why we're having problems.
That was back in March. Not much has changed since. Many have said that the present centralized structure of the Nigerian police is too detached from local communities. A vote conducted by NOI polls indicates that many Nigerians are in favor of state policing to bring security closer to the people. Experts say there is a need to reflect on the current security approach across the country.
The various institutions need to sit back and, reflect that the current approaches that we are deploying to address security concerns, are they adequately addressing these issues? What are the intelligence mechanisms, that you need to put in place to really get information on how crime, is happening across various communities? So I think critically it is the model, it is the approach that seems to be a bit defective. We are practically waiting for violence to happen before we then react. We talk about community policing, especially for the police especially. I keep making reference to the police because they have the mandate when it comes to internal security. Community policing is very important. Then intelligence-led policing. We are not emphasizing that so much. Intelligence-led policing is that strategy through which you just want to get intelligence of what is happening in a certain community.
In the southeast, insecurity takes a different dimension. According to authorities, agitators for the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, a separatist group campaigning for Biafra independence, have been responsible for a spate of attacks on security forces and innocent people since December 2020. Olu, a local government in Imo State, has become a flashpoint of trouble in the region. On the 25th of January 2021, many Hausa-speaking traders in a market in Olu were going about their business when gunmen invaded the area, killing some and setting shops ablaze.
It is very, very unfortunate that this kind of thing would happen in 21st century Olu, 21st century Imo, 21st century Nigeria. People are not happy with the things, with the way this country is being run. When you talk about security, there is no security in Nigeria anymore.
We are here at the Islamic Central Mosque, Amafeke, and this is the third Friday without holding a Jumat service here because of insecurity issues. There is a lot of apprehension amongst the Muslim community.
This is my third year living in Olu, and I have never had any ugly experience living here until recently. During the NSAS protest, they burnt our mosque and killed some of our members in some part of Olu town. For 3 weeks now, we have been unable to observe our Jumat prayers in this mosque. We now live in fear. More worrisome is the absence of security operatives in the town. Despite all these incidents, the governor has not visited us to assure us or condole with us.
Since the January attack, Olu has had no peace. The people are in constant fear as these gunmen, time after time, unleash violence, destroy shops, kill, and even behead people in the community. In the southeast and south-south regions at large, dozens of security officials have been killed. Biafra agitation and the violence going on in the southeast have been said to be an untoward way of expressing dissatisfaction about leadership failure on the part of all tiers of government.
Well, I feel that there are many voices in the conversation to deal with the disaffection that people have about the Nigerian state. There are many voices. And evidently his is just one of those voices. But that may not be the optimal route to go. There are so many benefits of a functional, democratic, sound constitutional state. But where there are imperfections, you will now begin to see the voice that Nnamdi Kanu echoes or propagates. War is terrible. Sometimes you think about it from a more glamorous point of view, but it's bloody, it's heinous, it's damaging, it destroys families, societies, and so on and so forth. So my preoccupation is for peace. Okay, peace arrives through legitimate constitutional routes. That is what is most paramount. No society can develop without peace. And in terms of the disaffection of those of us who are from the southeast goes, there's a need to hear us and to look at our grievances and to consider them on their merits.
The southeast substantially mirroring Boko Haram. We have not been able to understand and deal with the issue of IPOB. The Igbo leadership allowed IPOB and ESN too much ground to take too much ground to control what is going on in the southeast. So they misread the threat of organizations like IPOB. There was opportunism, crass opportunism. People thought maybe this IPOB will do for us what we want. They will get for the Igbo what the Igbo didn't get through the political process. And eventually now we are creating a monster. And it's a monster that is eating up the local environment, the same way Boko Haram ate up Borno and Yobe and parts of Adamawa. IPOB and ESN are eating up the southeast. The federal government is throwing the military at them, the same way they threw the military at Boko Haram, rather than trying to understand the real issue. What is behind IPOB? Who supports them? Why do they support them? What is the issue that has made IPOB attractive to a large number of young people? Can you do something about it? Is it something you need to do about it?
I would say that the Southeast governments can do a whole lot better. The state governments, they can do a whole lot better in delivering services to the various constituent parts of the Southeast. We don't see enough of government in our rural communities, in the local government. We need to raise the bar as per the effectiveness of subnational entities. All right. Once we've gotten to a point where we can say for certainty that the state governments are operating optimally and delivering their own share of the governance dividend, then we can look elsewhere to seek inputs. But state governments in the southeast need to up their game.
The Nigerian police force, on whose shoulder the responsibility of protecting the nation lies, is unable to perform its basic functions, forcing the Nigerian military to step in.
A society gets the kind of police that it pays for. Over the years, successive administrations have not made the connection around policing and development. So they just see the police as, oh, that is the police, and not critically putting it in the position of primacy, because people need to be safe internally first. You need to take care of the internal enemy before you begin to look at those ones that are threatening you on the outside. So over the years, there's been consistent underfunding, which is very, very critical. You want to undertake police operation, it has to do with funds, it has to do with state-of-the-art technology, equipment, and all of that. And then the manpower, less than 400,000 police personnel currently police a country of over 200 million. So what it means is that there is inadequacy somewhere. The police right now is overstretched. The country is very big and diverse. And then if you look at the scale of insecurity that is happening, it changes rapidly. So what it means is that the security landscape is not constant. You understand? So the police is trying to really grapple with all of this in the midst of very meager resources in terms of training, in terms of equipment, in terms of manpower, and every other thing. Government's approach in trying to address some of these inadequacies by the police has been to set up committees, police reform committees. But the question again is that each of these successive government that comes in set up a committee, do they make reference to the last committee to say, okay, what did my predecessor, found when he talk about policing challenges? How can I build upon that and actually implement this to make the police effective? But no, our approach has been that, okay, I get into office and then I'm setting up my own committee.
Though the carnage isn't over yet, in more recent times, the joint military effort of the Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Air Force has recorded more success in combating terrorists and criminals.
In the last few months, the synergy and jointness among the three services has been cordial and overwhelming, which has resulted in the decimation of most of the criminal elements we have in this country.
While Nigeria may or may not reform its police soon, critics say the new conception of security now places emphasis on human and non-military variables, saying even the best of soldiers and policemen may be unable to maintain security in a country with a whopping 33% unemployment rate. Nigeria cannot solve its insecurity problems in isolation of other developmental issues. Where we go from here depends on our ability as a people, a government, and a nation to make the urgent steps needed to pull our country, Nigeria, from the brink.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need.
Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Tenancy agreement. So in a case that the landlord wants to evict the tenant, in a case there's no tenancy agreement, what happens in court?
Well, usually what the court will do, or what is expected of the landlord in that situation, is to look at the mode of payment. Number one, it is established, there is no controversy as to the fact that the tenant is a tenant of the landlord, whether or not there is a written tenancy agreement. The fact that there is possession, the tenant is in possession of the premises, and he has made some form of payment, which is rent, to the landlord for the use of the premises, that would create a relationship, a tenancy relationship between the landlord and the tenant.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
want to see only to save us from pain.
My name is Banke Mishidolawal. I'm a makeup artist and I started doing makeup because it was the next thing to do.
Our common sense to find we're struggling.
Today I'm going to do the makeup for a bride. I'm going to take you through the process from wearing of the coral beads to the ashoke, and I'm also going to tie her gele. The gele is a head wrap. It's a traditional head wrap worn by women in Nigeria for during occasions or ceremonies. I understand the emotions a bride goes through on her special day. I've worked years in the wedding industry, and I know that everything culminates into today, the engagement day. My job is to present is to pack all those emotions and present the bride in a fantastic way. She's coming out, she wants to come out beautiful, but I also want the groom to recognize her. I don't want her parents to think, oh wow, what's this masquerade alighting? From the mix of my eyeshadows to the way that I press pigment onto the lids and apply the lipstick or lip gloss or the blusher. Everything is a process that I'm very passionate about. Working on a bride on her engagement day, I think I'm drawn to it. I'm very passionate about it. I love it. From the way I do my eyebrows, from the way I apply my foundation, I prime the skin. I want to make sure that the foundation is brown and it matches the neck and it doesn't wear off, it lasts long. The bride is not concerned about mopping her brows during the ceremony and wiping off everything. So in as much as the makeup is going to look beautiful, it has to be long lasting. Those are some of the secrets of my makeup artistry. I do makeup that stays on and on and on, and even though the bride will sweat, because of course it's humid in Nigeria, the makeup still looks fantastic 10 hours later. The BM Pro Signature Gele is the fan style. I think it flatters many skin, many face shapes. It slims the face, it gives you a little lift if need be. It's known to sometimes be too tight, but I believe that's the cross you have to bear for looking beautiful. I'm trying to infuse the colors of what she's wearing into the style of makeup that I do. She's wearing white, gold, and coral, so I'm taking elements of those colors, and I'm also pressing pigments, glitter pigments onto the eyelids. For the cheeks, I'm going to contour it a bit. And of course, her skin is very nice and brown, so I'm going to enhance that. I worked with designers, I worked in editorial, beauty, and fashion magazines. I worked a lot with Tiffany Amber, Odiomi Monet. I was drawn to working with models, but these days I find that I work mostly with brides. I do a lot of weddings, destination weddings locally, and even I take one-on-one makeup classes for people who want to learn how to do their own makeup.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm usually inspired by client feedback. Whenever I've worked with anyone, whatever they say to me about the service afterwards, those are some of the things that keep me going. They dictate or determine what I'm going to do next.
From Adamawa State, northeastern Nigeria. I attended an introduction course in conservation biology, and I realized this was what my passion was. After I completed my master's in the UK, I knew I wanted to come back to my country. I knew I wanted to come and work for conservation in Nigeria and nowhere else. Before WCS took over managing the ranger activity, about 10 to 20 elephant carcasses were recorded, killed by poachers annually. Rangers were not properly trained, they were not armed, so one ranger with a firearm in a team and the others would have cutlasses and sticks. That made the hunters more confident. I experienced poaching, I think, my first day in Yankari.
It was almost fading, only the name was existing, but the actual reserve was just a shadow of itself. Poaching generally is a very big problem for us in Yankari.
I realized there was lots of grievances from the surrounding communities. Sometimes they would sent huge complaints and huge threats that they would kill elephants because elephants have gone out to destroy their farms, destroy their crops.
A duk gaba ɗaya jakure su, amma da kai dai mai gona je kore kayansa ko yana damuwan su da kuma lokacin ma mutane ba su da yawa ba su yi gonakai da yawa a kusa dajin kamar yanzu ba.
We believe a couple of elephants were killed in the past because of the problems with crop raiding. Then I got the opportunity to do the CLP program with WCS Nigeria. It has a very good collection of very passionate people working for the same cause, and it's been very great experience for me.
Before Nacha came, we didn't have any conservation outfit per se. But when he came, he put things in order, he put the rangers in proper perspective.
Working with Yankari Rangers has been really a great experience for me. It took me a while when I took over to understand them. So I got closer to them, spent more time with them, visited them in their homes, ate the same food with them, brought them so close that I was able to understand what are some of their needs, what are their problems. So when we took over, we were able to work with our partners, get them some firearms, some ammunition, uniforms, boots, kit bags.
My boss is a moral man. Enjoy staying with him and enjoy working with him.
Over time, the number of elephant carcasses went down, the number of patrols increased, and we can see poaching going down. I identified the 6 communities that were most affected by elephant crop raiding. I went around and had meetings with the chiefs and told them about the initiative, and I told them we have funding to have 2 people from their communities who would work with us as elephant guardians. So we trained those people on safe and effective ways to chase elephants away from the farm. Yankari has the last viable elephant population in Nigeria. The last elephant carcass we recorded in Yankari was in 2015 in May.
Yankari Game Reserve is an endowment given to us by God, and we are trying to protect it and preserve it. The glory is coming back, and this will be attributed seriously to Nacha's foresight and dedication.
I look at the Rangers sometimes, the success stories we have, it's one of the driving force I have that keeps me going. I said, if in such a small time we've touched this number of lives and we've made these changes, then I cannot give up. It's something that is so dear to me. It's something that I've sacrificed my life, I've sacrificed so much for.
Nacha is Yankari and Yankari is Nacha.
ẹgbẹ́ ilé tí mo ṣe mechanic wà ńbẹ̀ bó ṣe máa ń tú bó ṣe máa ń ṣe mo ohun mi mo ṣe decide pé okay nǹkan tí man ń ṣe yìí màá try láti máa ṣe mo explain fọ́gá mi pé this is what I want to do pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ máa fún mi láyè pé tó bá ti di ìrọ̀lẹ́ máa lọ sí school Federal College fún theory for theoretical aspect so màá lè máa ṣe practical níta ọ̀gá mi dẹ̀ allow mi so tí má ti kó níbi iṣẹ́ ní nǹkan bíi 4 so màá lọ sí school so àǹfààní yẹn mo rí pé ó really help mi gan pé àti bí mo ṣe máa approach customer nsìn ó máa yàtọ̀ sí bí mo ṣe wà lọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá mi báwọn ọ̀gá mi ṣe approach customer bí mo ṣe máa approach wọn sìn there is a difference and the way mo ṣe máa handle iṣẹ́ ìyàtọ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ náà fún àwọn tó máa sọ pé tíyẹn bá ṣe kàwé pé kò lè dèèyàn tí èèyàn bá ti kàwé yẹn kì í ṣe excuse pé èèyàn ò lè make ẹ̀ ẹni tí ó kàwé yẹn ó kù sí ohun gangan fúnra ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ láti make up mind ẹ̀ tí èèyàn bá ti kàwé sí èèyàn pé kò lè jẹ́ èèyàn kò lè ṣe nǹkan. No, it's not like that.
I see this work as my ladder of progress. I see it as something that if I am serious about it, I'm going to make it in life. I am very proud of this work because it's a work of an idea. It's an idea work. It's a work that you can boast of maybe when you fix a car and it's work fine. You are good to go. I see it as a very fantastic job. In the nearest future, I want to be a very great man and how to mingle with people. I like music. I want to be a musician, but at least I need something like handwork to help me, and at the same time I want to have my own mechanical company that I will be in charge, and that's all. My very advice for those that are not in school, go and sit down and think of the kind of vocational work that you can learn that you will gain from. So they have to sit down, think of what to do. If you can't learn handwork, go for something creative, that create something and sell out, do business and make money. Before you know, you make it in life. Instead of roaming around with friends or wasting your time.
The Nigerian film industry has continued to gain popularity across the continent and on the global stage. Even with its popularity and growth, it is still to be criticized on many fronts, one of which is that it is a quantity-driven industry as opposed to a quality one. Stakeholders have given certain factors for churning out substandard movies. Some have said budget restrictions, weak plots, repetitive dialogue, and the overwhelming lack of public-private partnership, not leaving out government participation. Since 2010, some positive developments have changed the nature of Nollywood. They include an influx of professional filmmakers, the rise in international festival and cinema tours, international premieres, collaborations with multinational companies, Pan-Africanism and distribution via multiplexes. In this time, a film's release on VCD, DVD began to happen later in its life, effectively disenfranchising Nollywood's traditional mass-market consumer base. The question I am interested in answering are Nollywood's filmmakers becoming more specialized in their art? And was it gentrifying? I use the word metaphorically to explore whether Nollywood increased in grandeur, appeal and acceptance amongst Nigeria's upper class. Hence, leading to fast rise in features of skit makers, brand influencers, and basically anyone with a little bit of fame. And has this become the domino effect, catapulting skit makers and brand influencers into a whole lot of fame?
Put your account number here.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, my dear.
Thank you,
yes,
sir.
Let me send something to you.
Oh, I actually think I remember, sir.
Eh?
Opopo Tomongo.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
You remember the conference?
Yes, I do.
You will go far.
Yes,
you will go far, my dear.
Well, the Nollywood structure has been of concern to many veterans, and one of them is Saeed Balogun.
I will appeal to the government to give us structure. And the government don't have problem. It is we movie makers. They tend to do riots in the state, carrying placard. It is the National Assembly that should give me a structure. Are they trying to make me powerless? Is it a dictatorship style of ruling? They don't know what to do. The question I ask myself at times is, that honorable that is in charge of culture and code that can give me structure, does he know anything about movies? He's just looking for where to be. He doesn't even know. It is one we have a lot of us that can bring the revolution. About 5 or 6 of us in the assemblies, we can scream, we tell them, God damn you, you know what I'm suffering, you know what I'm going through now, so speak my language. But if you tend to put one honorable man there who was elected, who was probably mechanical engineer or an economist or something, who doesn't even know my pain, we can't get it right. It is the structure. After the structure, yeah, the investors can now smile, because if you invest in me, put money on my table, you want me to put food on my table, put in billions and I give you back millions or thousands, will you come back some other time? No. When the government gets it right, the investors, please, if they are coming, I always tell them, Please invest in me in what I can pay back. I am the president of the Golden Movie Ambassadors of Nigeria. We believe in restructuring, repositioning, and getting everything right. An ambassador means you can represent your country everywhere. That is where professionalism comes in. A lot of people are just coming in from everywhere. We have more than 50 associations, 31 performing. What we're looking for, why can't we be one? A professionalism can come in when you have a strong structure that can guide it.
New talents are essential for growth and encourage new faces into the industry, but proper training is vital for theatre and, of course, film.
Training is critical, but we need to create a platform that gives everybody the opportunity to be trained. And then also we need to look at also some means of internship on productions, take people on and guide them, and show them how to do what you do. If we look at theatre itself, it's a massive training ground for talents that will end up even on screen. I think training is important, but then a lot of people learn on the job, which is good. But I think where we would get it right is if production houses, also attempts to train, give basic training to people that are not necessarily trained, that are venturing into the industry. You have actors, there are people that are good, they are not trained actors, but on their own, like you said, skit makers, they didn't go to anywhere, but their skits are so evolved that they have so many people looking forward to see what next they are going to do, and then you see they can hone their skills and use them, but then again, it is a factor of the industry having that capacity to train, having the infrastructure to train. A lot of these people would want to, if the opportunity is there, gain more knowledge on how to do film, how to be better actors or producers or things like that, but then we need to have that platform that gives them that opportunity. That's one. And two, production companies also should look at ways of, even at times, some training do not necessarily have to be formal. They could be informal through internships and things like that. And then skit makers also, at times when they've made so much fame, they are popular, they feel they have arrived. But no, there are certain basics you still need to learn. At times you should learn also to try and hone your skills so you can be better. That you are popular now does not mean you cannot do better things, milking that popularity that you have gained now through the skits you do, which we notice a lot of people don't do. A lot of directors will just allow you to do your thing. I've heard of a set where the director just say, okay, read the line, or yeah, do your thing, but at times you should be able to tell somebody, this is what I want you to do, this is the way I want it to be. That helps with the quality. The next thing I'll look at is casting. People cast for the wrong reason. It is good to cast with the mind that this person is going to draw eyeballs or is popular, hopefully the person will help with publicity. It is good. But when you look at certain characters and you know that you need somebody to deliver top-notch performance, and then that character is unique in that way, it's not something you can just cast anybody because of the numbers, and you overlook that fact and you just put someone that cannot deliver on the character because you think the person has got numbers, then that drags the quality of the production.
It is not acceptable for popular faces to just go on and start filming without necessary kinds of training. For us in Actors Guild of Nigeria, it's something we totally abhor and we condemn. So you find out that sometimes before you catch them, they are finished making the film. So we are gradually working with the Censors Board in Nigeria to see that some of these things are put to a stop. You must have a certain level of qualification. Even if you have graduated from school and you have not done this business before, you still need some kind of elementary approach where you will be given some ideas, instructions on what to do before joining the Nollywood industry. It's not all about I can act, I cannot act. Sometimes you see these popular people, when they come to set to act, they don't know terminologies of the industry. When you tell somebody who is acting and you say, the director says cut, he doesn't know or she doesn't know what cut means. You understand? All of these things are the rudiments of the industry that they needed to go through. But because we're in a country where everything goes, people don't seem to follow rules and regulations, but we are gradually closing in on them.
With the advent of internet, social media, and instant entertainment platforms, many reality TV stars and skit makers have risen to fame. In this part of the world, becoming a top celebrity is either by hard work, persistence, or through reality shows. As we know that the road to fame is a tough one around here, a few of our top Nigerian celebrities credit their prominence to reality shows which have given them the opportunity. One of them is Seyi Awolowo, who didn't see it as a challenge for the Nollywood to cast popular faces in movies, as long as the directors have a sense of direction and vision they hope to achieve in the movie.
Well, I don't see why not. Everybody is entitled to be able to do what it is that they want to do. Only thing is when it becomes constant and if there's a regulatory body involved, if it's a constant thing where they've literally become constant film and they need to be registered, okay, then they can go and do that. But I believe that everybody should have, I don't see any reason why I will not put who I want to put in my own production when I want to put them in my production. I mean, I see that person to fit the role accordingly, to fit the character, Bible properly. So why not I'll bring the person on board? So I don't see anything wrong with it, as such. It just depends on who's creating movie and whose movie it is. Sometimes you want a particular kind of thing, but you're not willing to give. Give what you take or take what you give, how to speak. If you're going to be professional to the T. Follow your this thing and not along the line I want to start using or there's a sentiment of, now help us to make it known. If you start a particular kind of way, go all the way down to the end. Professionalism in the industry, I can't say varies from companies to companies or from different organizations to organizations, how professional they are, or their motto, or their modus operandum of how they want to handle things. So, that's the thing. For me now, I can just have a laid back working environment where I want everybody wearing shorts and t-shirt and being more laid back as to probably just someone that wants everybody in a tie. And so it just depends on, the modus operandi of that particular organization that is handling the production of whatever movie or, that is handling that particular production for the time being while you are working, if you get what I'm saying.
There are regulatory bodies, but do they really carry out their duties? How do they manage professionalism in the Nollywood industry?
For us, we have a constitution that we're working with, but we're trying to come up with the memorandum of understanding in the industry, whereby even if you are involved in any show or something where you have been elected as maybe highest winner and all of that, you will need to still pass through 1 or 2 trainings and then belong to a group, either as a producer or as an actor, before you are practicing in the industry. Yeah, professionalism, without being political here, every industry needs professionalism. For us in Nollywood, we are grappling with that because the Nollywood industry is the industry that started without entry point and without exit point. And it continued to grow without anybody checking it. Now it has grown beyond bounds that wherever you are coming with discipline, it becomes like it's too difficult to instill discipline among practitioners because there were no laid down rules from beginning. There were no laid down rules from beginning. There were a lot of illiterates. There were a lot of people who didn't go to school. There were a lot of people who didn't see the 4 walls of any school, but because they are talented, they have made it big and they are now in the industry. So it's a Herculean task at this point. So we're calling on people who have been here before in the industry to so come back and say, look, this is getting out of hand. We have to come back to the basis. Let's see where we structure. Every actor, every producer, every director, you must belong to where your people are. Let us begin to see places. We need professionalism so I don't just do things out of proportion.
The Nollywood industry is a growing work in progress, and the Nigerian Film Censors Board needs to enforce the parameters that positively influence the creative processes from writing a screen to post-production. Is this body efficiently empowered to ensure professionalism in Nollywood? Well, hope we find answers soon.
For domestic violence.
As Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa is unveiled as Atiku Abubakar's running mate, the former vice president gives his reasons for his selection. And Northern Group urges Murik and Khan to form their own political party. This is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anacon. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has given reasons for picking Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa as his running mate for the 2023 presidential elections. He gave the reasons in his remarks at the unveiling of Okowa as his running mate at the PDP national headquarters in Abuja. Okowa and his River State counterpart, Nyesom Wike, were the two governors speculated to be considered for the slot. Joining us to discuss these are political analysts Dayo Kayode and Opunabo Inko Taria. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Yes, good evening, Marian and Nigerians.
All right, great. I'll start with you, Opunabo. Governor Nyesom Wike seemed to be the touted one at the time. He seemed to be the one that was on everybody's lips as to who could be the favored vice presidential candidate. In fact, up until the moment where the governor of Delta State was announced, lots of people believed that it would be Nyesom Wike. But then, of course, Governor Okowa emerged as the running mate for Vice President Atiku Abubakar. And I'm wondering, of course, the question in everybody's mind is, was this a strategic move or was this an election-winning move?
Well, Marianne, in the choice of a vice presidential candidate, penetrating thought is given to a whole lot of issues. The capacity, the personnel, the reach. Of course, when we talk of capacity, I'm talking of financial, I'm talking of legitimacy, which is acceptability. We are talking of reach. We are talking of somebody that will add value to the presidency and to the campaign, first before the presidency, if eventually they win and the forthcoming general elections. So you have a portmanteau of issues that is being taken under advisement. And the presidential candidate will definitely want somebody that he can confide in, somebody that will be, because your vice president ought to be likened to your wife, somebody that you're comfortable with. There is that what you call compatibility, you know, somebody that even when you're out of the country, you're at peace, your mind is at rest, that nothing untoward will happen. So a whole lot of issues, some are signposted by people, some will not be said on air, but they are actually being considered in the choice of a vice president, of a running mate. I remember one of the governors, a former president said to him, I want Mr. A to be a deputy governor. And the governor said, no. There's a likelihood that Mr. A was going to kill me because my deputy governor in order to take over. So there are so many considerations in the choice of a deputy, of a running mate. And I think all these issues would have been considered. Most of them would have been considered, and Mr. Atiku Abubakar Atiku felt the person he would be quite comfortable with is Okowa.
Okay. Mr. Kayode, Let's look at the fact that let's look at the notoriety between these men. In fact, at some point, the governor of Akwa Ibom State seemed to have been in the mix. You know, he was called as one of the people that was approved by the National Working Committee. And so we had an Okowa, Nyesom Wike, and probably the Udom Emmanuel. But then in terms of strategy of winning, knowing that the 2023 elections is going to be a very interesting one, and of course the best man has to win, and then it means that the parties have to have strategic moves that or measures in place to win this election. So looking at the spread of Governor Wike and Governor Okowa, between these two gentlemen, wouldn't Wike be a better person to run with in terms of reaching all the way across the country? But again, I just want you to tell me what you think the difference between Okowa and Wike is, and why you think he was the best choice for the vice president.
You see, when you are trying to compare people for a particular position, whoever could be penciled down must have shown some kind of dexterity to be able to hold onto that position. What I'm trying to say is there's no doubt about it. Both Wike and Okowa are both qualified to occupy the position of running mate to His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. But either we like it or not, one person will have to be chosen. And in choosing one out of these two names we've mentioned, the PDP leadership, in their own wisdom, set up a committee to try as much as possible to interrogate not even only Wike and Okowa, but I think about 4 or 5 people. All right? But one way or the other, there will be a little thing that will be standing somebody out. And between you and me, that is in the area of technical know-how. Technical know-how. Abubakar Atiku is a politician to the core. Wike is a politician to the core. But when you look at the antecedent and political trajectory of Ifeanyi Okowa, you find out that he is a technocrat. Bearing in mind that even the president, the flag bearer of PDP, in person of His Excellency Abubakar Atiku, when he was the vice president to Baba Obasanjo there, he was instrumental to bringing in a lot of technocrats into that government, in person of people like Okonjo-Iweala. You know where Okonjo-Iweala is now. In the person of people like Zekwe Zile and all that. So, he himself, Atiku, is looking for somebody who in future can even stand up to say, yes, I want to be the next president. And as a vice president, he must be able to stand in whenever the president is outside of the country. That is one. Two, when you also look at the kind of body composture of Ifeanyi Okowa, you find out that he has a kind of a resemblance to that of Atiku Abubakar. So to a very large extent, you can see the way you can be able to predict if eventually the two of them occupy that position in Aso Rock, one will now be able to foresee the kind of government that we are going to have. And again, when you also look at national cohesion, and then balancing of the political equation in Nigeria towards winning election, because every party exists to win election, and there is no flag bearer at this point that we want to lose this election. So you want to look at somebody that will be having very high electoral value.
Okay.
You're going to see that Okowa, before now, being in the legislature. Being in the central legislature, that means he has that central outlook already.
Okay.
He must have made a lot of inroads into people that are also having electoral value within their constituencies in the nation. So these are part of the things that were being considered to now be able to come up with Ifeanyi Okowa as a running mate to Atiku.
Let me go back to Opunabo. Opunabo, let's talk about the fact that many have seen the position of the vice president as a yes position, and just like Mr. Kayode has said, Okowa seems to have the same kind of demeanor, according to him, as to that of the former vice president. But then, going beyond the demeanor here, we're talking about winning elections. Is this a winning team? Because we're yet to hear the announcements of other political parties and their running mates. We're talking about the APC, we're talking about the Labour Party, we're talking about the NNPP and others. Today is supposedly the deadline. Does this look like a winning team to you? And if this is... Go ahead.
The other political party is still floundering in the selection process, and I don't know why. And I think, I'm talking of the APC, and I think that is mainly because the standard bearer is a Muslim and from the south. So you need a Christian from the north, and that's why they're every morning the Muslim candidates, because you need somebody from the north to balance the political equation and to also get more votes. Now, having said that, let's get back to the question you asked as the issue of Okowa. I thought you were talking of the political strength or the value it's going to add. Am I right?
Yes.
Good. Now, don't forget that, first and foremost, you need somebody. Let me go back to why he was even chosen. You need somebody with a near impeccable, courteous public persona, and Okowa fits in. Now, Okowa and Wike have had this running battle with his brother government. Don't forget that if you remember when Peter Obi visited the PDP headquarters to declare his intentions, or was it to pick his fault? He said, I like you because you address issues and not attack persons. That was an innuendo. He's having a running, and don't forget that these governors, whether you like it or not, have a say, as far as the PDP governors have a say in who will be a running mate. Although Atiku has the final say, but definitely they will be consulted. And you are having issues. Even the Atiku himself, made some snide comments against Atiku. And do you think that they have consigned those issues into oblivion? They have not. And they want somebody that will be presidential in nature, not abrasive, not brash.
So you're saying that the governor of River State does not have a demeanor of doesn't have a presidential demeanor, and you're also saying that he's abusive?
General perception. Yes, they say, oh, he's bold, he's this, but your choice of words. Your choice of words. And you know, there are certain offices you occupy that all eyes must be on you. Okay, look at you go to church, you say, thunder fire you. Those are not the kind of things that should come out from the mouth of a governor. Not at all. You attain a particular height and you choose your words, like we say in communication, the right words from the word basket. Because that will, to a very large extent, define who you are, define your character. You know, so a whole lot of issues. Even the Atiku himself, he has said. Atiku will not come out to tell you, oh, this man said this against me. Therefore, I will not select him because the whole world will condemn him for being myopic. Then if you also talk of the rich, Okowa has the rich. Is it because he did not contest? Today we are all shouting, no, Wike has the grassroots, because he contested. Okowa did not contest. That does not mean he doesn't have the reach. And Okowa is a bridge between the south and the east. He's an Igbo man in Delta State. He's from Igbo. He's from Igbo origin in Delta State. It's like a Calabari man. You have the Calabari in Abonima, you have the Calabari in Buguma, you have the Calabari in Degema. So to a very large extent, Okowa has also placated the East to some extent. If you talk of the rich, if you look at his demeanor. So you cannot say, when you talk of the political rich, Wike has more, larger. No, it's not possible. Wike is being said of Wike because he contested. If Okowa had contested, of course, we don't know what would have happened as well. You know, so these are some of the issues that the presidential flag bearer would have taken into consideration. And again, the lieutenants, advisors, friends, and so on would have demonstrated, because, look, for you to emerge, there must be a unique selling point. Yes, you're all qualified, but what is that unique selling point that A has and the others lack? That is the truth about it. And that is what has happened. They have considered all this before settling for Okowa. And of course, when we talk of Crocodile, like Kayode rightly said, he was a legislator. He was a governor. I don't want to talk of commissionership because, of course, that has to be state. But he has friends that cut across.
Okay.
So the man Okowa is somebody that is being appreciated by majority. He has no issues with his brother governors. None. So it is easy for the brother governors to support both the Okowa and the Okowa and Atiku ticket because he has no issues with them. No running battle, no friction.
Okay.
The committee definitely would have considered a whole lot of them. Even though they will not come on air to say, they definitely would have considered a whole lot of them before settling for Okowa.
Okay, let me come back to you, Mr. Kayode. Interestingly, just as Opunabo has said, he has some political strength around the border states. Do you see an Okowa able to split? Because we also see, let's not forget that we have a Peter Obi who's a core Southeasterner. And Opunabo made a case of him being able to convince the border states to vote for the Atiku Okowa ticket. How easy will it be for this duo to break even in the South-South and the Southeast? Not necessarily the Southwest, because we also know that there is a Tinubu, who is from the Southwest. But how powerful will these duo be in breaking even around majorly within the South?
You see, let me quickly chip in this. The USP for somebody like Peter Obi is that the youth are saying it's youthful, and they are looking at his economic acumen. Do you know that even if you have to look at that, Okowa is even more youthful than Peter Obi? When you put the two of them side by side, and then you engage them on how to solve the problem of Nigerian economy, do you know that Okowa will stand very tall? Now that in their own wisdom, the leaders and elders of PDP had put the name of Okowa forward, and knowing fully well the kind of government that he wants to form. You should listen to him very well, his speech after being given the ticket of PDP. He concluded that the day he's sworn in, he wants to start immediately. Now, because of that, who do you think I need astronomy? And that's what in Okowa. All these things we are trying to speak about or speculate, we might not, or even viewers might not understand until when the proper campaign starts here in this country. Then you will be able to assess and evaluate what Ifeanyi Okowa is made of. Again, when you look at Okowa, look at that name, Ifeanyi. It's an Igbo name. There's a kind of affinity, closeness between his own south and southeast. I remember the other time when he was being sworn in for the fourth.
Mr. Kayode, are you still there? Because I wanted to ask a quick question. When you talk about a name, is it the names that Nigerians are voting for, or are we looking at ability to deliver? Because you keep saying, oh, he's from the southeast. Unfortunately, I think we have lost that connection. But let me throw it back to you, Opunabo. Nigerians have gotten to a point where they're no longer voting based on sentiments. We have been sentimental over the past 8 years, 7.5 years running. Do you think that it's just the name? It's just the fact that, oh, he has an Igbo name or a Southeastern name that would give votes to the PDP? Again, I'm talking strategy here.
No, Marianne. I think what the point he's trying to make is trying to underscore the fact that he's an Igbo man when he talks of the name. Otherwise, I mean, you have people from River State answering Cross River name, answering Yoruba names and so on. So that, I think what the point is trying to make actually is that he's even that he's not just an Igbo man from Delta State, but bearing the Igbo name. I think that's the point he's just trying to make. But the truth about it is that Okowa is from the Igbo-speaking part of Delta State. You know, it's like you have the Jaws in Ondo, you have the Jaws in the West. You can't say because they're in the West, they are not the Jaws. When it has to do with Ijaw National Congress, when it has to do with Ijaw Nation, of course they participate. They've even held offices. So that's the point we're trying to make. We have Ijaws in Rivers, you have Ijaw in Bayelsa. So you have Igbo in Anambra, Igbo in Enugu, Igbo in Imo. You also have Igbo in Delta. So he's an Igbo man in Delta.
I'm sorry, you're saying the same thing again and again, just as he said. We're emphasizing on the ethnicity. We understand that, fair and clear. But how does this mix with getting votes? How does this get us or get the PDP the winning votes that they're looking for?
Because the point we are making is this. It is Okowa will be more accepted by the Igbos.
Why?
Than any other. Why? Because he's one of them. That's the point. He's one of them. He's an Igbo man. If he goes to Imo State, if he goes to Anambra, he's going to speak. Because I think they have the Okowa's Igbo in Delta has the same dialect, not just language, with the Anambra people. So it's very easy for Okowa to be accepted. He will be seen as one, like a brother who just traveled out of this country. It's like having a brother in America or having a brother in London. That's how he will be seen. So it is easy for him to mingle. He's going to remind them of his heritage. It's quite easy. That is why they say, because the Igbos, especially Ohanese, they have threatened to ostracize whoever goes for the BP slot. They want the presidency, the presidency to become the president of the country. They have even threatened openly, you know. So the point we are trying to make is, fine, you have a P2B there. Definitely not all Igbos will vote for P2B. Because, like I said, as you have also confirmed, we've gone beyond imbecilic followership. Like I have always told you, I don't give a damn about the party. I'm more concerned about the individual. So for House of Assembly, I can vote for Party A. For House of Reps, I can vote for Party B. For Presidency, I can vote for Party C. That is my conclusion, not the individual, not the party, sorry. Because at the end of the day, we are all going to suffer for it. I go for individual, and I plead with Nigerians to vote for individual. So a lot of people might vote for Peter Obi, no doubt, but some will also have that sentiment. Depends on his oratory power when he approaches them. Some will also have that sentiment. He's also our brother. And also, okay, we're also PPP, so let us vote for him. So it is better for Okowa to be presented to the Igbos than any other person to be presented to the Igbos. If you talk about placating the Igbos, because the clamor for presidency is from there, and the cry against injustice, marginalization, and discrimination is also higher from there. So that's the point. That's why we are saying, well, he probably has an edge as an Igbo man. Okowa is an Igbo man in Delta State. That's the truth about it. So it might be more appealing. That is just the synopsis of what we are trying to tell you.
Okay. Quickly, Mr. Kayode, I think we're going to wrap up with you because I think you're back. So can you hear me?
Of Nigeria.
Mr. Kayode, can you hear me?
That the Igbos will consider.
Okay. Go ahead. I think you were saying something.
Yeah, it's a point. It's another point that the Igbos will consider. Because either you like it or not, even look at that name, Ifeanyi. Like I was saying before the line went on, there's a close affinity between that Delta and the Southeast. And to that extent, there is a strong belief that Okowa is an Igbo man too. It's just like when you are looking at the Yoruba people and then the Ajashe people. There is the blood of Yoruba in the Ajashe people of Cotonou. So also the same way we should look at it. And again, whether you are picking Okowa or you are picking whoever it is, what we Nigerians should be looking for is about performance, competence. A team that will kickstart our economic progression. Immediately it's being sworn in. A team that will ensure there is a workable, systemic, and cohesive Nigeria come 2023. A team that will ensure security. A team that will ensure that this incessant strike of ASU and other professional bodies is being put to a stop. A team that we know that importation of fuel is fraudulent, and then ensure that there are a lot of scattered, modular refineries scattered everywhere in our country.
Okay.
A team that be able to look forward, to look inward, and be proactive than just being reactionary. That is what we should be looking for.
Okay.
And interestingly, we have somebody who has an experience, who has been in the presidency for 8 years, and then who was instrumental in the successes of that government by bringing in a lot of technocrats. Now, in his own wisdom, he's now bringing in a technocrat as the vice president.
Well, I want to say thank you, Mr. Dayo Kayode. Unfortunately, time is not on our side. Dayo Kayode, Opunabo Kotare, both political analysts, thank you so much. Eyes are watching, of course, for the campaigns to see how it plays out. Thank you so much.
Thank you for remembering me, Marianne.
Thank you so much.
And good evening, Nigerians, once more.
All right. Thank you all for joining us. Well, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about the Muslim ticket, because that seems to be the question pointing towards the APC right now, as we all await who the choice of the running mate for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be. We'll be right back after this break.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question
enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
A northern group, the Arawa Youth Awareness Forum, have asked the Professor Ishaq Akintola-led Muslim rights concern, MURIC, and the Christian Association of Nigeria to consider floating political parties instead of dictating to the two major political parties, the People's Democratic Party and the All Progressive Congress, over choices of presidential running mates. AYAF expressed concern over the two religious bodies' interference in the affairs of the APC and the PDP. Well, joining us to discuss this is a political analyst, Biodun Showomi, and the chairman, Christian Association of Nigeria, Kaduna State Chapter, Reverend Joseph Hayab. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Okay, great. So I'm going to start with you until we get Biodun back. So this is a group of bodies telling you, or a group of people telling you to stay clear of what's happening within the two major political parties, and also, you know, vetoed for all other political parties, and that if you are too concerned, you should go start your own political parties. And I know that CAN, under Bishop Francis Wale-Oke, had at some point stated, you know, what these political parties should do in terms of the issue of a Muslim ticket or a Muslim-Christian ticket. But I'll ask you, why is CAN so concerned about what the religion of the party flag bearer and the running mate is?
Thank you very much for asking me. Honestly speaking, I would have refused to participate in this conversation because the group in question is not even worthy of our response. And number two, CAN and MURIC are not equal partners. CAN speaks with Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, not with MURIC. But because we live in a democracy where people can express their views, so sometimes when people express views, there's nothing wrong for us to educate them. Let's put this clear, that politics is about people. There is no one that is excluded in the issue of politics and governance of his land. One of the errors is that there are so many ignorant Christians out there who probably want to receive applause from people, and they will say that, you see, Christians clearly supposed not to be involved in politics. They get it wrong. Let me put it clear. The Bible says when the righteous are in leadership, the people rejoice. How can the righteous be in leadership if those who call themselves people of God do not participate in the process of bringing up the righteous? The Bible also says that the land, the earth and its fullness thereof belongs to God. If I'm a child of God, that means this world, this land, this nation belongs to my Father, and I have to take care of it. So our involvement in politics is to show how important politics is to the development of our society, how important politics is to the governance of our of our society, how important politics is to the way life is shaping in our society. So what we are doing is not to impose. If we keep quiet, the same political system will ask, where are our clergy? What are they saying? So what we are doing is to offer suggestion. One, for the unity of Nigeria. Two, for the peace of Nigeria. Three, for togetherness of this country and good governance. You know, I've listened to many arguments when people come around and say they are looking for competence, it's not about faith. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that there are no competent people in Christianity? Are you telling me that there are no competent people in Islam? Are you telling me there are no competent pagans in Nigeria, those who do not have faith? But put it across to those who bring this argument. If we today decide that the governor of Kaduna State will be Christian and the deputy governor will be Christian, will Nigeria know peace? Yes. If we are talking about competence, we have them in millions. But because we want to be together, because we want to work together, and our constitution also talks about federal character. Federal character may not mention religion, but federal character talks about carrying every Nigerian along. Imagine a situation where we will have the president of Nigeria from Kaduna State, the vice president of Nigeria from Kaduna State, the SGF of Nigeria from Kaduna State, the speaker of, the president of the Senate from Kaduna State, and the speaker of House of Representatives from Kaduna State. Will there be peace in Nigeria just because they are capable hands? But before you start arguing about the subject, you have to understand where people are coming from.
I'm curious, and I'll quickly ask you this before I go to Biodu. When a person is canvassing, I'm just asking, I'm not in any way trying to attack anyone, but when a person is canvassing to lead Nigeria, he's not saying, I want to be a Muslim president of Nigeria, I want to be the president of the Christians in Nigeria. He says, I want to lead Nigeria. Why should religion have any play or any role in this? I'm not also saying that we should not consider religion, because we're a religious set of people. We're a secular country. We have all kinds of religion, at play. But whether you be a Christian or a Muslim, should your priority not be about changing Nigeria? Because I'm guessing that if you're Muslim, Islam is a religion of peace. In other words, whatever you do should be in the betterment or in the interest of Nigerians and to bring peace. So why should we be emphasizing that, if we don't have Muslims and Christians together on one ticket, we cannot douse the tension in the country? Please educate me. Why can that not be, a thing that we jettison and just look at how a person can bring peace?
My late boss, His Excellency Patrick Ibrahim Yakowa, in his acceptance speech, precisely in May 2010, when he became the first Christian to be governor of Kaduna State, he made a very nice speech by saying that I'm not going to be a Christian governor. All newspapers in Nigeria took that as the main headline of their news the next day. But sadly, that was a man who suffered religion issue as far as governance is concerned. You see, what we are simply saying in this country is that we are not as visitors to Nigeria. We know this country. We understand this country. If religion is not a matter, simple. Let's look for the best pagan, the second person to be the best, vice president to be the best pagan. Will everybody clap for that? Let's look for the best Christian. The vice president should also be a very good Christian. Will everybody clap for that? Whatever is good for the Ganda is good for the Gandis, is good for the Ganda. So what we are simply saying is, we are dealing with a situation we know ourselves in Nigeria. And we cannot shy away from the things that are holding us, from the things that are dividing us, from the things that are creating tension. We are simply saying, we're not saying go and bring any Christian who, just because he's a Christian, to be governor. We are saying, or to be president. We are saying is that if you are looking for experts, if you are looking for quality leaders, if you are looking for people who would deliver the goods, they are in every tribe in Nigeria, they are in every region in Nigeria, they are in every religion of Nigeria. Okay. So we should go in the spirit of togetherness, find them in all these different identities. Because in Nigeria, the issue of identity has always been a very serious challenge. Okay. Let's not pretend about this. Let's not shy away about it. Because I'm from Kaduna, I will say this. In one of the national television recently, my governor came out and said the issue of Muslim is nothing because they've tried it in Kaduna. Can we be honest that in the last 4 years, Kaduna has been what you'll be proud about? What are the achievements? Is that what we want? Do we just want to be leaders without carrying and uniting the people? Even the most backward community wants to feel their voice is heard, want to ensure that they are part of the decision making in building their nation, in building their community. Right. But a situation where we do not balance in the way we are doing, and we are saying religions do not matter. Okay, we agree it does not matter. But remember, if it applies to you, it shouldn't also matter. We can also just ask the Southwest to give us the president and the vice president and everybody because it doesn't matter. Okay, let me go to Biodu Shomi. Biodu, you're somewhat of a politician, and let's look at it from a purely political perspective, because there seems to be, a lot of bickering about this Muslim ticket. In fact, we're yet to hear from the APC who the running mate to the flag bearer is, because today is the deadline, and that is ditto, like I said earlier on, for all the political parties. And I asked, just as I asked him, in 2022, should we be worried about the religion of the people who lead us, or should we be looking at their pedigree, their antecedents, and of course, if they are capable of bringing
peaceful and, of course, a progressive governance?
Yes. In the first instance, the essence of the discourse on Muslim ticket or Muslim Christian or Christian ticket, it's about national development, with huge emphasis on human development and economic development. And when you take it from that viewpoint, you then ask yourself, what has religion got to do with proven experience on service delivery to the people of Nigeria? What has the religious faith of anyone got to do with sense of justice, sense of fairness, creating employment for the people of Nigeria? That is the starting point. But when you now stretch it a bit further, you now ask yourself, after all, Nigeria is a secular state. How come we're only talking about two religions, Christian and Muslim? What happened to the original African traditional religious practitioners? Christianity made them here. Islam made them here. Nobody's talking about it. They're only talking about the rivalry between two religions, which in any case are foreign to our own country. And that is what is shaping the discourse, rather than proven experience, ability to contribute to national development. When you take, for instance, in Lagos State, we had a governor in the name of Akiyambode, whose wife had to sack the priest of a church in Alausa, not only sack him from employment, he was evicted from his house. And Akiyambode is a Christian. When he was governor, he was a Christian. The wife, a Christian, attending the same church. He was not a Muslim. So for me, I think it's more about the attitude of individuals. If you're a Christian and you choose to be a God-fearing Christian, so be it. If you're a Muslim, you choose to be, so be it. You're a traditional practitioner, so be it. The emphasis of what we need to move our country forward is to not be on the basis of your religious convictions or faith. Because religion by itself will not contribute to national development in the real sense of it, rather than creating the right spiritual environment, developing people to be able to tolerate each other and live harmoniously. But beyond that, it hardly will contribute anything meaningfully to economic development. Rather, it has served in some cases, as driver, for underdevelopment. And you can see the whole place all around Lagos and Ogun, where industries were taken over by churches.
I think that we're having connection issues there again with you, Mr. Showomi. Unfortunately, we have to let you go. But quickly, Reverend Hayab, we have just 1 minute. We're talking about peace here. We want this, if not for the first time after 1993, to be the most peaceful elections in Nigeria's history. And for those of us who are peace scholars, we know that there are 8 pillars of peace, and religion plays a role one way or the other in it. But how can we also douse tension without also heating up the polity with this issue of religion as part of the tickets? How do we peacefully address this issue going forward so that we don't use it or arm people with this, make it a tool of division again, even though we're trying to unite Nigerians? But let's not also, incite people to say, well, if you don't give me somebody that looks like me or goes to the same kind of place of worship like me, then we're going to cause trouble. So in looking at building peace, before, during, and after the elections, what do we do?
Saying if you do not cook the kind of food we want to eat, we will not eat your food. Because I do not eat your food is not war. I'm simply saying that this is what the kind of meal I want to eat for my stomach. I don't want to eat a meal that will create problem to my system. I want to eat a meal that will bring health and bring strength to me. So we are simply saying to the political parties that, look, for the sake of unity, for the sake of togetherness, Look for a combination that will unite, a combination that will promote peace, not because we are going to go to war. It's simply, if your kind of meal is not good for us, don't blame us for not eating your meal. We would have loved to eat your meal, but we're not going to eat a meal that the combination is not good for our stomach. But let me put it clear for Nigerians to know that Christians have actually never had problem with who leads and who do not lead. Christians can remind Nigerians that we have ever voted for a Muslim in Nigeria, and the fact about it, that it was even a Muslim president who annulled the election. We don't have problem with that. But gradually experience have begun to show that it is only when it is about us that no, there is not issue about religion. But when it turns to the other side, no, it must not be, we are not going to take it. We are growing in this country. That's why it is not fair and it's not right for you to act contrary, because another time will come, people will remember what you did yesterday. When Abiola and Kingibe were elected, they were not elected on the basis of religion. Christians and Muslims went out and elected them. But the moment leadership started having a color of religion, time will not permit me to give you the history of how Obasanjo came into power, the service that was held, and what triggered the Sharia that caused all the conflict. That's why we want a team that will unite the country, a team that will carry everybody in the country. But we are not asking for novice.
We have to go. We have to go.
And there are good people in every pet.
All right. Reverend Joseph Hayab is the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Kaduna State Chapter, and Biodo Shomi is a political analyst. Unfortunately, we lost contact with him. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for speaking with us. Well, that's it tonight on the show. We want to say thank you. We hope you enjoyed the week of conversations. We'll be back next week, Monday, as the political stories keep brewing. We're here to report it and ask the right questions. I'm Mary Anacone. Have a good evening.
My name is Tomauno. I'm an artist, a landscape painter. I'm from Delta State. I love colors a lot. I love playing with colors. My painting mostly based on landscape painting. So since I love colors, I will just think how to mix the colors together to bring out the stuff that I have in mind.
Oftentimes in Nigeria, people with any form of disability are most of the time treated with a certain level of compassion, maybe love, and sometimes pity. Today, I meet Toma, differently abled person, and she shares her story of strength, of courage and resilience with me.
My leg represents my hand, you know. This thing that I believe that God do. God is a miracle worker, and nobody's useless. It's only when you want to make yourself a useless person. God sees that I cannot make use of the hand, so He gave me the opportunity to be making use of the leg. So I use the leg to feed myself. I use it to operate my phone. I use it to do so many things that I can do.
Toma is not defined by her situation, but fiercely and graciously uses her gift to express herself.
Painting is just like my voice. Majority of my painting is just expressing yourself through colors, just appreciating the nature. So.
This is her work. She used this leg to paint, but she didn't use the hand. I'm telling mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run gidi gan pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ mi gan tó ń lo ọwọ́ gan. Tó máa better wọn times 100. Kò kí ń ṣọ̀lẹ, bó dẹ̀ ṣe kò kí ń ṣọ̀lẹ, kò dẹ̀ kí ń ṣọmọ tó yẹ pé bó ṣe wọ́n máa ń rí iṣẹ́, wọ́n máa ń sá sẹ́yìn. Kò kí ń fi iṣẹ́ ṣeré bó ṣe wà yìí. Iṣẹ́ kò kí ń fi ṣeré. Ó tẹ́ lọ́rùn kó ná last kọ́bọ̀ lórí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Tó bá ná last kọ́bọ̀ lórí iṣẹ́ yẹn, á fi iṣẹ́ yẹn, á fi pè owó jáde.
God has given her a kind of knowledge that is beyond human understanding. Then better that you cannot make use of hand to write and painting, but you can use her leg to paint very well. And by the time she has finished the painting, people just be looking at her that is the one that has done it. Even majority normally argue, especially the visitor, that they don't normally believe that she's the one until when she started doing it in their presence. That's the time they go to people. And people that used to come here, they normally appreciate her by try as much as possible to buy some of her painting.
If you look at so many of my paintings, it's based on nature. Why I say so is that, God is the greatest artist, and everything he did is perfect. And if you look at the sky day by day, you think there's so many beauty.
But just how did Toma discover this giftedness of hers?
Actually, it was a friend of mine that bring out the gift in me. She saw me feeding the children with my leg. So she said, we can do something better than feeding the children with my leg. So she was the one that God used for me.
With the help of an assistant assembling her painting tools, Toma demonstrates her painting skills while sharing the emotions and relief painting brings to her.
Sometimes I don't believe that I was the one that did it. It's a little bit difficult for me to believe that the works are done by me. My own painting gives me an assurance that I can still give back to society. Why I say so is that, when I was still much younger, I thought I'm not useful. Let me use it, because I could not use the art and every other thing. So I was just thinking that, how are you going to do this?
Toma shares her challenges, not focusing on it as a stumbling block, but she sets the tone on the positive as she reveals the hurdles of her life's journey.
According to a proverb that said, no pain, no gain about life. Life is full of challenges, and the one we live, the one we see them around. Talking about the challenges, the first time in school, I will never forget it. At the first time in school, I went to Akoka Junior High School, or junior school. But the first time I went to that school, when I went to go meet the principal, that I went with some of the staff here, and when we got there, the principal does not know that I understand Yoruba. He said something that, why do they bring someone like her to school? And that she's not supposed to be in school. All she needs is just for you to put her somewhere to be eating until God says. I have to say something that, sir, may the good Lord have mercy on you. He was shocked. He could not believe that I heard what he said. I just thank God for the owner of the challenges, because he holds the key to every challenge, and he makes a way when there seems to be no way. I give glory to God, because if not for him, I don't know what could have happened to me. So many challenges, and there's this thing that keeps me going that said, if there's no challenges, there will not be testimony. I faced a lot.
In spite of Toma's visible challenges, Toma has a positive outlook towards life and the people she comes in contact with. Her caregiver and one of her teachers reveal the other aspects of Toma.
Toma jẹ́ ọmọ kan tó jẹ́ pé kọ̀ra mọ́yàn, ó dẹ̀ kó gbogbo ìyànjú, kò kọ́ra, ó ń bọ́mọdé ṣe, ó ń bá gbà ṣe, gbogbo àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ gan, ó ní ibi kọ̀ọ̀kan tó ti máa ń dùn wá nú. Òye ó jẹ́ pé èèyàn tó jẹ́ pé bó ṣe wà yẹn kò mọ bó ṣe ń hide the feelings tẹ̀ tí nǹkan bá ti ń dùn bá ó máa sọ ń pé alágbádá bá ó dẹ̀ ṣẹ̀ mí o, ó dẹ̀ ti tán nínú ẹ̀, kò mọ bó ṣe ń báyàn yàn jì. Ó jẹ́ ọmọ alálùbáríkà, mo gbàdúrà kọ́lọ́ bá mi pèsè ọkọ alálùbáríkà fún kọ́lọ́ iṣẹ́ kó má di ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lọ́wọ́.
She's the type that wants us to move closer because of behavior, attitude, characters, and the kind of love that she used to show to people. The way God has created her, we thank God because it's unquestionable God. I just thank God for her life because despite the fact that her disability, she can prove to the whole world that you can still do certain things as far as her condition is being concerned. She loved everybody because I recollect that yearly as a staff of this school, especially we men, I don't know, maybe it's doing it with the women too. She used to present us a gift as men in this school, no matter how token it is.
She tells me the place of God in her life, making her achieve more than she can imagine.
God is my strength. You know, God is a wonderful God that despite what you're going through, you will surely find a way to make you smile. You will surely find. Though the world may tell you that you are not this, you are not that. But as long as you have this God, you will surely find a way to make you happy. My strength is from God. My joy is from God. Everything is from God. Despite everything that you're going through, everybody goes through a lot in this country, Nigeria. All you just need to tell yourself is that I can make it. I can do it. And just keep on smiling. By the time God works, you won't know. You will just be asking yourself, is it me? Am I the one? Just put your trust in God and try to do the little things that you know how to do. Don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on God, especially if you give up on yourself, people will give up on you.
And what's more, this 28-year-old lady challenged once again the thought of entertaining self-pity.
I used to feel pity for myself, but not anymore, because God has given me the strength. God has shown me that despite my challenges, I can still go places. By giving me the opportunity to paint with my leg, by giving me the opportunity to show that there is ability in disability.
Well, not much is known about the condition data-wise, and so according to a 2018 article from The Guardian, there are more than 100,000 cases of cerebral palsy in Nigeria, with most affected individuals in need of care due to cerebral palsy effect on functional abilities. But more alarming is a recent data according to Benola Initiative, an initiative aimed at creating awareness on cerebral palsy in Nigeria. The condition affects 17 million persons worldwide and over 700,000 in Nigeria alone. Whereas that data claims a huge number of people live with cerebral palsy, what is more unnerving is that half that number may likely wallow in self-pity. Toma has proven to be an exception, full of life, deep in thoughts and full of cheers.
Wow.
Emotional, she recalls her journey to education and how having a degree remained her most joyful day.
Every day whenever I wake up, I always ask for something that God should give me joy. That's what all the challenges. The day that I finished my NC program, even before that day, I will just sit in the hostel, start screaming, start shouting, start singing. But on the day that I finished my NC, I was just like, are you sure that I finished? You finished. Are you sure that I finished? And when I always say, oh, what Mary girl? I said, are you sure that it is Toma? She said it is you. So the day that I finished, I did my last paper. I said, do I have another paper? I was just asking myself, that do I have another paper? They said no. And since from the exam hall to my hostel, I was just shouting. I can't believe it that it was me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
That was great.
High five.
Thank you. Oh, high five! Woo! This is beautiful. Let me again. Thank you so very much for having us. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much.
Good evening. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. Many passengers were stranded at various bus stops in Lagos State on Monday morning as commercial vehicles were scarce on the road. The scarcity of vehicles was attributed to the fuel scarcity, which was gradually building up in some parts of Lagos. A correspondent saw that many people were stranded at major bus stops along Ogba-Bega Road, such as Aguda College Road, among others. The situation was the same at bus stops around Popular Bega as many passengers were already trekking. Commercial drivers interviewed by our correspondent confirmed the development was due to the fuel scarcity, particularly petrol. Now, bandits numbering over 20 have again reportedly kidnapped a traditional ruler in Plateau State, His Royal Highness Aminu Dawan, after attacking his palace in Payam Mango local government area of the state. It was learned that the gunmen took away Dawan, the strict head of Panyam, after scaring residents with gunshots in the early hours of Monday. A resident of Panyam community, Moses Garuba, confirmed the abduction of the monarch in Jos on Monday, and on Sunday last week, the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria and the Jos East local government area of the state, Reverend James Kantoma, and a traditional ruler in the state, Ugo Ababs, were kidnapped by gunmen. Moving on, terrorists have attacked worshippers at St. Moses Catholic Church in Rubble, Ugu and Aku, Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State, leaving 3 worshippers fared killed. The terrorists also abducted many worshippers during the incident, which happened while the church were rounding off the first mass. One of the seriously injured persons were rushed to St. Gerald Catholic Hospital, Kaduna. It was also gathered that the terrorists came in large numbers on motorcycles and shot sporadically. They killed and whisked away the worshippers, with many injured, as the Kaduna police spokesman DSP Mohammed Jaligi could not be reached for confirmation of the incidents. The APC has constituted a 24-man reconciliation committee in what seems like an attempt to reconcile warring parties in Oyo State. Speaking during the inauguration of the party secretariat in Okeado area of Ibadan, chairman of the party, Isaac Omodele, charged party members to cooperate with the committee in order to find a solution to the crisis currently rocking the party. Omodele, who described the leadership of the committee as critical stakeholders, urged them to use their vast experience and influence to resolve all the internal wranglings within the party, stating expressly that reconciliation was most expedient if the party was serious about victory at the forthcoming governorship election slated for next year. In addition, he charged the committee to present a situation report in the next 2 weeks and a desperate bid towards addressing all gray areas that had in the past characterized her Congress's primaries and other issues pertaining to the party's general interest.
Reconciliation to bring everybody back into the fold. We are all progressive. We believe, we disagree, we agree. And for the special case of Almighty God, we all accepted to be a member of this committee, and we started working until we choose our governor. We win election 2023.
He's a man of timber and caliber who will take the party to the promised land. We are gubernatorial candidates, distinguished Senator Teslim Olawole Olari, the Ashaju Olubada. My humble self has been given the duty of getting everybody back into the party.
Now, the chieftain of the PDP in Delta State and elder statesman of the party has reacted to the recent statement made by southern leaders about zoning the presidency to the south. Chief Morrison Oluri has said democracy is not a game of zoning, but a game where people are allowed to make a choice of their candidate. Olori made the statement in an interview with our Asaba correspondent, Apomejere Friday in Ogali, the administrative headquarters of Igali North local government area of Delta State. Chief Olori said that presidents can come from any part of the country because the people's choice will determine where the president will come from, south or north, in the 2023 general elections.
Politics is a game of numbers. So we cannot just force it to be south only. It can be south, it can be north, according to the people's choice. And that is called democracy. Democracy is not a game of zoning, of course. Democracy is allowed for both north and south to contest so that the majority will carry the vote. But before APC coming, APC said that they are coming to change Nigeria for change. But they have come now to change Nigeria for bad. Instead of coming up and draw us back to the position of even about 100 years ago.
Moving to other parts of Africa, raiders in Mali killed at least 20 civilians in attacks on villages near the northern town of Gao over the weekend, while a landman killed a UN peacekeeper in the troubled region. A local official blamed the attacks on jihadists and put the death toll at 24, saying the killings occurred at Ebek, some 35 kilometers north of Gao, the region's main town. The official described a general panic in the area as the situation in Achangwag was very concerning and civilians were fleeing the area, fearing for the violence, he added. And outside Africa, developing countries have won a 5-year waiver of patents on vaccines against COVID-19. The decision follows intense negotiations at the World Trade Organization. On Friday, the 164-member body has announced the decision as an agreement is intended to allow local factories to produce vaccines or the ingredients necessary to make them without the consent of the patent holders. Vaccines can then be exported to other developing countries. Since the start of the pandemic, South Africa and India have repeatedly denounced inequalities in access to vaccine doses in what has been called a vaccine appetite. According to the WHO, 60% of the world's population has received 2 doses, but the situation is still inequitable, with only 17% of the population vaccinated in Libya, 8% in Nigeria, and less than 5% in Cameroon. The Kremlin on Monday, June 20th, called Lithuania's decision to ban the transit of some goods to Russia's Kaliningrad region unprecedented and vowed to respond. Lithuanian authorities banned the transit of goods which are sanctioned by the European Union across its territory, which includes the only route between mainland Russia and Esclave on the Baltic Sea. Banned goods include coal, metals, construction materials, and advanced technology. Sandwiched between EU and NATO members, Poland and Lithuania also receive supplies from Russia via rail and gas pipelines through Lithuania. The governor estimated the ban could affect up to half of all goods that are brought to the region by rail. At least 25 people were killed by lightning or landslides over the weekend in Bangladesh, while millions were left marooned or homeless in low-lying northeastern parts of the country as it faces the worst months of flood in its recent history. In the neighboring Indian state of Assam, at least 17 people were killed during the wave of flooding that began this month, police officials said on Sunday. Many of Bangladesh's rivers have risen to dangerous levels, and the runoff from heavy rain from across Indian mountains exacerbated the situation. Thousands of policemen, army personnel have been deployed to part of the country to help search and rescue efforts. About 105,000 people have been evacuated so far, but police officials estimated that over 4 million were still stranded. And in business, the Nigerian Communication Commission has said the proposal of telecom operators for 40% and user tariff and services is not realistic this year. The operators acting under the aegis of the Association of Licensed Telecommunications Operators of Nigeria in a letter to the NCC had proposed a 40% increase in the cost of calls, short messages and data as a result of the rising cost of running a business. Based on their proposal, the price floor of calls will increase from 6.4 naira to 8.95 naira, while the price cap of the SMS will increase from 4 naira to 5.61 naira. The request had been rejected by stakeholders in the industry, except the operators. And in entertainment, fast-rising Nigerian singer Majix has received knocks from fans after labeling the new song Wizkid sang with Chris Brown as stupid. In a now deleted tweet on Sunday, the singer had written this new Chris Brown and Wiz is stupid. Reacting to the knocks he received, he has cleared the air on his comments, adding that the word was slang for dope. He explained that he deleted the tweet because his comment was misunderstood. He also noted that as a music lover, he only posts music that he loves and described as an irony the fact that he was getting hated for hyping a song. And finally, in sports, heavyweight world champion Alexander will face Anthony Joshua in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia on August 20 in a rematch of their London bout last year. Ukraine's winner beat Joshua in front of a sellout crowd in September last year to claim the WBA, WBO, IBF and IBO belts, but the 32-year-old will have a chance to win back his titles in a fight double rage on the Red Sea. The winner, who is 19-0 with 13 knockout victories, said he had a mission to fulfill by retaining his crowns. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria is Africa's wealthiest and most populous nation, with the fastest growing economy. Agriculture contributes 25.2% of the gross domestic product. The Nigerian agricultural sector holds the key to the country's drive for economic diversification. This is because of its role in ensuring food security, promoting industrialization, providing jobs, and fostering shared prosperity. Nigeria was part of the 2003 Maputo Declaration that mandated all African Union member countries to allocate at least 10% of their total annual budgets to agriculture. This was done as one of the ways to increase food sufficiency in the continent. However, data shows that in the last 2 decades, Nigeria has consistently defaulted on this commitment. An average of 1.6% was dedicated to agriculture over the 5 years, and capital releases averaged 56.18%. But even with the allocated funds, how much got to the farmers? Plus TV Africa spoke to 5 members of the Smallholder Women Farmers, SWOFUN, to find out if they got access to training, funds, and equipment.
I've not benefited from the Anchor School program. There was a time that they came for this. Some people organize. I think they are agents of. They organize it. They came here to our place here to do the training for us. But after that, nothing. We have not benefited at all from Anchor's brand. We heard about it, but nothing from there. Like the CBN NSL, no. I went for the interview, did everything, but nothing for now. They will tell us that we should hold on since 2019. And maybe because of last year's pandemic and everything, but since that time, nothing from there.
I have collected loan from Bank of Agric. I'm not collected from Nigeria. I was part of those that were supposed to collect after around April. But because of this pandemic, I told them they should hold back to their loans first. Let me see what the economy will look like before I can go and collect loan. Or Bank of Agric, I've collected loan from Bank of Agric. It's one of the loans I collected was what I used in constructing my smoking claim, the smoking claim behind. So it was part of the loan. I collected about 300,000 from Bank of Agric. The smoking claim was to cost about 750,000. So they gave me 300,000. Then I now added the balance to do my smoking claim. That was in 2015.
I have not received any form of loan from either state government or federal government. I actually applied for the CBN loan. I've gone to CBN for an interview. I have even received an offer letter. But that offer letter came just at the time of the lockdown. You understand? So when they kept calling just before the complete lockdown, come and take the loan. I didn't want to take the loan. In fact, the CBN Abuja called me. Don't you want the loan? I said, I want the loan, but I can't take a loan that has a period of payment. You understand? You have given me some 3-4 months. We don't know what's happening when it's going to end, when business will pick up. And I'm going to pay back that loan with interest. So I declined the loan. I said, until the corona period is over. And that was just the first months of the corona lockdown. Until it took a whole 11, 12 months before it came down. Business is just trying to pick up.
I was opportunity to benefit from a CBN loan through NAXA Microfinance. So with the cost of things, materials, feed, in fact, the loan is even ineffective.
How much did you get from
3.5, which it didn't go anywhere. With the cost of things, even if not that I have my own capital, it will not go anywhere. Can't even buy most of the things I needed, like a generator now. Generator is 3 point something, which I'm even trying to get. That was one of the things I even processing. So even though DOC, when we were applying for it, DOC that time was 180, 200. That's a point of, that's a day old. of umbrellas. But now, it's 450. That time it was from 180, I even applied, I said 180 or so, or 200. By the time the loan came out, it was 420, 380. So I could not really, the loan was almost ineffective. It didn't go anywhere.
Ó ṣòro púpọ̀ láti rí owó yẹn gbà, gbogbo ọ̀nà láti gbọ́ owó yẹn ó ṣòro. Ṣùgbọ́n torí pé tèmi ò pọ̀, kò ṣòro. Àwọn tí owó wọn pọ̀ bíi mílíọ̀nù 10, gbogbo nǹkan tó ní kó mú wá, ó fi ṣòro. Àwọn tó máa ní kó ṣe gàrántọ̀ fún wọn, kó fi ilé ṣe gàrántọ̀, kó fi gbá ṣe gàrántọ̀. Tó bá tún wá ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ tán, wọn ò tún tètè gbé ilé wọn lọ́wọ́. Ìgbà tó fún mi ní tó gé owó yẹn kù, ó dùn láti fẹnu sọ. Ẹni tí ò ní tó dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́, tó mọ iṣẹ́, kò jẹ́ náà wọn ò gbà. Àti pé tí ò bá ń ṣe pé COVID pandemic tó jáde ni, dandan ni kí kó ti bí nǹkan re. Ṣùgbọ́n pẹ̀lú pandemic yẹn gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ. Lẹ́yìn náà ni EndSARS, lẹ́yìn náà ni gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tá a fojú kò.
We have not gotten anything from federal government, nothing at all. I don't even think they know that we are really existing. I think it's Lagos, it's state government are really close to the farmers. For federal government, nothing. Uncle Boy is supposed to be from federal government, but it has not really, we have not gotten anything at all.
All the loans that we have applied for, even with the NISRA, they've not been giving out loans. They say, I don't know what is happening. They said that they told them to hold on to the loans, that they want those that have collected to pay back. So we have not accessed loan between last year and this year.
There is no bank to assist us to because they are really afraid. This is a high risk business. That's what they always tell you. That when it comes, because it is a living their life, so anything can happen anytime. So they are not ready to really assist us. Some banks will tell you that they have a Greek desk. When you get there, they will tell you, sorry, madam. Especially when it comes to women, they will tell you, sorry, madam. That's why the victimization comes in. They say, sorry, madam, who is going to guarantee you? Blah, 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 blah. You're a woman, we can't do much with you. If anything happens, that's just it.
For many who haven't accessed the loans, they rely on their local cooperatives.
Thanks to my Obonge cooperative. So we do something, it's more something like what the Yoruba we can say ajo. Every month we drop something. So when you need a loan, you can go and take a loan. No matter how small, it's still better than nothing. And at a very low 1-digit interest rate. You understand? It's we do the contribution. This month, many people you use it for your business, turn it over 2-3 months, you return, another person takes. That's how we have been helping ourselves.
Thank God for Bonge, because it's a cooperative. So most times what you do is that you borrow from there, you feed your fish, you return after selling the fish. But most times our major challenge is the cost of feeding. It is really, really challenging.
I've not received any equipment, not even feed. I've not received. As for training, no, I've not received any training from either state government or federal government. I've not received any training. Apart from my cooperative meetings, agricultural, Obonge Women Cooperative, they give us training once in a while. Training. Yes. So that's just like personal, not government.
The Lagos State trained us on capacity building, that is proper recording, how you keep records on your farm. And also, I think that's the training that we have had so far between last year and this year. Then the ones we have been having outside Lagos State is the one we have been having in Abuja, that some of our donors, that is IBP, also train us on the way and manner we're supposed to run our business and what the way we're supposed to run the business, and also how to also move to government on how to get things from the government. So they also taught us on how to do that.
On the 29th of July 2021, the Lagos State government empowered farmers in the state.
After this pandemic, we had to look for what is the next line of action, what do we do? We have lost almost everything on the farm. Even up till tomorrow, I cannot access my rice farm because of the insecurity. And we have looked at what is the next line of action, and that was why we decided to go and visit our honorable commissioner that said that she already understands our challenges and that she's looking into what she's going to do. During the pandemic, that was immediately after the pandemic, there was palliatives that was shared to farmers. The palliatives, they gave us some of the palliatives, but you can count how many people that was giving the palliatives. But after our visit with our commissioner, the commissioner promised us that she was going to see to what she's going to do to farmers. So what they now did was that they took data of all the farmers that have been affected by the pandemic and also those that were not affected. And July 29th, that was last week, they empowered the farmers. We empowered with 400 bags of fish feeds, 100 bags of poultry feeds, smoking claims, collapsible tanks. So those were things that we empowered as a group. So Lagos State is trying as much as possible to fulfill their promise in empowering farmers and trying to at least give them a space where they can still continue their farm. But in the line of the federal government, we are still looking at, the federal government has not done much, because if they can do 1/3 of what Lagos State has been doing for the farmers all over the states, we will know that yes, that we have something to fall back on. We are still advocating that this 10% of the budget will be set aside for agri. That is the Malabo Maputo Declaration, that the 10% of the budget will be set aside for agri. We are still talking about that because that has not been met. So if they can meet up to that, we will know that yes, farmer has a lot to do, and we'll also be happy that we'll have enough food to provide for government. So we are seeking and we are begging the government that they should still do more. I know that what the minister has done has tried to give us something, but you can imagine giving 2 threshers, 1 orange decorticator and all that to more than 30,000 farmers from one state. How do you think we are going to share that? We are not political farmers, we are the real farmers. There are a lot of political farmers that they are working with, but we are the real farmers. I want to tell them that as far as we are the real farmers, things should come to us. And we should have a space, a place where when they are making policies, women farmers should also be involved, because we are the ones that are going through these problems. So they cannot be there and be dictating for us, that we have to tell them what we want. And that is what we are trying to advocate for, that we want the government to include us in decision-making, implementation, and also formulation, that those things will help us and we'll tell them what we want. But if they stay there and dictate for us, that it will not get to us.
Nigerians depend on produce from local farmers for their daily meals, as more than 80% buy their food from local markets. Now, to ensure a sustainable economy post-COVID, the government on federal and state level must ensure that the policies are not just on paper, but the farmers benefit generously from every allocation and promise made.
Furniture is one of the most important home accessories. It adds style and elegance beside their primary functional designs. They contribute to the beautification and aesthetics of a place. The world production of furniture is estimated at over $350 billion, out of which the Nigeria's market share is 50 billion naira. The furniture industry has improved in Nigeria from just the roadside carpentry to the creative arts of combining wood, metal, cushion to give glamour and beauty to chairs, tables, wardrobes, cabinets, and other household furniture. The market for the furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. In Lagos, there is a furniture market where you find all types of artisans, materials, and tools for furniture making. The market is well coordinated with a chairman and organized rules.
Wíwà láyé ọjà wa yìí ó mọ̀ lọ bí 70 bí 70 ọdún. Tí mo bá wò dáadáa ọ̀nà karùn-ún níbi tá a wà yìí. A ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní Watchtower ní Ṣómólúrí. Wọ́n ń pè ibì kan ní Enípákó ní Onípànù ńbẹ̀ yẹn. Àwa náà lè Nípákó tá wà ńbẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn a ti tún wà ní ilé epo Àjíìpù tó wà ní Fádèyí ibi tí bíríìjì ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wà ń jọ sí. Lẹ́yìn tá a kúrò ńbẹ̀ la ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá lọ sí Káyọ̀dé níbi táwọn onírin wà nísìn. A kúrò ńbẹ̀ ní 1977 la wá wọ́ síbí báyìí. Ká tó wá débí báyìí ilé kiri pé kí ọjà ó dìgbà tó bá ń yá kán ní ká kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́dani tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ tàbí ẹbí tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ ló mú kí àwọn bàbá wa àgbà náà lọ́hùn kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí ká gba ilẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láyé LSDPC. So àtìgbà yẹn la ti wá béèrè fún ilẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ àyè ibi tíjọba yà sọ́tọ̀ fún kátàkárà tàbí iléeṣẹ́. Ìdí tó gbé wa débì ni so ìjọba Lagos State ló fún wa níbí láyé LSDPC. Èmi lálága karùn-ún. Àwọn alága tán ti lọ. Ẹ̀yẹn la ní John Oyè. Bàbá dàgbà wá sọ́jà mọ́. Ó di mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Gbà tí bàbá dàgbà tán wá sọ́jà wọn ni Ṣùbẹ́rù Àkànó. Nánà wà tún bọ́ síbẹ̀. Àwọn kú ní April 2016. Gbà yẹn ló ṣẹ̀ wá kan èmi Isiaka orí oyè. Títí dìgbà tá a wá wà yìí. Kì í ṣe pé a lè lé 105 èèyàn. Yìí táyìn lóyìnbó ń pè ní 500. Jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní omi ò sọ pé 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Àtẹnírà àtẹníntà. A lè 105. Lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin. A kà wọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ o. Tó yẹ pé ń kọ́ṣẹ́ furniture, upholsterer, welder, oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tó jẹ mọ́ building materials tó jẹ mọ́ nǹkan kọ́lé torí níta base lé lórí gan nìyẹn. Àti pákó, plywood, oríṣiríṣi nǹkan kọ́lé tó dérí páànù, cement, kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìṣó, gbogbo nǹkan kọ́lé. Àwọn kan wà tán tó ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí. Àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ibi náà ti kọ́ ibi náà tún wà. 105 tètè ẹ̀ ní àjùbá ń lọ. Àpọ̀. Lórí ti environmental tó sọ, wàá rí pé ńgbà tí wọ́n náà débí láàárọ̀ yìí ò lè wọlé. A ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ environmental lágo 7. A parí ẹ̀ lágo 9:30 tó ra nígbàgbọ́ nú Ọlọ́run. Tá a bá dúró lágo 9:30 yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́dọ̀ tajà hàn ní tàwọn ní rà. Environmental gbogbo ọjà ti mọ́. So Mùsùlùmí á gbàdúrà. Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ní àjọ nígbàgbọ́ àwọn náà á gbàdúrà. Ìyẹn ló máa gbé adago 10. Kálukú tó padà sẹ́nu iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò tíjọba filẹ̀. Bọ́jà wa yìí ṣe tó yà àti bó ṣe rí o lè rí ibi tán gbé ń ta ọtí ń bì tó dẹ́ni tó ti mu tí yó ó lè hùwàkíwà. Àgbà kéèyàn ó jalè ẹni bá ti jalè a máa lè kúrò lọ́jà ni. Àdẹ̀gbà kéèyàn ó jà gbogbo nǹkan tó wù kó lè rí bó ṣe bí ẹni nínú tó wá fẹjọ́ sùn alága. Tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ alága pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀. Agbọ́tọ̀ tún agbátòsí. Ní tó bá yẹ ká fi ṣàtúnṣe bẹ̀ á dẹ̀ ṣe. A lè dẹ́lòmíì lẹ́jọ́ pé ókè lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2. Ẹni tí ń tajà ojoojúmọ́ tó mọ tó ń rí lójúmọ́ ta ni kó lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ọ̀sẹ̀ kan. Tó bá padà dé ṣe mọ̀ para àárọ̀. N tó mú jà wájọ́ sí tí bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń bọ̀. A mọ̀ pé kó ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn. Ó ń lọ nà àbáyọ. So ara àwọn ètò tán bàbá rẹ̀ ti làálẹ̀ nìyẹn. ó dẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dè ní ìní àbí ó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí lọ náà nìyẹn. Àgbà owó àgbà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn bí kì í ṣe pé irú ilẹ̀ nísìnyí ìdọ̀tí tán bá lò nígbà bá fẹ́ sanwó lọ́mà ṣe mọ̀ pé ó di dandan so à ń gbà yẹn lówó tí ò ga àwọn èèyàn lára tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n lára ńgbà tí a ti wà bá a ṣe fi wà yẹn kò sówó kan tá à ń gbà kọjá owó ìsọ̀tán bá rẹ́ǹtì tán sanwó ẹ̀ lọ́dún kò sí owó túláàsì kan tó ìnájà kan àbòwọ̀n rajà kan bí wàá lè sọ pé wọ́n ń gbà lọ́wọ́ àgbowó car park àgbowó ilé ìgbẹ́ ilé ìtọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ la ní tó yẹ pé tí ọ̀gán bá tiẹ̀ débẹ̀ wàá fẹ́ lè sùn bẹ̀ pé ṣé bí náà dẹ̀ lẹ pé nílé ìgbẹ́ lẹ pé nílé ìwẹ̀ nílé ìtọ̀ tá a tọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Lagos State fẹ́ gbogbo àrẹ̀ náà wá ń yẹ̀ wá wò Lagos State yẹn wọn yé wá wọn wá láti aláùsá wọn wá láti local government ẹgbẹ́ nípákó ní Lagos State gan àwọn gan tún wá tọ́ra jẹ́ kókó kan nínú ọjà tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ Lagos State Building Materials and Building Materials Association ajẹ́ kókó kan so bá a ṣe ń tò díẹ̀ díẹ̀ nìyẹn tọ́lọ́ndẹ̀ fún wa tó challenge ta ní pọ̀ díẹ̀ ó kàn yẹ pé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa ṣe fi ń lọ ni tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọn náà ṣe rí ńgbà tẹ wọnú ọjà àwọn iṣẹ́ tó ń jáde níbí báyìí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ ní tán bá gbé déta tán bá sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní jiyàn torí aláwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n kájú ẹ̀ anything furniture bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi irin ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi gi ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi bọ́ọ̀dù plywood ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń wí ló nídìí ọ̀pọ̀ owó materials tá a dẹ̀ ń lò jù local materials ní tó yẹ jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe finishing ẹ̀ tán tiẹ̀ tún dájú tìlú tán gbé alátòkèrè lọ irú ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí wọ́n náà pàdé nǹkan tán jáde lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ṣí géètì tá a pàdé environmental lẹ́ẹ̀kan so gbogbo orú àwọn kan báwọn yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíjọba ó gbégbèsè àti kún wa lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan yẹn lè di tí ó kárí gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò ní mọ Nàìjíríà nìkan bọ́jà wa ṣe fi rí yìí láti Àbújá àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ní showroom wọn ibi náà ti wọ́n produce sales wọn ọjà tó ń tà ibi náà ti ń ṣe tán lọ kó sí showroom náà báyìí ti tan náà sí adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run Ọlọ́run fi ń pọ́n wa ló dẹ̀ fi ń yìn wá so tíjọba bá kún wa lọ́wọ́ nípa pé kán finance wa béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ ni a ṣe jèrè mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni a ṣe rágbéga lẹ́nu òwò yẹn tó wò ní nìyẹn wàá rí i pé ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò èrè ẹ̀ ò lè dàbí ẹni tó ń fi 10,000 ṣe ẹni tó ń fi 1 million ṣòwò a lè fi ẹni tó ń fi 50 million ṣe béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ náà lè rí ẹ̀ ó ṣe pọ̀ tó náà dẹ̀ ni ayé á fi mọ̀ ọ́ sí.
Well, I've been in the business for a very long time because I started the business with my dad around 1985. I'm still in secondary school then. At earlier stage, I had the mind of be a first man, but my dad said he want me to go into business because he have a lot of achievement that he made in doing the business. And as time goes on, I later joined my dad in doing the business. I later have interest in doing the wood business. I give glory to Almighty God because the business is a good business, and if you can try to have interest in what you are doing, at least I know that you never regret in doing whatever you are doing. We have a lot of different type of woods that is even uncountable, most especially in Southwest here. We get wood from different states in Nigeria here. Starting from anything from Ijebu, the Shagam, Ore, Bini, Ondo, Idori, Owo, Ifon, Sobe, Agbanikaka Empire in Onwa, all that kind of, we get wood in many different states in Nigeria here. Just for example, we have mahogany. Mahogany is a redwood and they're used for furniture wood. Just like bed, shelf, door, architrave and so on. They're used for many things. We also have
black afara, we have Mazonia, we have teak, we have abora, we have idigbo, we have eku, and so on and so forth. And that's what we are even be using for a very long time in Nigeria here before they started bringing the imported board and all these things. The wood serve more longer than the board. The board have different type. You have the one that lasts longer, and which we have the one that don't even last longer. But I still prefer, due to me, I still prefer the wood than using the board. If at all, if I'm doing anything in my house, I always prefer using the wood. The difference there is not very much, but difference between the local one, the local board and the wood that we use here, the wood lasts longer than the imported board, and most of this imported board, they process the wood here, which they even take down to that place to go and made as board, and they'll still bring it back for us here. That's due to the government, because the government supposed to even work on that, which if at all, if something will even happen like that, what we have here, they're supposed to produce it here. Not that they will take it over there and then later do the processing and then later bring it for us here, which is not even an idea. I didn't even support that. We encounter a lot of challenges on that, because bringing the imported boards down to Nigeria make the wood business to go down, which at least the way we even enjoy doing the business, the wood business before, is quite different from the way we enjoy it now. In Nigeria, yeah, some people know the quality of the wood, which they still patronize us. Most especially, some of my father's customers that they are in old age, they normally even tell their children and most of their colleagues and family that if you want to do something like this, it's even more better for you to go for wood, because now people are now coming back to get the wood and to use it for whatever they want to use it, than before that everybody just faced the imported material that this was. But because what they see that they gain a lot, and the time of using the Nigeria something here, they see that is even more get lasting than using the imported wood. Under the normal procedure, you're supposed to learn whatever you want to do. Probably because if you don't even learn, you will not be able to go far in doing it, because along the line, you see people that they will tell you that they want to supply you wood. At the end of the day, they will just collect money from you, and which the something will not be done. But once you learn what you want to do, after all, if anybody even want to bring what is not supposed to bring into the business, you say, no, that's not the way I'm supposed to go. This is the right way I'm supposed to go. It depends on how the person have the sense and the knowledge of learning. Because some people may even be there between 1 year, they will capture whatever they want to capture about learning about the wood or to do a wood business. But some people, they have a dull brain. Maybe they will use about 3 to 4 years.
Wàá rí i pé mo sọ ọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé à ń tà à ń rà ni. Àwọn ọlọ́dàn ni tí wọ́n wá rẹ́ǹtì ṣọ́ọ̀bù ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n na pàápàá àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ìsìn ìmíì parí ní polytechnic, àwọn tó parí lọ́fà, tó parí Yaba, tó parí káàkiri tẹ́ pé bíi náà tí wọ́n á ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn. So àwọn ọmọ yẹn ń gbé sórí social media, but àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bíi bàbá ọjà tẹni ó lọ́jà, àwọn ò tí ì wọ social media. Tó mọ̀ pé ayé jọ́sí ńlòbí ń sọ fọ́mọ pé iṣẹ́ ìdandan ni kò kọ́. Níbi tí ayé dé nísìn iṣẹ́ tó bá wu ọmọ láti kọ́. Nígbà tó ọmọ báyìí ti sọ fún ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ yìí ló wu òun kọ́. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá ń bí báyìí tán mọ irú nǹkan tó ń jáde ń bí. Àwọn náà mọ̀ wá sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ àkóso ọjà títí wa. Tírú ọ̀gá yẹn bá ti wá gbọmọṣẹ́ yẹn, á jẹ́ káwa tá a já lákòóso ọjà ó mọ̀ pé ọmọọmọṣẹ́ kan wá fóun o, iṣẹ́ báyìí tó fẹ́ kọ́ rẹ̀, iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ ṣe rẹ̀. Á dẹ̀ fàdúrà sí pé kán máa lọ ṣe. Irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà kọ́ṣẹ́ tán, ibi náà náà ti tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn náà. Tán bá ti kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn, èyí tó bá ráyè síbi á dúró ń bí, èyí tí ò ráyè, bọ̀tọ̀ pọ̀ wọn gan-an dúró ń bí torí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí ibi ń bí. Ẹ sì mọ̀ pọ̀rọ̀ ṣẹ́rè o kò èèyàn mọ̀ tán bọ́n bá kọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ mi tó bá dàbí pé ó fẹ́ pa wọn lórí asáré lọ fún bọ́ọ̀gá tó kọ́ wọn àwọn ọ̀gá tó pọ̀ mí sọmọ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lọ̀gá ọ̀tọ̀ tún ni ọ̀gá so wọ́n pọ̀ mí báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà tí state government fún wa nílẹ̀ ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan náà máa fún wa ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tán tiẹ̀ ti fún wa nílẹ̀ tá a ti ń rí bí tajà wa rajà wa àwa náà ò béèrè mọ́ òbọ̀ tó bá gbé wa lọ́la à ń retí ẹ̀ o tó dá déhùn wa ni kí wọ́n máa fún wa ní transformer tó máa fún wa níná ìgbà tán ò fún wa àwa la lọ rà fúnra wa wọ́n láwọn ò fún wa ní tar road àwa la mọ̀ bá ń ṣe ọ̀nà wa ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tóbi dórí omi but bí náà ṣe ń wá ìgbà tí nepa tí nàìjíríà ń rí bákan láti ìgbà kan tí náà ò déédéé ọ̀pọ̀ wa láti ra generator ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yẹn torí ń gbèyàn bá gbaṣẹ́ níṣẹ́ tí nepa fún wa níná tó dẹ̀ lásìkò tó dá fún eníṣẹ́ ò ní fẹ́ gbọ́ pé iná ni ò sí ó mú ká pọ̀ wa ra generator gbogbo àwọn ọmọ sáǹwì gbogbo àwọn ọ̀gá wọn iná ní generator wọ́n fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn.
The furniture market is not without its challenges. The unavailability of raw materials and the constant lack of power supply does not just affect the furniture industry, but the Nigerian manufacturing industry as a whole.
Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́ generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná ó ti yé yín so àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn so táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣojú pé ká wá miss láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn iná generator náà la lè lò.
nípa bá a ṣe ń sanwó gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí àti ìgbìmọ̀ ẹni bá ti múná nínú wọn torí gbogbo wọn kọ́ ló ń lo ná ìbá àwọn tó ń lo ná nínú wọn a ti ní levy tí a fi wọ́n sí orí ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ páwọn láti sanwó yẹn a tún wá ṣe débi pé ìjọba ní ká máa lọlé láago 6 tá a bá lọlé tán àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ kan wà tí a ṣètì kalẹ̀ hàn tó bí hàn 8 àwọn èèyàn ní lọlé láago 6 wọ́n á yí ká gbogbo ọjà a dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ṣúìsì kan síta tó yẹ pé òun ló control gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn ń lò ní workshop ẹ̀ tó ní on and off so àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n máa patrol yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí fuse tán ṣe síta yẹn tó ti ní on and off yẹn náà máa wò wọ́n bá ti rẹ́ni tó gbàgbé tiẹ̀ ńgbà tó ń lọ lé ó wà ní on ńgbà tó ń lọ bóyá ó pẹ́ kó tó palẹ̀ mọ́ wá ń sáré jáde lọ pé kí gbìmọ̀ ọjà máa mú òun kò rántí pa àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ 6 8 yẹn àná máa lọ wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn kúrò lọ́jà nìkan bíi 20 or 6:30 yóòjúmọ́ dẹ̀ nìyẹn àfijọ́ Sunday nìkan tá a bá wá yóòjúmọ́ là ń ṣe yẹn gbogbo wọn yẹn náà n tó ti ṣe wá rí ó jẹ́ ká gbẹ́ burú ọ̀rọ̀ kámọ̀bàrógun iná mọ́ ni a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run láti gbà náà sí pé bóyá èèyàn dẹ̀ ń jalè a lè pọ̀ tó yìí kámọ̀ mọ́ rí ọmọ ẹ̀yìn 12 péré ni Jésù ní tí Júdásì ẹyọ kan ya nǹkan mọ́ lọ́wọ́ kámọ̀ àsọ bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí bá a bá tiẹ̀ wá gbúròó rú ẹ̀ àwọn olè pé kọ́mọṣẹ́ ó jí bọ́ọ̀dù ọ̀gá kó jí ṣó tàbí kó tọ́ bọ àpò ọ̀gá àbí wọ́n fi fóònù síbì kan ó wo bí kò rí èèyàn kankan ó mú irú àwọn olè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán bá rẹ̀ ti lè mú lọ́sàn-án bẹ́ẹ̀ tán mú wá kò sí rẹ̀ lóru torí àwa ò sí lọ́jà mọ́ ọ̀dẹ́dẹ̀ ti wà but lọ́sàn-án tán bá ti mú wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn á pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ òfin ti wà bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ mutí lọ́jà wa ń bì èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jalè èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà so ẹni bá ti jalè òwe tá àṣà táwọn ń dá fún ni pé ó ti di irú ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ó ti fòṣù kálé rí kẹgbẹ́ ó kàn gbèrú ká sì síta ni ẹni bá ti jalè ń lọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni ó bá mutí.
The sector needs to be empowered because it has a great potential to provide not just employment but contributor to internal revenue for the country.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach. All right. The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein. Okay. So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach, recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically, it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs, or certain chemical substances that are erosive, okay, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach. And it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with a doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right. So you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach. Many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and say, they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's urine breath test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain, that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headache. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Colbert. Welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. Hello, hello.
I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
In der Regel brauchen die Schafe
The sheep
nachher
need
einen
about a
Hektar
hectare,
Fläche, den die
a
bekommen.
hectare a day, that is.
Und dann brauchen die auch jeden Tag einen Hektar Fläche.
A hectare every day?
Ja, 10.000
Yes, a hectare for
Quadratmeter,
700
die
sheep.
700 Schafe.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought. What was it like for you the first time?
You don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much. Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying. You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh! Yeah. That's like a real gun. Yeah.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God. Höchster Punkt. Ja.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg. Ja. So.
On the head and pull the trigger.
Ja.